Nice. Nice. Give me a second, guys. Just pulling up the national anthem. JD Vance, TikTok, song Never Trump guy. Here we go. Here we go. Hello. Sleepy Man Bad says Destiny demolished you. Yeah, if you're a retard. You. Oh my god. Then Patriarch says, "What's up?" Steven Borcelli says, "What the F you doing? Drop the beat." True. True.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Ooh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to be tardy to the party. However, we're live. We'll be calling Pisco in a moment. So Pisco reached out this morning and said, "Hey man, you want to catch up and fight about the Iran war?" And I was like, you know what? That sounds like free psychic damage. Let's do it. So, Conservative Liberalism says third like reporting in. Remember, kids, live chat is better than top chat. Well, thank you for reminding me. I'm going to set a goal and change over to live chat. And then, guys, if you don't want endless drama slop, okay? I love drama slop. You love drama slop. We all love drama slop. But if you don't want the 500th video of Hutch versus a leftist, where the leftist spurgs out, and then Hutch looks amazing by comparison, then, you know, reward the content you want to see, I suppose is what I'm saying. So the, GeoPoll stuff, I appreciate you guys supporting that. I know the Pisco stuff, even though it's not always the highest for super chats, it oftentimes is the highest for viewership because I think people appreciate a spicy conversation. I think that what else am I thinking? Destiny combos are normally pretty good, especially on VODs. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying reward the content that you want to see. So, Solidus says, shut up in early today. Welcome to the club. Corey Peltzman says, Pisco is just like the communists who worked with the Islamists in the 1979 revolution, but he doesn't know that the Islamists turned on the communists right after they got power. I mean, we keep telling him. He just keeps not listening. Solidus Nakey was dabbing during the song. That's cool. Pisco is a joke. Not very nice, Corey Peltzman. Not very nice. Not very nice. Play nice. Play nice. Sun Patriarch says, I'm a never Trump guy. Stephen Borcelli started dabbing. I'm a. True. Trump guy, never. I was a never Trump guy until I saw how bad the Democrats got. Well, there you go. Are you a Trump guy? Yes or no? I am not a Trump guy. True story. True. Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. Wild QC John says, good morning, grill hotness. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers from blowing things up. Amen. Also, the grill gods are great. I need I reeled in a 4-pound crappie. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think I also wrote down the prayer for the Gooners. Now, I myself am not a Gooner, but I think the Gooners need prayer. Otherwise, they will goon too close to the sun. So I think we need to read this for them. Because they're degenerates, they call God Daddy, because they're gross. But, Daddy, give me the strength to goon, the patience to edge, and the wisdom to know the difference. I think they needed that. Oh my god. Oh yeah, daylight saving times. I laugh in Arizonian. It was, I'm not gonna lie. I had a simultaneously rough logistic 48 to 72 hours. It was kind of a tough couple of days, but we were so productive. So just to share some, not too much, but share enough. My mom came into town. She's staying the week at the house, actually 2 weeks at the house, and we're spring cleaning. So, but between all of us, we're pulling out the furniture, we're organizing everything, we're wiping down the walls, we're wiping down the baseboards, we're mopping everything. We're deep cleaning, and it feels good, man. It feels good. We've probably needed a spring cleaning for a couple of years now. And so just getting into the nooks, crevices, and crannies of the house and just getting it, beautiful again. Not that it wasn't beautiful, it was always beautiful. But getting it to the place that it needs to be has been psychologically relieving, if not, logistically a pain. So I'm simultaneously wiped out from that and also ecstatic for the productivity that we've engaged in. So spicy because Pisco is Hispanic. I get it. Well, I mean, also we have spicy combos. Please tell me how bad the Dems got. I would say that one of my frustrations, as an example, is Gavin Newsom talking to Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker, who has recently gone on a trip to China, simped for the current Chinese Communist Party, despite them being likely guilty of a cultural genocide in recent American memory, political memory. Him soying out when he got a red book. Him doing apologia for the Red Sea crisis. Him doing apologia for Hamas on October 7th. And so having the likely future president of the United States sit down with him is equivalent, in my opinion, to the future Republican president sitting down with Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens. That's probably is where we just are as a country right now, where Hassan Piker has enough clout and some of the dissident right-wingers have enough clout that they just have clout within the presidency, which is unfortunate. But I think it's just the nature of the beast at this point. So basically, I'm going to watch the Gavin Newsom content. And if it's like a softball where Gavin Newsom gets to play nice and, he gets to forward his campaign position, and then if Hassan gets a little bit too spicy, he gets to press him back and he doesn't go tanky progressive apologia, sure, no problem. But the mere fact that he's on there is already an alarm bell to me. And then if he sweeps for Hassan, then I'm going to be upset. You got to say the goon prayers with more oomph, clench your cheeks when you do it. Yeah, got to do Kegels while we're doing it. Christian Lair says the Herrerra stuff is really disappointing. Maybe understand how Connor feels about the libs unironically. Yeah, dude. Don't lie. You can win without lying. Pisco sent me a DM. I'm ready. All right, call him Pisco. I'm gonna set up the convo. Everybody play nice. Play nice. No Fed posting. I'm calling. I'm just gonna engage with chat while I'm waiting for Pisco to pick up. All right, I called him. He didn't pick up, so I'll give it a second. Silver says good morning, sluts and cucks. Yeah. That's how the gooners greet each other. Connor, you gotta say the goon prayers with more oomph. No. Would also advise not getting smashed at night and finding out about political controversies. Yeah, probably not. Not the greatest thing. 53 Democrats can't say the IRGC is the largest state sponsor of terrorism right now. I mean, that feels like a virtue signal to me. I don't really care about that, but that's okay.
Yo, sorry. It's on streamer mode. I didn't see it. My bad.
It's all good. Let me turn you up. Can you talk again?
Don't touch anything. I'm gonna adjust something. Okay, I'm gonna adjust something for you. Okay. Just
all right.
Give me a second. So let me adjust something for you. I'm turning on my camera. I'm gonna adjust something for you. That should be a little bit better.
It is substantially better.
Okay, 1 second. And then I'm just gonna make sure people can see you. Mr. Counter, Mr. Points. What are we calling you now?
Mr.
Mr.
Points is
Points.
fine. I love Mr. Points. Connor is fine. Whatever floats your goat.
Share source. Do this. And
Ooh.
boom. You are now being seen and heard.
Excellent.
My brother,
I
how you
love to
doing?
be seen and heard. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, I don't know how well I'm doing, Connor. This war, man.
I think that's fair. So lay it out for me, because I have a feeling, if I could lay out my suspicions on how this is going to go, we're going to agree on the morality of launching the war. We're probably not going to agree on the morality of the war itself. And we're probably not going to agree on whether or not there's legal or historical precedent for this to be happening without being like an impeachable offense. But if you want to lay out your groundwork, I'm happy to hear it.
Man, you're getting right into it, bro.
We don't have to. If you want a little bit of foreplay, hey, how are you? How's the family? All that kind of stuff. We can do that.
No, I mean, I'm shocked, Connor. I mean, this is like a level of efficiency that I didn't expect it.
I think I'm just tired. So I know that I have to be efficient, because if we go everywhere, then I'm going to get my ass. Like I'm my brain is going to turn to soup very quickly. But that's okay. I'm here for it. I love it.
Happy to get into it, but I do want to say my best to your family, my best to your life. I hope everything's going well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can
Mama Points and the little Pointses are happy and healthy and all that stuff. Good. So we're doing good.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do they like do they do Easter or something? What's coming up? That's in
Yeah. I mean, I think Easter's in April, but I also haven't paid attention for a while. But yeah, we do major religious holidays with the family.
Okay. Well, I hope that the bunny gives them good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude. I don't know.
I hope they get 10,000 pounds of chocolate from the Easter bunny. Yeah, me too.
Well, why did the bunny come into this whole like religious thing? It seems kind of like heretical.
You gotta watch the South Park episode. So there's this classic South Park episode involving the Pope and the bunny, and they do a spoof on the Da Vinci Code for it, where there's like a giant conspiracy about why a bunny is associated with Easter, and then it turns out that whoever was the first head of the church who was at the Last Supper was a rabbit, and that's the conspiracy theory. And so what ends up happening is they crown a pope, or they crown a pope, and it's a rabbit because they're descended from the original pope. And what ends up happening is they ask the pope, like, what should we do now? Should we bomb abortion clinics? And then like the Easter bunny doesn't say anything, and it's like, when Jesus said love your neighbor, did he really mean that? And then the Easter bunny doesn't say anything. And then as a result, things get better because the Christ vicar on earth is silent.
Well, I will have to. I think I've watched that episode a long time ago. And does like Randy go crazy and it's like a cult thing or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a subplot for sure.
Yeah. Before we get into the substance, though, thank you for that digression on Easter. Are you a dark centrist? Did you watch this video from P.F. Jung?
I haven't watched I probably am, but I haven't watched it from P.F. Jung, and I also feel like I love Paul, but I feel like he stares into the abyss for too long. You know, I think the abyss is staring back a little bit on him. So before I adopt or reject anything, I need to see it for myself.
Yeah, no, I would encourage it. I had a bit of difficulty like understanding it, so maybe you could help inform me once you watch it. All right, let's get to the war. Okay, this is why I'm not feeling great about the war. I'm not feeling great about the war because A, I think that it's illegal. B, I think that it's not going to produce the results that America, or at least Trump, in some states of mind, at some moments, claim is the goal, and what I think is a at this point, just undeniably at one aspect of their policy with Iran, which is regime change. I think it's not going to be effective at that, and I think it's unjustified. And I think that it's also an opportunity for him to try to claim extravagant powers domestically. And I'm concerned from a libertarian perspective, from a rights perspective, about what that's going to mean for the country. And so, yeah, just like it very much feels like the government is lying to us constantly. They're changing their story constantly. They don't even have their messaging done. People are dying, and there's not a good reason for it to happen. Not this way, and not this policy. I don't know, man. Kind of black pilling a little bit.
Yeah, can I try to articulate what the strongest argument for it is, even though you've articulated that you're skeptical about whether or not we'll be able to achieve the results, even if this is the strongest argument for it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the strongest argument for it, in my opinion, is the fact that if you look at proven oil reserves worldwide, the it's really divided between three locations. It's Venezuela, but they have very dense crude oil that needs to be cut with Middle Eastern and North African oil. It's the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia, and it's Iran. And Iran, weirdly enough, has almost as many proven oil reserves as the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia combined. Now, there are other oil reserves all over the planet. The United States is a net exporter, but the truth is that this region is critical to the energy infrastructure of the planet and the stability therein. So, the argument is that by deposing or kidnapping Maduro and then forcing the new Venezuelan regime, even though it's still in power and in place, but forcing it to be friendly to the United States, and then trying to do the same thing in Iran, despite the destabilization, effectively what we would do is we would get the world's oil reserves away from a Venezuelan, Iranian, Russian, Chinese axis of power, and therefore tilt geopolitical power towards us. So I have like plenty more to say, but I'm going to leave it there for your consideration and critique.
So you think the war is justified? The strongest argument you've heard as relates energy dominance and stability and America's role and sort of how America's affected by that, as opposed to humanity, like the goodness of the Iranian people, like what's in the best interest from a I don't know what to say, like
That's
democracy
probably
standpoint.
secondary, right?
Okay, so help me out. Do you actually hold this view?
Yeah.
Is this your actual
So
opinion? Okay, so you support the
obviously,
war.
I'm probably as critical, if not the same levels of critical of you, or as you, of the way in which, not only in which this war is conducted, but also that it is wrong. There's something fundamentally flawed about our republic that you can launch a unilateral air campaign equivalent to that seen in the Iraq War, effectively the shock and awe campaign, the prelude to the invasion. The fact that the president can unilaterally do that without the consultation of Congress is something broken in our republic. That's, but let's put that aside, and I think we're probably still going to care. You and I could still fight about the geopolitical stuff for a second. So for the geopolitical stuff, yeah, I think that effectively what we have is a conception of power and ideology. And in my worldview, power abhors a vacuum. So we will have some kind of political economic structure that dominates the world. And there are going to be competing ideologies for how the world is going to function. And if you look at the history of the 20th century, we've largely had fascism, communism, mixed economy, liberal democracy, and Islamism be the major political players on the world stage. And I don't have a problem with mixed economy, capitalism, liberal democracy dominating the other philosophies.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. The current action, are you happy that it's happening? I'm trying to find a way to ask, do you support what Trump is doing?
Yes. The simplest answer is yes.
And what I'm hearing from you is it's justified in virtue of the geostrategic interests of the United States, and because you support that like philosophy or worldview or whatever, you have no problem with it seeking to dominate those non-aligned worldview countries or something about like that, something approaching
Yeah.
geostrategic interests, which are justified in virtue of what country is asserting that interest, namely here America
There
in the
there are
West.
there are probably dozens of political ideologies, but there's four major players on the world stage, of which mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy is one of them. And I would prefer liberal democracy and mixed economy capitalism to outcompete its rivals.
Okay. Now, I I'm hearing you. Does the fact that I think we would agree it's illegal under US law, put aside international law, does that present a threshold issue that would, outside the context of hypotheticals, cause you that in the actual moment to say, I'm against what Trump is doing based on it not being done in consultation with Congress? Unlike, for example, the Iraq War, unlike the Afghanistan War. In other words, I'm asking you, do you support the action in the way it was done?
No.
In that, do you, okay? So, do you agree it's illegal?
No.
Oh, okay.
So we
What's your problem
should.
with it then?
So
What?
what's the
So
problem
you
with
don't
it?
like how it was
Is
done, like in terms of like
we because we
it's not
have
a
bad
legal issue.
we have bad historical precedent in the United States of America that has been set by our forebears. And so what's happened is if you look at the history of the United States for the past 250 years, and I think to keep it simple, the main example that I'm going to go with is the Korean War. Okay? Because the Korean War was never declared by Congress. There was never an AUMF. We never declared war on the North Korea. We conducted a aggressive air campaign in the North. We lost 36,000 troops in the Korean War. And yet the way that we got around declaring it a war, despite it being one of the most high casualty incidents the United States has ever been a part of, is whoever the president was at the time, I forget who it was, but they said it was a police action. They said that we were enforcing a United Nations charter, and therefore it's not technically a war. Therefore, I don't need the consent of Congress. And then he deployed without Congress's approval or direction.
Yeah, but that's just like fuckery.
You
Truman is
you
just
say you say it's
playing fast and
fuckery.
loose.
You say it's fuckery, but at the same time, I would also take a look at the outcomes of the Korean War, because if you asked me, there are plenty of online lefties who have the historical memory of a goldfish. And if they ask me for when has American intervention ever produced somebody good or something good, Korea would be an example of mine. Because if you look at the nation state of South Korea, there are tens of millions of people who are living an obviously materially better life than their northern counterparts. And they're effectively a part of the modern world. And if we hadn't intervened, they would have been under the Kim Jong Un and Il dynasty.
Yeah, but I'm just hearing an argument. It sounds like that the action was produced good results. I'm not really hearing. I thought we were sort of talking about whether we thought it was legal or not, and I thought you were pointing to me to like, well, okay, people have done things in the past, and I agree. The Korean War is an example without statutory authorization. But is the argument that it didn't break the law when he did that?
Well, let me ask you this then. The so is in your opinion is the Korean War illegal?
Yes.
Okay. So if let's walk through that real quick, because I think it's going to be a direct analog to Iran. So does the president have the ability to like marshal and deploy American military services in the event of emergency without the consent of Congress?
Only in the case of imminent attacks against itself.
Um,
Sudden attacks against
imminent attacks against who the country or American armed forces?
Less clear. I would say in the case of uh, U.S. armed forces who are there pursuant to some lawful exercise of that's sort of envisioned by Congress in terms of deployments, then I would say that they have the president has inherent authority to defend against a sudden attack like that. But it's necessarily limited in that it needs to be sudden and um, without drawing a precise time at which prolonged hostilities cross that threshold. It is just for that specific circumstance of sudden attacks and being able to use. But at a point in time in which it becomes clear that this thing is going, you need to go to Congress.
Then okay, so let's keep
That's my answer
going.
based on the like the Constitutional Convention, the conversations about what these people understood they were doing. So there used to be, instead of Congress has the power to make war, they changed it from make war to declare war. And when you look at the actual conversations, Madison says, "Well, we did this because we didn't want this to be misunderstood, to not give the president authority in the case of sudden attacks to use the military." But for everything else, like Madison is clear that they want Congress to be in charge of war making for
Sure.
everything else.
No, I still feel like we're piecing that apart. So hold on. So let's say that I'm the president of the United States during the Korean War, and that we have UN peacekeepers, a portion of whom are American soldiers who are deployed to South Korea, and I believe that there is a military buildup of North Korean and Chinese communist supporting forces in the North, to the point that I believe there is an imminent attack and I don't have time for deliberations in Congress. Do I have the right and ability to deploy forces to South Korea in order to deter or even engage in defensive military action against Korean forces?
So, in the context in which there is an imminent attack against a set of troops who are doing some sort of authorized action by the United States, I think that there is implied authority to deploy quickly. But you have a constitutional obligation to inform Congress as soon as possible to get specific authorization after the suddenness is over and after the exigency
Sure.
finishes.
Well, hold on. So it sounded like you said yes, but once you do it, you have to notify Congress.
The answer is I believe yes. Yeah. So any kind of sudden situation for which there's no time for Congress to deliberate regarding the defense situation, yes. That in those situations, I think that there is implied constitutional authority. To me, that's clear from the conversations of the Constitutional Convention, and also like common sense that it's also the same argument I say for people who don't think that the president wouldn't have some implied authority to suspend habeas in some cases when, for example, Congress can't convene to decide whether to suspend habeas. Let's say there's like a decapitation strike on all of Congress. I think that there are situations where Lincoln can reasonably argue, well, if Congress is not convened, we're in the middle of this, like, at least for the limited purpose until we can get Congress convened again, there's some implied authority here that needs to be thought about, right? So, like, I'm open to the notion of implied executive authorities, but they're limited to exigencies and they're limited to, the scope of how our framers envisioned it. And so,
Okay.
just because I grant the exception doesn't mean I grant the rule, which is like whatever your line is, this is quite clearly a war, and this is not like any kind of imminent attack against our troops. Now, in the Korean, maybe there are more facts about the Korean War that I don't have perfect historical recall of, that you might have better recall of. But I do think at a certain point, you need to get congressional authorization for an extended campaign once it's not a sudden attack anymore. Once there are more like offensives to recapture parts of Korea that were taken, right, and to push the fight against the communists.
Well,
I really
this
do think
is
that you need
this is why I think we're probably going to need to get into the conception of legality insofar as it parallels into these scenarios. So for instance, like if it's let's just say that everything that you said is correct and an accurate, it's an accurate legalistic analysis of the Constitution the way it was framed and the way that it was intended. Okay, let's say that's true, and let's say that the remedy for this is for Congress to order the president to say, hey, imminence has passed. We have not decided to go to war. Therefore, we want you to either withdraw troops from this location, or we are only going to give you limited support so you can do a defensive action, but we're not giving you support for an offensive action. And then if you don't listen to us, then
It's a
I'm
crime,
sorry.
or it's
I've only
yeah.
somebody just pointed it out to me that they've probably been able to hear you, but they haven't had
No
people.
worries.
Can't believe I didn't have people spamming in chat about that for the past 10 minutes. But anyways, excuse me. Now we're both on screen. So
Nice.
so hold on. So if the remedy to that is Congress holding the executive accountable, but then Congress keeps passing new appropriations bills that fully fund the defensive and offensive operations of this quote unquote police action, then is it
Not enough.
illegal?
Yeah, no, I don't think that appropriation is an authorization for use of military force. Notwithstanding the fact that you're saying that there's implied consent because Congress isn't taking some sort of action to restrain the president. But no, I don't think it's enough to just to say, we're passing normal appropriations. Putting aside the fact that appropriations, the most recent continuing resolution or whatever budget was done before this action was taken. There's one being considered right now as relates to DHS. No, to me, the continuing appropriation is not um, sufficient to see like congressional acquiescence. The war was illegal when it was launched, and it doesn't become like that act by itself is already just like it was illegal as it started, and a grounds, in my opinion, for impeachment
Then,
immediately.
then
Um,
I want to press you a little bit about this, and then hope that we don't
yeah,
get wrapped around the spoke, so to speak, on it. My my frustration with your appeal to legality is, let's say that we have let's say that we have the case of OJ Simpson, and I hope you guys are able to track my analogy. We have the case
I'm
of
tracking.
OJ Simpson, where I believe, as a fact of the matter, that there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that OJ Simpson was guilty of the crime of homicide, right? I felt like he was faking the glove incident. There was blood spatter found on some of his personal items. The knife was found in his home. He had motivation. He was stalking and harassing his wife and boyfriend. I think that this guy.
They didn't find the knife. Heads up, they think it
Okay,
was in the
but
bag or
but
whatever. But yes,
let's continue
assuming,
it
yeah, assuming.
for the sake of an analogy. Let's say that I believe there's overwhelming evidence that he's guilty. But then a jury of peers whom I disagree with, I would argue with them about it for years, months, days. They find him not guilty. And I say, well, based off of the legal standards, what you guys was illegal, because there was effectively proof positive that this guy committed homicide and you let him go. So
Yeah.
at what point does my appeal to legality matter if on principle I feel like I can line up all of these things that back up my legal argument, but the organ that processes legal adjudication either doesn't function or comes to a result that I don't like?
Yeah, so presumably you value the Constitution. I would assume this about you, even when there is no like effective remedy that can be enforced, right? Like you would want a president to be faithful to the Constitution, even when the Constitution gives him the sole discretion to determine whether he's following it, right? Like even if the Constitution gives, for example, all the authority for Trump to figure out the pardons, and it's very hard for us to think about like oversight about that. Maybe there are in some limited cases, maybe through impeachment for certain things, uh, but maybe effectively there's no like good mechanism to remedy a violation of their oath of office. I think you would still value the Constitution and respect to it in that context. And likewise, I think even if you thought that a murder was for some reason because they dropped the ball on the evidence or a verdict that is unjustified, you would still think it was wrong and because it was an illegal, unjustified homicide. Now, you probably also think it was wrong because the act itself is wrong, But the fact that it was illegal, I think it has some independent force for you, even if there's no way to effectively, enforce that in a given instance. And even if so I
Sure.
think that you would agree to that.
Sure, but then we get to, and I do. I am a proceduralist, and I think that every time we violate the procedure of our Constitution, we're inviting disaster. And
Can I
I
pause? I'm
think
sorry to interrupt you, and I do want to let you cook, but I don't want to just say it's procedure because this is super substantive. This is like the power to make war is like one of the most important sovereign powers that our country has, and it's being stolen by the president. I mean, this is going to give authority potentially, and there are even like whispers about like drafts and shit, right? So like this is a really really important substantive power, and who gets allocated that power is more than just proceduralism. It's like gets to the heart of our democracy and like whether our democracy is legitimate. It's like it's almost the same thing as like the tariffs. You would never say, well, you take issue with
Emma,
Trump's tariffs because they're illegal. That's a procedure issue. It's like, no, it's like he doesn't have that power, and it's substantive that he doesn't have that power. I don't know,
in the
but I'll let you respond and
basket.
cook. Sorry for
Sorry,
interrupting.
I'm talking to my mom because I
Oh,
want a pencil sharpener.
no worries.
In the basket that's in the kitchen, there's a pencil sharpener. It looks like a little plastic. Could you just grab me the sharpener, please? Thank you. Grandma Points, Points is also hanging out. So
Wow, very
yeah,
cool.
yeah. So
Hello to
she's helping us do some spring cleaning. So the
very nice.
the all right. So hold on. No, you're right, and maybe proceduralism feels dismissive, but let me
That's all I'm saying. I
let
don't
me.
know that you implied that. I'm just saying I want the audience to know
No, maybe I did.
that.
Maybe I did. But I want to press back on that. So for instance, and I think I can argue. Thank you. That's perfect. I think I can argue this successfully, and maybe I don't know which direction you're going to go. Okay.
Sure,
So
yeah.
let's say that I appeal to historical norm where I just go through a series of conflicts that we've had in the United States stretching back 250 years in which Congress had minimal consent or no consent to armed conflict on behalf of the United States.
Right, yeah.
Then I'm going to need some kind of like consistency effectively because I'm going to be arguing that from a historical perspective, we've been paving this path to hell with good intentions for 250 years. And
Yeah, I'm gonna bite a lot of those bullets, because I'm gonna say that basically you're right. Up until the Korean War, there is a precedent of Congress getting involved, at least with statutory authorizations. Putting it aside, for me, the formal declaration of war itself isn't the important part. It's about the fact that Congress is passing some sort of authorization, whether
but
it's a formal
can I
declaration of
bring
war.
no, sorry, finish your idea.
Yeah, no, just that like there's a pretty decent track record of up to the Korean War, this being what Congress did, getting minutely involved in this kind of shit. And then after that, we still have certain cases like, for example, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, where it's a I think sufficient condition for me to be in support of the action that it be legal. And I'm just going to bite the bullet that to the extent that the interventions in between done by Obama, done by Clinton, done by yes, Clinton. Yes, Bosnia. Yes, fucking uh, Libya with
Libya,
Obama.
Syria.
Yeah. So
Okay. I mean that was
Syria.
going to be my entire counter argumentation. So if you're just kind of granting it, then the only
Yeah,
reason
I'm
why
not okay with the president. Well,
I would
I
just
will
want to
say though, for
articulate
Syria,
it for the sake of the audience. That's the only thing I would want to do.
yeah, for Syria, I will say I think that there's a difference between the attacks against ISIS, which is literally an outgrowth of Al Qaeda, where I think that certain strikes and again, a lot of it is like funding rebels and who I don't think that's the same thing as making war is like funding the Kurds or whatever. I don't think that that's at issue. A lot of that is appropriations anyway. But in general, so putting aside the issue of ISIS, where I think that there arguably is a good faith under the original authorization related to 9/11 to attack ISIS. With respect to like attack, I don't know if Obama bombed the regime, the Syrian regime.
No,
Maybe he did.
the only
I
I
think
think
no.
there was one airstrike against an airfield in response to alleged chemical attacks or something like that, but it was very limited. And I think it took out like Russian logistics support networks. We never, at least to my knowledge, to what I don't remember, We might have covered or provided like air cover to special forces and Kurds, but that was during like active engagements with ISIS. I
Right,
can't
and
remember.
Obama, I think, went to Congress to request like, "Hey, do you guys want to go to war with, or do you want to authorize me to take strikes on Syria?" And they're like, "No." And that should like inform us about something that like if the Congress people, the representatives of the people, are unwilling to sign off to authorization for the use of force, and we're worried that by putting it in the hands of Congress, they're actually going to reject a lot of these wars, then that's kind of like a tacit acknowledgement that our leaders recognize that putting it to the vote of the people's houses is not going to produce the same result because the people, at least intuitively in their minds, perhaps, are less in favor of these actions. And
This
or
this
whatever the rationale
is
is, it just belies a guilty conscience almost. That I'm not sure I can
this
prove
is
that,
the
but it just that's what I feel.
argumentation that you and I are going to be lockstep in. And so this is where we're going to be in lockstep. So I can appeal to the Iranian, let's say the Iranian regime gets overthrown and it's the equivalent of South Korea and tens of millions of people are freed from an authoritarian regime and we have normalized trade relations. That's not an appeal to legality. That's like an appeal to consequence. And by the way, doesn't we know there's going to be a lot of chaos and bloodshed in the interim leading up to that result, and that result isn't even probable, it's just possible. And there's a whole bunch of other shit that's on the table that's equally possible.
You can look at other because you can look at other interventions, and I don't know, like,
Libya. You can look at Libya. You can look at Syria.
Libya
you can look at the entire Arab
Vietnam,
awakening in the Middle East and North Africa. Yeah, it could be really bad.
And I think in order to justify me saying like we're going to violate the Constitution, I have a very high burden for like a knowing violation of the Constitution. It's going to have to be like civilizational in question. And for me, like not even, and I mean this literally. Sorry, one second. Fucking hair is messed up.
I think it looks great. I think you look like a middle schooler about to go play. Throw some baseball with the friends. After school. I think that's what it looks like.
With the full beard. Okay. Someone check this.
I mean, I knew some Hispanics in middle school who had full beards. So.
True. What I was saying is like, for me to knowingly endorse a president, like violating the law, it's going to have to be a very high threshold showing. Maybe if we're getting into like tens of millions of lives, we're approaching it. But that is the like size. It needs to be existential for this country. That's how important it is for me to like maintain this country. That might seem like an insane thing to say, but like
no, I'm with you.
Yeah.
If we destroy the republic and turn us into a skinwalker of a republic, but we launched a war in Iran that has as many chances to fail as it does to succeed, and we're threatening like nuclear holocaust in order to do so, then yeah, clearly this is like a horrible calculation. It's incredibly stupid. Now it might work.
And I don't want to turn into China, right? Like, 'cause I don't want to be like China. I don't want to be like Hungary or Russia. And I feel like all of these instances where we're chipping away, it kind of reminds me of the conversation that Hutch has had, where it's very structural and lib pill to be like, we need these guardrails, and no, we can't just do illegal things because it'll produce a good result, whatever. And it tracks consistently with this, right? People's brains just turn off. I'm not saying you, but other people's brains turn off, because I think you are considering this stuff. When it comes to foreign policy, like they almost like don't even want to get into it, right? They almost don't even want to
flip your analytical lenses because clearly it's easier to win on one instead of the other. So if you let's say you start grilling me on legalism, that might sound dismissive, but I promise it's not. Let's say that you grill me on legality, and then I appeal to historical violations of this legality, and then I appeal to the consequentialism of freeing tens of millions of people from an authoritarian theocratic regime. Well, now you're the bad guy because you want all the Iranian people. Hold on, real quick. I'll finish, and then I promise I'll let you respond. But now you're the bad guy because you want tens of millions of Iranians to live in authoritarian theocracy, and you're a piece of shit. But I don't feel like that's good faith, because I'm pretty sure you want the Iranian people to be as free as possible.
100%.
You just don't think that blowing up the entirety of their oil and command and control and political infrastructure is the way to free them.
Let me give people what they want. First, I want to respond to that though. Something really interesting you said. Um, on the kind of like historical precedent, like, well, now it's been eroded, right? I don't think that we would say this for certain things that you care about. So it was the case that for literally centuries, the second, like 200 years plus, the Second Amendment wasn't thought of and wasn't applied as an individual right. A, until the 21st century, it wasn't applied against the states at all, only against the federal government. And it until the 21st century, it wasn't applied as an individual right, at least not from Supreme Court precedent. But you would never say, well, oh, I guess we've always done it this way, and so we should just like not have the Second Amendment anymore, just because it's like recent that we've like discovered that maybe it has more substance to it than what people thought before. Similar to the First Amendment, right? The First Amendment, you were used to, maybe this you think this is based, you would be able to like charge participation in the American Communist Party as a crime back in like the early 20th century. And the first administration, sorry, the Adams administration, they made it a crime to like insult the president with the Sedition Act. So we've never been like fully true to some of our most base principles, to say nothing of like slavery and all that stuff. But we wouldn't just say, well, because we weren't faithful to this provision that matters, therefore in the future, we should just forget it. So I
No,
don't think
if
we
anything, I would be arguing the opposite. Is that it's clear, at least in my opinion, that we've reached a tipping point with this eroded balance of power between the executive and the legislative. That the legislative
right, yeah.
must, not should. And unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if they have the stones or the logistics to do it. But if we're going to preserve the republic, I think they must reassert the balance of power in reference to war making.
Right, right. And this is also to the Hutch argument too, which is Hutch is arguing against people who say, well, Trump already did these political prosecutions. He already did this kind of stuff. And so the gloves are off. But I don't think that we're just because Trump has disrespected it, or indeed, in the case of you might even have a better case for the war power specifically because it's been a bipartisan, and some of like the darlings of the Democrats have been the most flagrant. In some ways, you can almost argue that the Bush administration, the second Bush administration, was more faithful to this specific principle than Obama or Clinton were, because they sought at least some aspect of congressional authorization, putting aside obviously like the consequences of what they did respectively, on which reasonable minds can disagree. I think the reasonable minds can disagree. But okay, just like stepping back, I don't think that mere violation over time, and even a track record, a bipartisan track record of violation of a constitutional like theme means that we shouldn't apply it. And then to the second point, which is about like, let me give you what you want, and then I'll let you respond. I know I've been monologuing. In my perfect world, obviously, I want the Iranian regime to fall. I view it fundamentally as illegitimate. I don't think that theocracy is good. I think that they're like in many ways a fascist state. I think that they are absolutely irrefutably funding terrorist groups. It is a national security issue with respect to America. So all of that stuff is stuff I freely grant. And I do want and if I knew that there was a really good chance that American intervention would produce the result of a Western friendly regime and that it was done appropriately, I might even sign on to that authorization. The problem is, experience shows that this kind of intervention, I think, doesn't have the best track record. And so from a policy perspective, I'm not convinced that it has a high odds in general. I don't think it'll have a high odds when the people who are conducting the policy don't give a shit about the Iranian people and don't have a mechanism in place to accomplish regime change or like de-Islamism, yeah, as opposed to like de-Baathification, right? Like there was actually an effort by the Bush administration to rebuild institutions, to reconstruct things, to de-Baathify, and you can take issue with all that stuff. But at least there was at least a seeming intent to do that. And so with the leaders we have who are liars, capricious, who don't give a fuck, I think it's even less likely. And we have the issue of it being illegal, and done unilaterally. So all of that stuff means that I don't think that the outcome we want is likely. And even though I would want obviously the Iranian people to be free. Sorry.
Yeah, so maybe for the sake of contention, we should move into the legalistic insofar as justifying it in line with this history of erosion. But I think before we do that, and I think we could analyze it step by step and effectively see what we think, what facts or whatever are in contention.
Just to explain it to the audience real quick. So what Connor, I think, suggesting, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is let's assume the previous actions like Obama, et cetera, were legal, and see if we agree that this could be distinguished from them in the sense of legality, so that one could take the principled position across time that what Obama and Clinton did was legal, but that this is different than that and illegal.
And
That's interesting to me.
We might disagree on the underlying facts, or that'll be where the contention is. So I think that'll be an interesting part of the conversation to have. Before we do so, though, I want to make it clear that just because effectively what I'm positioning myself to be a devil's advocate on behalf of the administration in order to make argumentation along the erosion of the balance of power, but for me, where this is snapping, where it's pretty clear that Congress needs to reassert its authority over war making, is, for instance, in the Caribbean. So declaring random civilian vessels narco terrorists and blowing them up with zero due process under the 2001-2002 AUMF, that's clearly a massive departure from the AUMF is incredibly vague, but it's still an obvious departure from the AUMF. And then, so I almost think the 2001-2002 AUMF needs to be repealed because it's so vague. Then,
and administrations, both Democrat and Republican, have interpreted just wild connections between what that authorizes and what they want to do. For sure. And everything you just said makes total sense. I just want to finish that concept real quick. So basically, the other part of that is trying to stretch trafficked drugs that are voluntarily consumed, like fentanyl, into a weapon of mass destruction. So you can say that Southern and Central American gangs are effectively terrorist organizations that are actively conducting terrorist attacks against the American people. Therefore, we can drone strike them anywhere that they exist, is again such a clear departure from the intent of the 2001-2002 AUMF that asserting it is almost laughable. So I think the courts and Congress need to reassert themselves over that. Right. But the reason when you say that it doesn't cover it and that it should be reasserted, I think you would grant this. I don't know that you would not. So I'm not trying to say like you're contradicting yourself, because you might even just grant this. I think you're granting that the AUMF needs to be complied with, right? To the extent that you're not complying with the AUMF, you're doing something that you shouldn't do. In other words, you should comply with the AUMF, right?
Yes, but I think that in 2001-2002, when this was first drafted, we really didn't know what we were getting into with the war on terror. And I think that the language effectively is like, not only can we take action against Al-Qaeda and its affiliates, but we could also take action against any government officials or organs that have aided Al-Qaeda and its affiliates. Right. And then we're also authorized to attack. And sorry for the chat, there's some people who are confused. AUMF is authorization for use of military force. We never had a declaration of war, I don't think, against the nation state of Afghanistan or Iraq. What we did is we used an anti-terrorist AUMF in order to justify.
No. There was two. No. There was.
We had an AUMF for Iraq, right?
Yeah. Okay. So you're absolutely right about the AUMF for the Al Qaeda stuff. That being the basis for a lot of people to go to war on things that seem like tangentially related. So that absolutely is true. But there's also a separate AUMF specifically for Iraq. You're also correct, though, that it was confusing because the administration said, like just like this administration is throwing shit out there, right? Like,
they cited an Al-Qaeda.
Yeah.
They cited an Al-Qaeda branch being in northern Iraq as a part of their casus belli, their case for war. But what's interesting about that is, I forgot the guy's name. He was a huge douchebag. I think it was Zawahi. I could be wrong. But that guy was a Jordanian prisoner with tattoos who was not particularly faithful to Islam, went to Osama bin Laden and said, "Give me $1 million because America is saber rattling about Iraq." And so Osama bin Laden did not want to give him money, but because Iraq was so clearly the next point that the United States was going to do something, he gave that guy the money. He went to Iraq before the war, and then the United States used his presence as a justification for war.
But they but they passed another AUMF, and in the AUMF, Connor's correct. This is quoting from the AUMF's sort of recitals and the introduction. Whereas members of Al Qaeda, an organization bearing responsibility for attacks in the United States, its citizens and interests, including the attacks that occurred on September 11th, are known to be in Iraq. So in the AUMF, they did a separate one. Because there's not a direct connection that Iraq helped plan 9/11 or was involved in the attack on 9/11. It's just the connection afterward that is being cited. The AUMF calls that out, but there's a separate resolution for Iraq. And I think that implies, Connor, the fact that you think that it should be reined in or it should be respected, that these AUMFs should be complied with and were necessary in order to make the wars legal.
Yes, but the AUMF for the 2001-2002, if you read it as liberally as possible, it effectively also authorizes the president to take immediate action against any organization that's planning like an imminent terrorist attack on the United States. I mean, if you want to read it out loud, you can read it out loud.
I'll read it. Yeah, I'll read it out loud. I know that some presidents might, in bad faith, like say that or claim that. I don't think that's a fair reading of the AUF.
If you want to read the
quote, I'm not. But I just want to be clear. I'm not denying that some people read it that way. So what Connor is suggesting, I agree that there are some people who I think are bad faith or executive maximalists will read it that way, but I don't think it's a reasonable one. So this is the quote: that the president is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, past tense, authorized, past tense, committed, past tense, aided or aided the terrorist attack that occurred, past tense, on September 11th, 2001, or harbored, past tense, such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future attacks of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons. So yes, there is a appeal in the AUMF that says this is done to prevent future terrorism, but the use of force is only authorized against such nations, organizations, or persons that did the thing. In other words, I don't think it's fair to suggest that Iran is included here just because they do other terrorism, because the terrorism that's specifically the focus of the AUMF is that which occurred on September 11th. Now, for ISIS, you actually have a connection with that organization in that it's an outgrowth of Al Qaeda. Like, I don't think that just changing your branding makes it so the AUMF is no longer in force. But like, there's a direct path with ISIS to Al Qaeda, and there, right, you're going against an organization that was responsible in some way, right, for the attacks on September 11th in order to prevent future acts of international terrorism. That's a lot more of a clear case of use of force. At least I'll say that it's a reasonable argument than like Iran, which is an enemy to Al Qaeda, Iran, which is not aligned with ISIS or Al Qaeda.
Yeah, I think the what I was thinking of though with AUMF, which by the way, I still think I'm agreeing with you that it is a bad faith interpretation of the AUMF. But I did want to read this sentence because I think it's also pertinent to the way that the executive maximalists are arguing. So, and this is asserted immediately after, or immediately before, excuse me. Whereas the president has authority under the Constitution to take action to deter and prevent acts of international terrorism against the United States, now therefore be it, and then it says what you say. So the way that I'm taking this from executive maximalists is that the president does have the ability to deter or prevent, I think is what I just said, deter or prevent acts of terrorism. But then what they're doing is they're taking that single sentence and they're expanding it without limit, including saying Iran's a state sponsor of terror, and they have done terrorist attacks in the past against the United States and against other people. Therefore, we can launch an unlimited air campaign, although it's limited to 60 days, which I think even they admit. But we can unilaterally launch this military campaign because they engage in terrorism. Which, by the way, I'm not saying is a good faith interpretation. I'm just saying that's what they're arguing.
No, I hear you. No, so I just want to be clear for the people listening in the audience. That part of what he's reading, those recitals aren't operative law. They're just like almost like statements of policy or statements of like belief of the Congress that aren't actually law. And you shouldn't take. Yes, I would agree the president has authority under the Constitution to take action to deter and prevent acts of international terrorism against the United States. But that doesn't mean that he could, like, for example, the way I'm going to do this is impose tariffs that violate the law, or the way I'm going to deter is getting rid of the First Amendment, or the way I'm going to do it, like, just because the president has authority, which he does under the Constitution, to take actions to deter or prevent acts of international terrorism, doesn't mean that he has that the actions, the subset of actions he can take, include things which the Constitution prohibits to him. Right. So I agree that the president has that authority, but it doesn't mean that he can violate the Constitution. The authority is limited and cabined by the Constitution itself. In other words, the Constitution is the source of that authority, and to the extent that any action he takes to deter or prevent international terrorism is in conflict with it, for example, violating rights, or, let's say he's like, in order to deter terrorism, everything is under federal control, you wouldn't say, well, he has that authority because he has the authority to take action to deter and prevent acts of international terrorism. And that's not even operative parts of the law.
Yeah, it's not unlimited.
You mentioned the 60-day stuff. I think that's an allusion to the War Powers Resolution. There, I think, to your point,
real quick,
a lot of bad faith readings. Yeah.
I need to yell at chat just for a moment.
Yeah.
So, chat. Pisco and I have a variety of things that we could do today in order to make money. And some of those are watching drama slop of random sex acts of YouTubers. Another thing is watching the 50th fight between leftists and liberals over the future of the Democratic Party. Another one is basically just watching other people's geopolitical analysis and reacting to it intermittently, or legalistic analysis. If you actually want good faith conversations between intelligent people talking about like current events or whatever, please reward it with not only your viewership, but by liking the stream, sharing it with your friends, engaging with chat, and super chats and memberships if you got them. Otherwise, what you're telling me by not donating, no offense, I've gotten a couple of donations, but if we don't make any money, then what I'm assuming is that you want drama slop. That's what you're telling me. You just want endless drama slop. Who had sex with who and why and who's upset and all that kind of crap. So, anyways, put your money where your mouth is.
No, appreciate that call. Thank you, chatters, and I appreciate you viewing and supporting all that stuff. So that's the first part, which is I agree that is, and I know that Connor is not asserting that is his view. I think what people will do is they'll do that kind of analysis, be like, well, the president, you don't think the president could like prevent a terrorist attack, and you don't think the president can do stuff to prevent attacks, like, and they'll keep it in those general terms. Their answer is like, yes, they can do some stuff, but they can't do everything. And on the War Powers Resolution, this kind of 60-day window, people misread this. And even Obama, it pisses me off so much, this OLC opinion written under Obama justifying the Libyan intervention legally. They're like, the War Powers Resolution impliedly asserts that the president has authority to like actions for 60 days, which is just not true. The War Powers Resolution specifically disclaims that. It says, don't read this as authorizing any particular thing. In their policy statements, the Congress is expressing its view that the president only has authority pursuant to statutory authorization, a declaration of war, or this ability, implied power to defend against sudden attacks, right? There's like an implied power. So
that's going to be
War Powers Resolution
the next step, in my opinion.
All right, let's get to that. I want to move on to the frame of reference, which I thought was super interesting, which is the historical one, in a second. But the War Powers Resolution does not support the contention that this is legal. And so I just want, for you and me, given that you want the executive power to be reined in, surely you would agree that the best faith interpretation of what the law demands is that this current action is not in compliance with the structure the framer set out, and therefore illegal.
I want to test that logically through the next steps. Now, I'll concede that I don't think it's good faith in line with the intention of the founding fathers. But I literally, because you said imminent attack multiple times, I want to
Yeah.
test that theory with you now.
Okay. And there will be some edge cases where it'll be a hard case, and I'll say it as much. But yes, go for it.
Okay. So I'll try to be as brief as possible, but I think I need to set up the groundwork on which we're operating. So regardless of Donald Trump, we do have aligned interest with Arab and Israeli allies in the region, both for security policy and for energy policy. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is a huge ally, huge energy exporter. Kuwait is a huge ally, a huge energy exporter. Excuse me, Iraq is not necessarily an ally, but they're friendly enough for us. And then where they kind of vacillate between the United States and Iran. Then Israel has been an ally at least since, I don't know what, the early 60s. So we have allies in the region. And Israel might have a heterodox perspective on the Iranian regime, but effectively their perspective is we cannot let them get a nuclear bomb because at that point they can do whatever the fuck they want with impunity and can engage in endless terrorism against us while also holding the region hostage with a nuclear bomb. That is their not our policy. That's their policy. Do we agree so far?
Also the position of yeah, but I think it's also the position of the American government, as well as good sense, that this regime, which you shouldn't trust, not get access to nuclear weapons. I agree that that is a national security interest of Israel and also of the world and also of the United States.
Okay. So with that being stated, also, I think we should further assert that, oh, Jesus Christ, with the oil. Okay, sorry, now I need to thank the people who donated. Tribe with the 2, Corey Peltzman with the 2, Numinax with 10 gifted. Thank you, King. Much appreciated. All right. Thank you for putting your money where your mouth is, Numinax. I do appreciate it. Okay, so that we agree is factually true, that we have allies in the region and we do not think that them getting a nuke is in anybody's interest. So then
just want to be clear, I don't think that's like objectively true. I just think that makes sense to me.
It's
like,
descriptively true of the nation states in conflict. That's their perspective.
And I think it's our perspective, America's perspective, and I think that's what the perspective ought to be. So I don't view there's like an objective, real answer to what's in U.S. interest. That's itself baking in a lot of preferences.
Sure,
but I'm just I will oftentimes reject the framing of sometimes realists to assume that there's like objective answers to what's in the best interest.
There might be a mutually assured destruction version of this, where we give Saudi Arabia and Iran the bomb, and then Israel, Saudi Arabia, and Iran are in a 3-way nuclear standoff until the end of time, but that ushers in more stability than what we currently have.
Right, right. So all I'm saying is, yes, and I understand the example when it shows. All I'm saying is, it's the reflection of my belief that this is what American policy ought to be, which is to limit the spread of nuclear weapons, including and especially towards states like Iran. So even though you could imagine a scenario like what Connor just provided, and if you were convinced of that, your opinion would shift. That's the way of saying it's not like quote unquote objective. It's just a reflection, I think, of our perspective on what is actually in the national interest, given our views. And so that's what I mean when I say I believe it's in the national interest. And I agree that is what it should be.
I do think the Mexican standoff scenario is pretty funny. But anyways, so the next thing...
Have you seen the Key and Peele? There's a Key and Peele with an Asian guy that do a Mexican standoff, and it just keeps escalating. I'll send you the video. It's really funny.
The Key and Peele skit that I watched recently was the baby one, where he bumps into a guy on a basketball court and he's carrying a baby. So the guy's like, oh, I don't even want to fight. And so then the dude just straps baby armor to him, and then just like he has like a baby on every single arm and forearm and chest and all that stuff. And he keeps talking shit to him, trying to start a fist fight.
I think 90% of their skits are just like the same kind of like intensification loop, where they're just like they do like 3 versions.
They're fucking with each other.
Keep intensifying, no. Sorry, go ahead. So we were talking about.
So that's one of the things that has been asserted, is that the United States and its allies, including Israel, are not interested in Iran getting the bomb. The next one would be whether or not Iran is a destabilizer of the region and a state sponsor of terror. And so the obvious examples there are that they do send money and logistical support to Hamas. They do send money, logistical support and training to Hezbollah. They did back Hezbollah with logistics and training during the Syrian civil war. And then they
The Houthis in
also have
Yemen.
backed the Houthis. And then the Houthis, regardless of whether or not you think it's based or cringe, they have done the Red Sea crisis blockade, where they've been attacking random civilian vessels that pass through, not the Strait of Hormuz, the other one, the Gulf of Oman. I forget what the strait is called.
Or I don't fucking know. But yes, and also Russia. That Iran has helped Russia with its what I think it's an illegal war of aggression against Ukraine.
Yeah,
They've been
they sell
providing,
the
like,
Shahed the Shahed drones. I've seen Shahed drones most recently deployed. Until this conflict, I saw them exclusively deployed in Ukraine, exclusively.
Yeah.
So, and for those of you who don't know,
agreed on that there's like a bunch of bad actions it's doing, and it's supporting international terrorism as well as state badness.
and I do promise we are going somewhere, Chad. If you're like where this is going, I promise it's going somewhere. So, and then for those of you who don't know, just because I do think it's interesting, the Shahed glide bomb is effectively a one-way attack drone that is the size of like a Volkswagen Beetle, but it carries an explosive payload. So it's basically a delta wing aircraft that just flies into its target and then explodes. And so it's pretty cheap. I think it costs like thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. And so what the Iranians have done.
You don't want to encourage drone terrorist attacks.
I'm not. This is descriptive. I promise it's descriptive.
That was so dishonest when people took that clip and were like,
I almost defended Hassan, and maybe I should. I don't think anybody would care, but like he was clearly being descriptive.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Anyways, okay. So sponsor of terror, supporting Russia. I guess I'll cut to the chase. So then Israel tells us, which by the way, we do have leverage over Israel, but Israel tells us we are no longer interested in tolerating the Iranian regime. We no longer want to tolerate them saber rattling about developing a nuclear bomb. We're going in and we're doing a decapitation strike against the Iranian regime with or without you. Okay? So Israel is doing a decap strike with or without us. So what you said repeatedly, and I think this is where the rubber's going to meet the road, is that in the case of imminent attack, the United States can take military action. So is it not reasonable that if an ally approaches us and states, we're going to do a decapitation strike against Iran, we know that Iran is going to respond against us and attack our bases because we are a close ally of Israel. And so as a result, we say, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. We know that if this happens, we're going to get attacked. Therefore, we're going to attack as well.
No, it's not enough for me, and I'll tell you why. The first is the facts is actually reported is that they were contemplating this for months, and this has been a known thing that could happen and pop off. And so the justification for suddenness and imminence and Congress not being available just isn't here. If this were a possibility, that this set of scenarios would occur, Trump should have gone to Congress and been like, "Hey, I need to have if I need this kind of latitude, you need to give it to me or something." But here, it's not something that's like outside of our conception, and there was joint planning on this kind of stuff very closely for months, for weeks, if not months. And there's definitely time that Trump could have prior to he could have been like, "Hey, just give me some time to talk to members of Congress." And there was time, like he had the ability to do that. That's number one in terms of the actual facts. And then number two, no, I don't think that you can justify just be based on like your prediction of what's going to occur if another country attacks Iran. I don't think that that's enough. I think you need to show that an actual attack is imminent against you, and that you have intelligence to suggest that that's the case. I mean, think about how much assets we moved to the Gulf, 2 aircraft carriers, tens of thousands of troops. We have obviously all of our embassies and shit there. There was enough time for Trump to move assets out of the embassies, and we were hearing this, right? We were hearing this whole time. They're closing down the embassy, or they're moving non-needed personnel. And so, yeah, I think that manufacturing a counterattack by another nation, I'm not going to allow that to be an end run around the Constitution. I think it needs to be a real sudden attack, which is premised on actual intelligence that they're gonna do it, as opposed to just like, well, we think they will. We think they'll retaliate against us. Recall when previously Iran or Israel did this kind of unilaterally under Biden. What was the response? The response was a token gesture, almost done like in coordination with America, and it was all good, right? Like they purposely calibrated the response as against the Americans, and so I don't think there's a good basis to suggest that just based on Israel's unilateral action, if Washington takes reasonable measures, that A, they couldn't anticipate this and get congressional authorization beforehand or to delay Israel for a certain amount of time, or B, that Iran would actually act the way that Rubio suggests they would have.
Okay.
So no,
Well,
it's not.
I'm gonna want to tease this out a little bit. So you said that part of your calculus here is that we've been considering it for months, and you cited the military buildup and deliberations and meetings with Bibi Netanyahu as evidence of that.
Yeah.
I think we've been considering this for decades, and what I mean by that is since the 1979 revolution. We've done special forces operations that failed, like trying to recover the hostages.
Carter literally tried this. No, I'm just talking about with respect to the specific
Sure,
action contemplated here.
sure.
But
I can
totally
move on.
grant
I
everything you're
just
saying.
wanted to what I wanted to articulate to chat is the fact that a decapitation, a complex multi-vehicle decapitation strike involving naval and aerial assets all striking within 20 minutes at the same time, effectively decapitating the leadership of a foreign country, of Iran.
Right. This is so important too. Yeah.
That's probably been on
bad.
the books since the
but
80s.
Yeah. But I think they're always planning to doing this contingency stuff, whatever, right? Like I grant that. Then the Bush administration, if you recall, David Frum's famous line that he gave to Bush, "Axis of evil," they're citing Iran. I remember this Family Guy joke when they're going to 9/11. I don't know if you remember. They're like, so this is where the first guy got AIDS, ground zero. Like, no, this is where the 9/11 attacks happened. Oh, so we got to go. So Iraq did this. So Saddam. And then the final line is like, so we got to go to war with Iran. Like,
Yeah.
yes, it's so obvious that one of the neocons' goal, or a lot of people who have this ideology, is to attack Iran. It's been contemplated for a lot of time. But you said something super critical there, which is like, look at their actual conduct. What they did was not just that they attacked missile locations, not just that they were doing this defensively to prevent imminent whatever was happening with their with the bases, right, and the attacks in the other Gulf states. They went after the regime and they co-signed the decapitation strike on the regime and then the sort of important military targets separate from the capabilities, which in some sense I think is more likely to provoke attacks on the bases, which is what we saw. So yeah, I think that is in line, and how Trump sold it wasn't just as what his initial speech wasn't just as this is defensive in nature. He sold it as a full regime change war. He called it a war. And so all of this to me indicates that this isn't just to prevent an attack on future and imminent attack. It was taken for, I'm sure that's part of the rationale that they were fearing that, but they were also part of the central rationale, which is to topple the regime. And that's, I think, what happened, and that's what was moving it. And this is just like a post hoc rationalization that isn't actually.
Well, I agree that it's probably post hoc, and we could keep going with this line of argumentation, but I think that this is probably like the inflex point, right? It's the fulcrum of the conversation, so I think we might as well stop here because anything after this point is, I'm not saying stop the conversation, I'm saying focus on this point. Because anything after this point is going to be appealing to consequentialism or speculations about what Iran is capable of in reference to their strikes against military assets or regional partners. It's all going to be speculative from here, so we might as well stick with the
we're so far, folks. So you're aware,
point.
We're still on legality. We're still on legality, right? So,
right. And so hold on.
I'm hoping that
let's focus on that. So in reference to legality, what I heard you say is that the imminent attack posed by Iran against American assets and regional allies is predicated on us taking an offensive action, and therefore that is insufficient to just take immediate military action without limit. And so that's kind of what I heard, even if I didn't articulate it perfectly.
So there's two parts of it. Yeah, you're right to identify those different categories. The first is me not buying that this provocation rationale in general, which is to say, so, and think of it in the self-defense context. I had a chatter who made an analogy for self-defense. It doesn't, again, self-defense doesn't always apply in the same way for personal self-defense as country self-defense. I understand that. This is just a way to think about it. If someone said, well, I my friend was going to punch this guy, and I knew that if my friend punched him, he would react by punching me because he thinks that me and my friend work together, and I, for whatever reason, was closer to him. And so my friend punched him, and then I immediately punched him because I knew that he would have this plan, and so I worked in concert with him. I don't think we would accept that from the individual, just as a structural point. When this
we
kind of like
wouldn't, but hold on. Okay, we would
Yeah.
not accept it from a. I'm laughing a little bit because I do think this is funny, and actually, weirdly enough, it still maps onto the situation. We would not accept it as a moral or legal argument in the defense of the person who did a sucker punch. But can you argue that it's not effective to say, hey, my wimpy friend was sneaking up on this bully at the bar, and I knew my friend was going to sucker punch him. So the second, and I knew he was going to get his ass kicked, and I knew this guy was going to fight me. So instead of waiting for my wimpy friend to sucker punch this big guy, as soon as my friend threw a punch, I sucker punched the big guy too, and I knocked him out before the fight even started. Like you can appeal to legality and morality. You cannot appeal to effectiveness.
Well, no, I mean, like, yeah, I grant that. I think effectiveness is with respect to an object. So I'll tell you the following. I think that the Maduro strike was very effective in that it achieved the aim of the administration. I think the real aim, which wasn't to make democracy flourish, but was to have a more compliant Venezuelan regime. And so I don't doubt that the Venezuelan abduction was like an impressive and strategically effective move according to the aims.
Yeah,
Here,
legally and ethically dubious, but effective.
Right. I would say disastrous, but yes, dubious is fine. In the case of this strike, effective with respect to some things, right? It's effective in terms of I do think that the strikes, and again, I don't think Israel is this wimpy guy. I think Israel is a fully jacked, big actor who has shown
He's
his
still
ability to protect strength.
5'2", but he's on steroids. He's built like a
He's
pit
on
bull
some
brick
shit.
shit house. Yes,
He's on some shit. But I don't doubt that the joint U.S.-Israeli strikes have been effective with respect to significantly degrading Iran's military capacity, significantly undermining the structure of the regime, now undermining like their energy.
Yeah, I just wanted to play
undermining,
into your analogy because
yeah,
because in
100%.
that scenario, you're kind of appealing to a like Roadhouse Patrick Swayze style morality of you never throw the first punch, you're always super polite, but then if somebody throws a punch at you, you kick their fucking ass. Whereas people who have been in bar fights are probably like, well, I don't want to be like Patrick Swayze because Patrick Swayze in real life would get fucking stabbed to death or would have 8 guys beat the shit out of him to death. Therefore, if I need to throw a sucker punch in order to win a bar fight, I'm going to throw a sucker punch.
Yeah, like there are situations in which I can imagine. I don't say never, right? So like, let's say that I really had a good inkling that the guy who is about to be sucker punch, I just know his character, and I know that there's like an 80% chance he's going to draw a gun that he's legally allowed to have at the bar to shoot my friend or to shoot me or something. Then I might even say that it's like morally justified if I really have that specific knowledge. Again, not applying it to this situation because there are a lot of distinguishing factors to take that punch in that moment just to make sure that this person who I know their character is not going to do it. But I would never say therefore it's legal. I would never argue that it's in fact self-defense in that context.
Sure.
And I think that matters with respect to the legal conversation. And so again, there are differences in self-defense principles between individuals and states for sure. But that's the way I'm kind of thinking about it, is like the first set of things that I'm arguing is I don't even think from a legal perspective this is covered by the limited executive exception, in that I don't think this is like a sudden defense of self or of the nation in general. And
let's roll with that. Let's roll with that.
Can I just put out the second?
Sure.
The second is the actual evidence on the ground suggests to me that that isn't what was motivating the administration, and that there in fact was plenty of time to consult Congress, and so the facts don't meet the standard, even if I accepted the standard, in my opinion.
Let's do the Congress thing, and then
Mhm.
let's do the let's do Congress, and then let's talk about the legal procedure or the attempts to hold the administration accountable. So the Congress. So this is what was argued to me, and I do believe it from a effectiveness standpoint, not from a legal or ethical standpoint. So to continue with the analogy, a sucker punch is only as effective as your ability to throw it without the other person being aware that you're going to do it. And so analogizing this up to the state level is if Donald Trump had said, despite our best efforts last
I'll
year,
grant it. It undermines it. I just want to say, we'll just grant it. Yes.
it undermines the ability to do a sucker punch to go consult Congress.
Yes, it reduces Trump's field of action, reduces his ability, his flexibility in responding to very mutable situations in the optimal way. Yes, it does. It is it's removing effectiveness in exchange for accountability.
Yeah, because
It is a
Khomeini could
trade-off.
just go into a deep underground bunker. His CNC staff could
Yes.
go into deep underground bunkers. It would be infinitely harder to take him out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Now, the way to get around this is just to tell Congress, hey, give me this flexibility for the next 6 months. I'm requesting flexibility to do strikes, and that would almost itself be like a signal to the other country that hey, I'm operating with full capacity here. But I'll give you a year. For a year, the president has authorization to use the military in such a way that he determines is effective with respect to the Middle East situation, and that is authorized for a year. Then I would be like, okay, fine. He has that. But yes, the answer to your question is yes. This check reduces operational and strategic effectiveness to the extent that you haven't pre-authorized that degree of flexibility by Congress, and that's just yes. I'm willing to bite that bullet and it be a trade-off.
Okay. Then the next point is that we are here. Okay. I wish that we had a Congress that acted quickly during the Korean conflict and actually passed an authorization for use of military force. I wish the banana wars and the Indian wars of the 19th century hadn't been launched on flimsy pretexts, and then AUMFs or non-AUMFs were passed after the fact. I wish that Bill Clinton and Obama had gone to Congress for more specific authorizations in reference to military stuff, so we could have set the precedent that the president of the United States can't just do whatever the fuck he wants with flimsy excuses in reference to security. So now that we're here with a post-Patriot Act, Palantir, military-industrial complex, AI, Orwellian deep state on the horizon, and we have Donald Trump not only enabling these things, but pushing these things to the limit. What do we do
Yeah, why would you want to
now?
give him a war power? That's what I mean. Like in this situation,
But the War Powers
it's the
Resolution of
most important-
1973 didn't do anything, or at least it wasn't enforced.
Oh, I'm just saying, this is the time to reassert. Like the best time to reassert is now, okay? And that's why I argue for it.
No, for sure. But I'm saying we might even need to check out the text of the War Powers Resolution of 1973. But I think that's part of the articulation that you're saying, that like Trump did not satisfy the War Powers Resolution of 1973, right? Because you're saying that you can do things
that's
in
additional,
exigent
yeah.
circumstances, but this is not an authorization to blanket launch any war you want for 60 days. You have to have these articulable things that are happening in order for us to back you during this thing. So,
Yes, Trump is violating both the War Powers Resolution and the Constitution. So the Constitution grants to him some implied authority with certain actions to take. So he's in violation of the Constitution because of an ultra virus act, an act taken without authorization, for failing to be in a situation in which that is there. So he's in violation of that. He's also violating the War Powers Resolution for separate reasons. And so, yeah, the War Powers Resolution is not a grant of authority. The War Powers Resolution is imposing additional procedural checks on the president, in addition to just the Constitution itself. So he's in violation of both. And the best time to reassert that is now. Because why? In the context of Palantir, in the context of a encroaching fascist government who is trying to limit our freedoms and trying to go after the people, why would we want to co-sign the war power? The war power is like one of the most important powers to sovereignty. The war power gives the government emergency authorities, some might say. Think about what Lincoln did there, and or at least justification to domestically fuck with liberty, including by drafting you to die in Iran and drafting your fellow country people. So this is a really, really important thing not to just like give away, especially given the considerations that you brought up of like the encroaching surveillance state, et cetera, all the rights deprivations.
Which is going to get worse, by the way. So I think that weirdly enough, we might actually thread the needle between like an Orwellian police state and the fascist dystopia that seems to be rearing its head, and the liberal democratic republic that we all love. I think we might be able to thread the needle on this. But what's concerning to me, especially with the Caribbean conflict, and sorry if it just sounds like I'm agreeing with you, but I probably am,
Yeah.
in reference to the reason why the Caribbean conflict cannot stand without a check from Congress is because you've taken terms that mean something, like terrorism. Like terrorism is defined, I believe, as the effectively like attacking civilians in order to achieve a political result on purpose. And so recategorizing drug trafficking as terrorism and drug traffickers as terrorists. Same thing with Antifa.
Well, some of them are.
Re-
I just want to be clear. A lot of these narco people, I think it's accurate to call them terrorists with respect to like Mexico, for example, or to respect
right, but they're not engaged in
their
active
conduct
hostilities
there.
and terrorist attacks against the
Against
United
us.
States.
Right.
They're
Exactly,
engaged in terrorist attacks against their domestic governments, and that should be differentiated.
Yes,
and then,
100%.
And then same thing with reclassifying Antifa as a foreign terrorist org, right? That characterization is terrifying, because effectively, if you have like a left-wing person who likes to wear a balaclava when they go to protests, but they actually aren't a violent person, and then they identify as Antifa because they hate fascist organizations, then what kind of like police powers are you unleashing from the state by declaring Antifa a foreign terrorist org? You know, that's the kind of shit that's scary.
That's why it should be like incredibly concerning. And that's why, like in this situation, I'm more concerned by the assertion of this power than I am about the tariff situation, which is itself another big issue. Right? Like one of Congress's core authorities is the authority to tax and set tariffs. And to me, that is a really important power that Congress have. But like the power with respect to war, like I'm more worried about a president abusing and stealing the war power than I am about him abusing and stealing the tariff power. That should be just like very intuitive people for whatever reason. A lot of liberals, I have to say, maybe not all of them, and I will note that the vast majority of Democrats are against this. The vast majority, I would say, so far the polling suggests the vast majority of Republicans are in favor of it. Contrary to a lot of the copers like Cenk Uygur, TYT, are like, we should unite with the right wing populists. They're just going to fall in line behind Trump, etc. Hopefully, they'll change their view, in my opinion. But yeah, like liberals' minds, some liberals, not all, turn off on the war thing, and they're just like, oh, I don't really know. I guess everyone does it. I guess everyone fucks up, whatever. But on the tariff shit, they immediately stand up like, these are illegal tariffs. How can the president do this? It's Congress. It's Congress.
We all have our temperamental blind spots. And
Yes.
I'll agree that liberals do have, because what this isn't meant to be mean to anybody in particular, but they don't want to criticize. I actually think it's a tribal thing where they don't want to criticize
Obama,
Bill Clinton
Clinton.
for the Kosovo
Yeah.
thing. They don't want to criticize Obama for Libya and Syria. They also don't want to, because Korea is part of like the humanitarian interventionist narrative. They don't want to criticize Korea. So they do this like post hoc rationalization of, well, when we abuse war powers for good reasons, it's good. But when we abuse war powers for bad reasons, it's bad. And I still want the ability to abuse war powers limitations when it's good. Therefore, let's not call it out too much. So, I think it's
I think
subconscious,
that
but I
might
do
be
think
on-
it happens.
Yeah, that might be on people's minds that like, well, Obama did this, and so I need to wait. And that I think was the model that you were proposing. I do want to at some point move to that model of like distinguishing this from previous invocations of this kind of like implied authority. So, and I think that's very interesting to me, and I think that's what you propose to do. I think that might be on some people's minds, but there's also just like this presumption based in media or based on whatever that the military is Trump's domain, that he can do anything he wants with the military, and that like is a seeming presumption that a lot of people just have into like, oh, what are we gonna do? It's foreign, whatever. But it's just not the case. It's not what the Constitution says. It's similar to like the deployment of the military domestically. We have some views on that, and Congress is able to control that. And Congress has, for example, made it a crime to use the military as a posse comitatus, except for certain exceptions. So yeah, I just think that people's minds need to be calibrated.
Weirdly enough,
power.
I checked out when that was passed. It was passed in 1873.
Yes.
So unfortunately,
No,
it was probably an anti-reconstruction legal
yes,
limit.
no, it was. Yes,
but
no, you're absolutely. So guys,
it's still
but that was the
good.
purpose of it.
It's still a good principle.
Understand what was happening there, and this is why it's so. This is why Trump's arguments on it were so bad. That the Posse Comitatus Act was supposed to stop, like, the Union Army from enforcing civilian law in the South. And you could say, well, it's motivated by like a bad reason because why do we want to end Reconstruction? But it does show that there was a position against the military enforcing civilian law, like for example, immigration is civilian law, right? And that we wouldn't that's the purpose of the law, in other words.
Hold on. This is sorry. This actually cuts to part of the reason why I'm so pissed at Steven right now. Destiny, to be clear, is because he would have said post 1865, and a lot of his chatters would as well. Maybe even some of your chatters. They would have said, "Scorched earth, fuck that. No Posse Comitatus Act, federal Reconstruction, punish all the Confederates. And they're not, this, that, the other." And yet, Posse Comitatus, that law passing in 1873, which was passed under, let's say, malevolent or bad motivations, it's still something that allowed us to hold Trump accountable 100 years later, or like 150 years later, where when Trump was trying to unilaterally deploy federal forces into the United States, the judges were able to say, only for defense, only around federal buildings, and they're not allowed to enforce civilian laws. And so effectively, what was a limitation on the liberal authoritarianism, if you want to call it that, from 1873 has actually muted fascism in the 2020s, or the 2010s of the 2020s, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, no, I think that's ironic.
Yeah,
but I don't think that undermines some of the point. I understand what you're saying, like, but there are other things.
Well, in case you haven't seen it, Steven wants to go full like lib fascist. He wants to do liberal shit, but he wants to do it in a fascist way.
Right, and presumably you're against some of the actions that are being proposed, like political prosecutions or whatever, because you view them as like antithetical to our Constitution and our order of liberty. Like, but I just view that same thing. I think you need to show your consistency with respect to the war power. We'll get there, but I will say there's a
I think that's where we need to get.
Sure. There's a medium here, which is like, I don't have to support political prosecutions or getting rid of due process or like having protectual charges. I don't have to support that to say the post Reconstruction era was like too nice to the South. I don't have to support that shit to say we should be hard on the people who commit crimes in the previous administration. And I don't think that it's inconsistent to say, hey, like look at what abiding by these insurrectionists in the context of Reconstruction, look at how much harm was done by that. But then also like just using some of those laws that were passed in that era,
we could have
prevent like a thing here. There's something
we could have done so much more. And by the way, if we had even done more through the legalistic process in the late 19th and early 20th century, we would have saved ourselves a headache right now. So for instance, like with one of Lonerbox's proposals, which I really liked, was codifying, because effectively, correct me if I'm wrong, what happened with the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment in reference to the Colorado case is that the Supreme Court said, yes, this is still on the books, but Colorado doesn't have the ability to enforce it. It's Congress who needs to be able to enforce it. And then they kicked it back to Congress. But Congress itself, Congress
Yeah,
itself
it's
has not
preposterous.
codified how to process the 14th Amendment thing. So realistically, Congress could come up with a process where they say, oh, you have to do it through impeachment, or you have to do it through a majority vote, or you have to do it through a supermajority vote, or arguably, at least I would argue this if I could, I would argue there should be a commission, right? You have a bipartisan commission, of 13 or 12 members, 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and you have to take a majority vote on who qualifies for being an insurrectionist, and therefore they're barred from future office.
Yeah, Congress could directly empower a body to do that. Congress could directly enforce Section 3. People are starting to steal my idea, which is fine. I have no problem with it. You guys run with it. But my idea was to now I think this is a low chance of success for reasons, but to civilly enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and to get Congress to declare that Trump was not validly in office, and to declare that his actions pursuant to color of law, at least some subset of them, including his pardons, are null and void and have no effect and are not to be heeded. Like I would say that I'm okay with them pursuing that. That's been my idea. That's what I proposed. But I don't think the Supreme Court will buy it, but I don't have a problem with them doing that. And I've argued that, I think, now for months, that
Yeah,
this is,
so
of course,
yeah,
to
the point of that being, the thrust of that being that if they had clarified that in the late 19th, early 20th century and gone through that process, not only would they have been more harsh to the Confederacy through a legal process, but they would have set precedents for us in the modern era.
They did disallow under Section 3. They just used their authority under Section 3 to undo it. So they did apply Section 3, but then there's also authority in Section 3 to undo it, and so they just did that too. In addition to the pardons, there was like legislative amnesty as well as undoing of the Section 3 stuff, which is specifically allowed under Section 3. You can undo the disqualification.
Well,
I would argue that
Mhm.
we should apply it retroactively to Trump. We should try, right? But if that was Lonerbox's ideas, he got it from a good place. That's what I'm proposing. That's what I think should happen. But
Well,
again,
well, well,
all I'm trying to say is, like, we should be consistent on rule of law and doing things the right way, and that applies to the war too. But if you want to talk more about the specific example,
well, no, let's talk about the war. So I think that you're claiming that you do not buy the argumentation from the Trump administration. You think that they themselves have verbally flubbed and shown their true colors, that this is a regime change war, that this is not a limited anti-nuclear strike, that this is not some kind of defensive pretext to whatever. But my question is, how does Congress, especially with its current makeup, but also after the midterms, how does it hold the administration accountable? Because, so for instance, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I don't even know. You should probably just tell me. Would it be through the impeachment process, and what does that take? Would it be through legislation? Would it be through like financial appropriations? How would you actually hold these people accountable?
Yeah, so there's what they could do and what they're likely to do. The answer is they're almost certainly not likely to rein in the president to any significant degree. But these are the things they could do, and what I would advocate, depending on the Democratic majority, how much. And to be honest, I think some Democrats secretly and some not so secretly support the action. Just to be clear,
Mhm.
like Fetterman obviously supports it, but I think there's probably more agreement than is being noticed. And I think that some of these performative war resolution votes, like Moskowitz, he hasn't explained why he went from being a no vote to a yes vote. And even though I don't buy the always like the rotating villains theory, I think is played out by a lot of people. Sometimes I think it applies, and I think it applies here. I think and I suspect that there are more Democrats who agree with the action than are making themselves known.
Well, they might
Okay,
be
but
thinking
put
about
aside.
it from the consequentialist lens, though, where effectively
Absolutely, they are.
it's
Yes.
it's already been initiated. We've hated the Iranian regime for a long time. Israel was going to do this anyways, in for a penny, in for a pound. And
Yeah,
while
they want to outsource it to. Yeah, they'd rather outsource
yeah,
it to
let the
president. They
Republicans
don't
be the
wanna-
villains.
Yes.
And then
Yeah, 100%.
not just that, but I want to say this because I am as concerned as you are that effectively through noble intent we are going to destabilize Iran, and it's going to cause tens of thousands of deaths, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there also
Refugee crisis,
is
things like that.
a world that exists where we just keep doing airstrikes over the next couple of months, killing Iran's leadership, and then eventually Iran's leadership, maybe the entire IRGC, maybe the entire security state, maybe the Ayatollahs don't go away. But effectively what happens is one Iranian pops up. What's that?
They become amenable to like Delcy Rodriguez
style? What? Yeah, exactly. One of them just goes like, hey, on the news media, I'm still going to call you the Great Satan. But on the back end, I'm going to normalize trade and security relations with the Gulf states, Israel, and the United States. And that would still be a positive development.
I don't assess. Yeah, I agree that it could be the case at this turn. My hope is that it turns out awesome, and they are more amenable, and they agree not to ever have a nuclear weapon or whatever. I just don't view that as particularly likely. And even if it does happen, I'm going to be consistent in saying that it was wrong for president to do it that way, even if it turns out in hindsight, like you can do something that was stupid in the moment, right? You decide to blindfoldedly like walk into a given place, but for whatever reason, putting on the blindfold made it so that, like you had a good result, or someone like stopped you and gave you $1 million. I don't even fucking know the example I'm bringing up, but you understand what I'm saying. An action could be stupid in retrospect, notwithstanding that it ended out like it turned out well or something. So I don't grant that I don't say it's impossible that we have a good result. I just don't view it as particularly likely right now. Second of all, on the question you asked, which is like, what could Congress do? I've already described that. I don't know that even with a Democratic majority, especially with a bare Democratic majority, that there's going to be much in the way of substantive pushback. What they could do, if the majority were significantly large, or if they wanted to, is either A, impeach the president and people involved. That's almost certainly not going to happen. B, make it illegal.
Is that a simple majority or a super majority?
It's a simple majority in the House to impeach, and it's a 2/3 majority in the Senate to convict.
Okay.
So it's 66 or so senators to convict, and you might need 67. Don't quote me on that, but it's 2/3 to convict in the Senate. So that's not going to happen, but that's one thing that Congress could do. Congress could make it illegal to engage in the war. If you remember Iran-Contra, right? Congress can make a law that a certain intervention is illegal. Now, whether the Supreme Court would uphold that law, I think it would be insane for them not to, given that Congress has the power to declare war. But even putting that aside, Congress has the power of the purse. So the third thing they could do is they could just withdraw any funding related to, make it don't appropriate any funding for the specific war effort. And so there are meaningful things that Congress could do. Are they likely to do it? No. But yeah, that's just my response. I do think that this is impeachable and Trump should be removed for it.
Well, okay, but then that gets back into so for instance, I'm okay with you objecting to it, but I think I'm gonna appeal to the fact that like I brought up like a legal decision that I disagree with, where a jury of my peers doesn't follow the due process in order to achieve the result that I want, even if I can assert that legalistically I am correct based off of this facts and evidence. What does that actually have to do with the real world? Because if the procedure is not followed through and if there's no accountability, then in what sense is it illegal? Because this is where I think it's going to go. The chances of there being a simple majority in the House and a 2/3 in the Senate, if we had video of Trump raping kids. Yeah, if we had, hold on, I need to finish this. Give me some rant time. Even if we had video of Trump raping kids, the chances of
friendly don't. Hey, can you use TOS friendly terminology? Just because last time I had Chud Logic say the R word, raping.
Yeah.
He, or you just say SAing or something.
Demonetized.
Demonetized. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll stop saying that word. If we had proof positive that Trump had conducted illicit acts with children, then I think it would be a struggle to get a 2/3 majority in the Senate. We would probably have to fight tooth and nail to impeach Trump, let alone remove him from office. So I would actually
to impeach him. But I think it would be easier to impeach him, but I don't think he would be removed, or it would be difficult. Depends on the nature of the video or whatever, but yeah.
Then prohibiting this as a military function, I think is low. The funding thing,
agreed.
What I think is going to happen,
I think that's also low because the Democrats are going to be like,
we have to support our boys. We have to support our boys in green.
Right, and they've already died, right? And they're still like, oh, the Democrats aren't funding the Defense Department. So
right.
That's why I'm suggesting I'm not saying that this is likely to occur. I think it's unlikely to occur.
No, I'm not even fighting you on that. Because what I would say is not only do I agree with your assessment, I'm basically just appealing to the fact that since it's unlikely to occur, of what use is our outrage. Now, the next step, though, which people give me flack for, is if let's say that the 26 is actually a slaughterhouse. The Democrats hold on to their they hold on to their political momentum. They dominate in the House. Maybe they have a slim majority in the Senate, although what's more likely is they're going to have like a slim minority in the Senate. But then you can get a couple of Republican defectors, like Rand Paul or Thomas Massie. So let's say we also get a president. So let's say in 28, we maintain the political momentum and we get Gavin Newsom for president. And so we have a Democratic president. We have either a slim majority in the Senate and then we have a substantial majority of Democrats in the House. Then at that point, I think nuking the filibuster, passing all the pardon reforms, and passing all the, I could bring them up. Larry Hutchinson from my chat says it's all his ideas. But effectively, a loaner box had like half a dozen to a dozen reforms that I think are all good for the Republic and the the health of our Republic. I would make as a part of that packet, particularly if Iran devolves and gets worse, I would make effectively repealing the 2001-2002 AUMF or sunsetting it, and then passing a new war powers resolution or authorization stating, like, so for instance, like clarifying that the president can take action in cases of like imminent threat of terrorist attacks or military action by a foreign power, but without the consent of Congress, these actions can only preempt the specific violence that's going to happen. So let's say there's like a VBIED that's about to hit an area.
In other words.
Hold on, real quick. I'm almost done, I promise.
Yeah.
It can preempt the specific violence that is imminent, and it can be defensive. But besides that, you cannot initiate offensive military operations without the consent of Congress. That's something that I would pass.
So I have no problem. What you're suggesting is like, remove these old laws that are bad faithfully being interpreted, clarify the scope of authority that you want to give to that president, and we might have like reasonable disagreements about like how much it should extend. That's all fine with me, 100%. But I think it also suggests that your position should be this is probably illegal, even if it's in conformity with past precedent that other presidents, including Democrats, have done. I think that your position should be this is probably illegal. And we can say, assume it's legal, am I in support of it? And you can take the position that you would be, assuming it were legal. Or you could even say, even if it's illegal, I support it. But I think you have to grant that you think the war is illegal. And if it's not, and if you wouldn't grant that, what would it take for a war to be illegal? I don't even know what would an illegal war look like to Connor under the U.S. Constitution?
No, this is a great question. I'm still playing with this idea in my head because I haven't fully researched it or ingested the concept. Can you give me some latitude to articulate it?
Yeah.
So I had a conversation with Lactoid, also has a Juris Doctorate. You can think he's an idiot, but he does have a JD and he's a practicing lawyer. And so Lactoid was saying that he read a essay from a legal scholar about Obama's actions in Libya and how they were legal. And so they cited historical precedent. And what it said is that war is a specific thing. It is open hostilities between a nation state and a rival nation state. It is the ultimate level of conflict between two peoples. Whereas acts of war, we do all the time. So for instance, like sanctioning is potentially an act of war. Taking sanctioned ships is potentially an act of war. Defensive military actions are acts of war. And preemptive military actions are acts of war. And yet, the war being in this higher echelon of context, it effectively authorizes Obama to do what he wants to do in Syria and Libya, because these are not acts of war, or excuse me, this is not a declared war between Libya and the United States, where we are at a state of hostilities between the nation, which is the people, and the state being the government. We are not at war with Libya, but we're supporting rebels so the Libyan government gets overthrown, which is an act of war, but it's not war itself. So, sorry, I could keep yapping, but that's the thrust of the statement.
So I don't agree with that, like, sort of that rendition, which seems to suggest that the declaration of war, that's just for the specific declaration. We're just giving Congress the power to declare it, but everything that would entail a war, that stuff is, you know, that stuff is all allowed by the president implicitly, and the only thing that the Congress has is the declaration part of it. But that's just
well,
not what the
I don't know if
intended.
that's really getting at the spirit of what's being said. So, for instance, like if a war is a state of unlimited hostility, so effectively that would allow us to like.
I would call it an armed conflict. I would say war in its most general is armed conflict between.
You're probably right, but
group.
with war, as you stated as well, it comes a bunch of emergency power. So, like for instance, like the draft and all that kind of crap. So the question is like, if we, let's say this is the perfect example. Let's use Yemen as an example. We are not at war with Yemen. We do not have a declared state of war with Yemen, but Yemen keeps blowing up random ships as they pass there, whatever. So if we do a limited airstrike against the assets that are doing terrorist attacks against commercial vessels passing through the whatever strait that is, the Red Sea, are we in a state of war with Yemen? Yeah, yes or no?
We're making war with Yemen, and so I think the war power encompasses from Congress both making war, in other words, taking actions which are actions of war. Now, sometimes you might give the president certain authority to do certain things that would constitute acts of war, and Congress has done that. It has given the president like the ability sometimes to do sanctions and shit unilaterally, certain kinds of it, right? So there are ways in which Congress can pre-authorize certain flexibility from the president. But I think that the war power of Congress encompasses both acts of war and like whatever it is to say that we're in an open state of war. Now, I think that people who claim that Congress's power is more limited to kind of like significantly prolonged conflicts or something like that, they're just like not giving evidence for why we should interpret the war power that way. That isn't, I think, what the framers had in mind. That there's some sort of like arbitrary amount of length or set of hostilities that is encompassed by it. I think it would be making war or declaring a war. And in this case, right, this is the best case because how could this not be war? How could this be anything other than war? In this case, like this is the most war can be.
I wanna press you on this though. This is the most war that war can be. Hold on.
Strikes. Okay, decapitation strike, persistent infringements. So there's a literal trespass into their territory with consistent planes, bombing campaigns. Remember what was Pearl Harbor? Pearl Harbor is them bombing our fleet.
Yeah.
Right? No one would deny. Right. That states
well, hold on, but I want to before we get into Iran,
yeah.
I want to show you the test cases because this happened. Thomas Jefferson was a founding father, and he was a president, and he was a pretty libertarian guy. But when he was president, the Barbary pirate conflict kicked off, where Barbary pirates operating in the Mediterranean started seizing United States commercial vessels. And so so Thomas Jefferson deployed naval assets, including warships and Marines, to the Mediterranean first, and then asked Congress for authorization, which they did grant him, to be clear. But he did say, "Hey, start steaming or sailing for the Mediterranean because we got shit to do." And then not just that,
should have gotten Congress approval first.
Well, hold on. But that's what I'm saying is if you go through 250 years of history, and if you have the 19th century Native American wars, you have the banana wars in the late 19th and early 20th century, you have the Barbary Pirate Wars, you have the annexation of Texas, you have the early 20th century. Effectively, what you're doing through your interpretation that Congress must give the president authorization for acts of war or war, you're effectively declaring that like 70% of military conflict in American history was illegal.
I don't know that it's that much. I think that the overwhelming precedent is
It
that
might be.
the president does seek authorization from Congress. And I have no problem. So I'm not going to put a number to it, percentage, but I have no problem suggesting that if it were the case, the majority of actions were illegal. I have no problem with that. I mean, like that's the case for the First Amendment. That for the majority of our nation's history, up until like the 1960s, we were not being true to the First Amendment. Just like for the majority, as determined by SCOTUS, we were not being true to the Second Amendment. And yeah, I have no problem saying that the laws about sedition with respect to criticism were illegal at the time they were passed, that the laws banning communists from or making it a crime to join the Communist Party, that those laws were illegal and even notwithstanding the fact that we did it for a while. And so I have no problem with that. And the fact that Thomas Jefferson went to Congress eventually suggests that Congress, he knew, right? He knew Congress had a constitutional role to play there. And it wasn't just, it was required for him to do it, right?
Sure.
It was required.
Yeah. So, I think the precedent has been firmly set. Precedent, Precedent. Precedent has just been firmly set that plenty of presidents leap before they look and then go back and say, hey, Congress, I'm going to do this.
I'm asking if you think that's illegal. And it's not just legal.
I mean, dude, if you say something's illegal, so for instance, like let's use jaywalking as an example. And let's say that there's a downtown. Hold on. I'm going to fill out the metaphor so we can talk about this sensibly. So if you let's say there's a downtown area that is walkable, severely walkable. There's just shops and all this bullshit, right? And then you basically there's civilians crossing back and forth the entire time. There's vehicles and bikes and all that kind of shit going back and forth the entire time. And law enforcement has decided that because of there hasn't been any deaths or there hasn't been any negative consequence, or the negative consequences are such that they don't care. Hold on, I'm almost done, I promise. And then therefore, jaywalking is simply not enforced in this area. You are asking me, hey, Connor, is jaywalking illegal? And the answer is clearly yes, okay? Because it's on the books. It's written right here. Jaywalking, crossing not in a pedestrian walkway is illegal. You can be cited for it, okay? So I agree with you that it's illegal. However, the judges, the cops, the civilians, the commercial businesses operate indefinitely as if jaywalking was not illegal in that part, then I'm going to say, well, functionally in this area, it's not illegal because there's no, number one, the enforcement mechanism is not being used at all. Number two, the chances of the enforcement mechanism being used are so slim that it might as well be legal.
No, I'm happy to grant all that. Yes. You can say, and I wouldn't disagree with the characterization that based on recent precedent, it's functionally not illegal. It's de facto legal for the president to operate, by which I mean, even if it is illegal, it's not being enforced. I mean, I'm happy to grant that, but like, let's just not argue that it's legal, right? Okay, maybe de facto, functionally, it's as though it were legal, and I agree with that. But the whole point of having to add functionally or de facto as a adjective is to demonstrate that it is illegal, right? It's functionally this, right? It's functionally not enforced. And you can say, I don't care to enforce parts of the Constitution that functionally aren't enforced or something like that. And you can take the view that I value less constitutional provisions.
I guess it's just frustrating because a lot of people in this space, because you have a JD, and this isn't your fault or anything, but they give you a lot of deference because you have your JD and because you worked in New York and you're a smart guy and all that kind of stuff. So when you come out and you go hard and you say, this is illegal and Trump could and should be impeached and all that kind of stuff, like, the reason why it's frustrating from an outside view is like, because I feel like you're omitting the fact that the jaywalking analogy applies. That for 250 years, yes,
I don't have
jaywalking is.
Well, no, not 250. I track it to Truman.
Okay, but at this, by the way, obviously I don't have time to watch all your content. So for all I know, when you've been asserting illegality, you've been making caveats for that. We've been on a slippery slope for a long time.
Yeah,
this is where I think it went wrong.
So I've been bringing up a lot of the time the Obama OLC opinion, where we took a look at it even to suggest that, like, look at what he's doing. All he's doing is citing like previous executive actions and previous OLC. So it's like the president patting itself on the back and saying, yes, what we're doing is legal, and then citing more like general propositions by courts, Youngstown, different things that purport to give some executive discretion on some things. And yeah, so like I definitely am noticing this is not just a Trump issue in that respect, but this iteration of it is way more extreme than we've seen in years, and like one of the worst examples of it. And it's like, it shows how bad it's getting, right? How bad it's getting. We're now in a situation where even under Obama, right? And under Obama, on the serious stuff, he proposed it to Congress. On Obama, he was like at least giving some token gesture by having the OLC even write these opinions and seeking legal opinions on what's going on. There's at least like, but now we're in the situation where they're constantly lying. They're disgraceful and saying that they're above law, and now they're flouting it and saying it's war, right? Like the Secretary of Defense, this is a great CNN line. Secretary of Defense, who calls himself Secretary of War, says it's a war. Trump has said it's a war multiple times. So it's not like they're pretending it's not a war. They're openly stating it is a war, and it obviously is a war. And so you can make some sort of room for the Libya strikes, whatever. But if anything is a war, this is a war.
I want to make a substantive point, and then I want to get into this is the most war that war can be, because I disagree, but it's not the thrust of the conversation.
It's hyperbolic. I agree that like there's other wars that are more war like than this, but this is very, very, very much war.
It walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it has feathers, It has a green head, it swims in lakes, it eats bread even though the bread's bad for it. Realistically, you should feed it spinach. It's a duck, right? But hold on. This is what I'm frustrated with, though, not with this conversation, but in general. So the reason why I'm frustrated with the discourse surrounding DGG and Destiny in reference to blackpilling and Fed posting and talking about violating the law routinely in order to achieve a liberal result, a pro-liberal result, is because I think that expends political capital. Okay? I think that you lose moderate and center right-wing support when you talk like that, when you act like that. So for instance, if there was let's say that DGG just Fed posted itself into a frenzy, and then a DGGer like went to an ICE facility and physically attacked violently, I'll say it's sanitized, but let's say that they attacked ICE agents and God forbid killed several ICE agents, I think that would actually burn political capital where Democrats would start to lose political momentum. Okay, so I think the blackpilling and the Fed posting is not happening. And if you and I agree, it sounds like we agree.
It's not good.
Well, no. What we agree on is the structural remedy to the war powers issue is effectively a Democratic victory, not just in 26 and 28, or it's 26 and 28. So we still have like 2 years to go to not fuck up electorally in order to fix this critical flaw in the republic that could destroy us if it's not fixed. And yet,
and many things, including this, yes.
But that's my point. Is the reason why I'm pissed off at all the fucking Fed posting is because it's like, does Fed posting, and for instance, like there was the protest the other day where a jihadist threw a pipe bomb at a Iran war protest, or like a pro-Israel protest or something.
That is it. The Jake guy in New York, yeah.
Yep. So that's going to burn away political momentum. So we need to have a minimum amount of those incidents possible. But it seems like people are working themselves up into a frenzy in order to maximize that.
I just kind of view them as unrelated because, like, I don't have a basis to believe that the rhetoric that you're hearing is causing these kind of terrorist actions. Um, and I listen in terms of who I'm more with. I'm more with Hutch with respect to the extent that I can hear a proposal. I'm not even sure what's being proposed. Why I'm sympathetic to people in DGG and Rashad Crenshaw and things like that is because the feeling is something I totally relate to. The feeling is one of this is not sustainable. We can't live and breathe the same air with people who want to destroy the country. Like there needs to be a reckoning. Like all of that stuff is a feeling that I genuinely relate to, and I think is motivated by like oftentimes a love for country of wanting to see accountability and to put the country in a place where it can survive for a long period of time. I actually do think that it's really material to the country that there be accountability and punishment. Like I really do think I agree with that. I just like there are ways in which it's being proposed that I think are like stupid, not likely to work, or like are self defeating or whatever. All that is to say is you don't have to accept the black pilling rhetoric or whatever to sort out your position and be like, hey, I hear this rhetoric. I don't agree with the rhetoric. And we agree on some substance of how the Trump administration is fucking up. And there are ways we can adjust it, like some proposals you said that you talked about, or that loaner box proposal, or the things that you're looking into, right? You can do all that and say, and I do think this war is illegal, even though there would be a way in which it would be done that I would agree with. I think there's nothing inconsistent with holding those views, which is to say, in principle, if this action were conducted in a way that I thought were consistent with the Constitution, I'd be in favor of it, or maybe even I support it, even though it's illegal. If that's your view, I don't know what your view is on that. And I also think that we ought to make some changes structurally. And also, I don't agree with the blackpilling stuff.
That's my position.
I don't think that. Okay.
Well,
So
what
do you
you just
support the war?
articulated is my position. I don't agree with the blackpilling. I don't agree with the Fed posting. I do think that from a consequential analysis, if this resulted in an emancipated Iranian people and or regional stability and access to these oil markets, then I would be in favor for it. The way in which it was conducted, I think, is wildly unethical, immoral, probably illegal, but then when we get into the illegality, I kind of go back to my jaywalking metaphor, because you and I might not agree on this descriptively.
You're not losing sleep over it in the same way you think of other illegal acts because of the precedent.
No, I am
not
losing sleep over it. I am losing sleep over it because this would be the equivalent, going back to my jaywalking analogy. Let's say that jaywalking was permitted in this area for months and months and months and months and years, but then a drunk driver careens through the area and like almost kills everybody. And then I'm like, hey guys, like we almost just got fucking murdered. Maybe we need to rethink this jaywalking situation. And then
you do care about it, yeah.
No, I do care about it, but the remedy, the illegality needs to be remedied through a legal means, right?
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
But the legal means is reliant on all of the jaywalkers around me being like, yeah, this is we need to reform jaywalking in this area because we did almost just get murdered by a drunk driver, so we need to start thinking about how to enforce jaywalking.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Like, it requires getting buy-in for sure, and some kinds of rhetoric might not be conducive to get buy-in. I think one thing that is necessary in order to make the changes necessary is to recognize that it is illegal and that something should be done, right? Like, if we don't recognize that it's either unethical, improper, or illegal, I don't think we would ever get a remedy. Like, so yeah, I totally buy that we shouldn't be encouraging people either implicitly or explicitly to like take some sort of lawless action or some kind of like violent action, which is going to hurt the movement or whatever. But I think there needs to be recognition that this is like a bad thing that was done vis-a-vis the law, vis-a-vis procedure. And then eventually we I think we should talk about the actual, the sort of putting aside the legality, what we think about the war, right?
If you want that, like, it's not a concession because effectively it is my position even before this conversation. Yeah. But if you just want me to say solidly yes, then solidly yes. And then I want to make one point before we move into anything else, which is,
yeah, sure.
This is the most war that war can be. I feel like I agree with you. It walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it tucks like a duck. But particularly with people who are not very historically informed, I like to push back on this concept. Because, so
Yeah.
for instance, we had a strategic air campaign in World War II that involved bombing civilian centers. So, of course, there was a military target, like a factory or something like that. But basically, if the factory was in the middle of a city, then we just said, well, tough shit. You shouldn't work at the factory and you shouldn't live so close to the factory. Whoopsie doopsie. And then we dropped a
Yeah,
shitload of conventional bombs.
Dresden firebombing of Tokyo, Hiroshima,
Tokyo,
Nagasaki. Yeah.
yeah, Tokyo, Dresden, anything like that. And arguably, we carried that forward into Korea, where I think it's estimated between 500,000 and 1.5 million North Korean civilians died as a result of a similar strategic air campaign in the Korean conflict, which once again was a police action that was never formally declared a war and was also never formally authorized by Congress. So Korea actually set a bad precedent, arguably, despite its outcome being the emancipation of the South Korean people. And then, sorry, final point on this, and then we can move to the next thing. But basically,
Yeah.
like, if you think about strategic air, or if you think about the way that war was conducted in World War II, effectively is what I'm alluding to, almost no modern war, Vietnam, War on Terror, anything like that, has the equivalent of the non-concern for civilians that World War II did. Like World War II, effectively, if you're a civilian and you were in the way, fuck you. Whereas in the War on Terror and even in Vietnam, despite a shitload of civilians getting killed, we actually did have rules of engagement, escalations of force, discernment between combatants and non-combatants, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. No, though I will note, and I think you'll grant that the Western Allies were certainly better about civilian casualties than the Japanese or the Soviets or the Nazis and the German and the Wehrmacht. So
Better, but
yeah,
also,
better,
for
but
instance,
yes, significantly
bombs
better. But yeah,
away, bombs away. LeMay was a famous,
sure, no doubt.
bloody strategic air campaigner who killed tens of thousands of civilians without losing an ounce of sleep. And then also General MacArthur, considered a hero of World War II.
I think he advocated nuking.
He knew
Korea.
that there were cobalt deposits in the mountains of North Korea, and the Chinese were reinforcing the North Koreans. So he asked the president of the United States if we could get tactical nukes to drop in a line across the North Korean Chinese border so we could irradiate the cobalt, effectively making an uninhabitable radiation-filled border between China and North Korea. So yeah, just because I'm just saying there were some fucking monsters back in the day that to us they seemed normal. They weren't. They were fucking crazy. They wanted crazy shit.
People need to realize that you know, the context of total war in the World War II situation, maybe that affects how you think about it. Maybe the fact that a lot of these rules of engagement happened afterwards. But in general, I just view that as like a distinct question, whether or not it's the issue of civilian casualties, targeting civilians, etc., different than whether something is legal under the U.S. law. And I know that you're not saying it is, but just like I'm just noting that they're different inquiries, whether it's legal under international law, or whether it was proportional from an ethical consideration or perspective. That's
Yeah,
very different.
the thrust of
I'm
the past
someone,
5 minutes is just that, like, targeted strikes, a decapitation strike against leadership, and pointed precision strikes against infrastructure is a far cry from strategic air campaigns. Strategic bombing
I
air
think
campaigns, I should say.
yeah. I mean, like, I agree they're different, but it doesn't mean it's not war.
It's still
and I'm not
war.
saying that you're
It's
saying
still a duck.
yeah,
It swims in a lake. It's got a green head. It eats bread and spinach. It's a duck.
and on the point about the Korean War, and we'll get into this in a second. I think that again, the issue of whether or not it ends up having good results, um, that could be true of illegal action too. And for example, I think the Cambodia expansion from Nixon was never authorized by Congress, or there's something there about what Nixon did in expanding the war into a different country. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
these are all just
Cambodia
like
and
you
Laos.
could have.
Yeah, yeah, Cambodia and Laos. I think we started a strategic air campaign in bombing and special forces missions. I don't think we really had any kind of specific operation for Cambodia and Laos during the Vietnam War.
Yeah, and so like these undeclared and unauthorized wars run the gamut in terms of their results and the history of intervention. I'm not principally opposed to all U.S. interventions. I'm not that much of a dove or anything. I just think that the ones that we have here, to the extent that we're doing it, they should be informed by like good intel, a good chance of success, and also authorization. Why don't I go to the bathroom real quick? I'll come back and then we can talk about the policy as such without respect to the legality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. I'll just talk about American war crimes for the past 200 years.
Okay, cool.
So, some people in my chat are citing that they don't think the banana wars and the Indian wars and the what is it, the Barbary pirate wars are analogs, but they don't need to be analogs. Okay, they don't need to be analogs. They all just need to share different variables. So, for instance, my understanding of the Barbary pirate wars is that we had a few commercial ships seized in the Mediterranean, and these were not state actors. They, even though they resided within the Ottoman Empire, they were like independent actors. And so we went to the Ottomans diplomatically and we said, hey, we're having this problem. And they said, hey, well, realistically, like we'll try to enforce it, but pirates are going to pirate. So you need to handle your own shit. So Thomas Jefferson sent in the Navy and the Marine Corps to defend American commercial assets and just started, slaughtering pirates. And these were citizens of the Ottoman Empire. And so, that's an early intervention that didn't have a declaration of war from Congress. And the authorization that we did have was after the fact, after the troops had already started sailing, after I don't know the exact timeline, but effectively after Thomas Jefferson had already ordered the repositioning of the Navy and the Marines into the Mediterranean. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so quick. I had just started. That was the first
Oh
American war
shit!
crime. I didn't even get into any of the
I'm
other
fast,
ones.
bro. I'm fast and fast, fast. All right,
Good.
let's get into the war itself as such. So put aside the legality. I'm still against the war, and that has to do with who's running it, and it has to do with what I think is likely to occur with respect to the war's goals. And so that's why I'm against it. Like, I don't. If I thought that they had good intentions and that it was likely to achieve the desired result, and I do think it's a desired result to overthrow the Iranian regime. If I thought it was likely, maybe I would be more in support of it. But I think the people who are running it are liars, oftentimes incompetent, don't have the best interests of the Iranian people at heart, and consistently have demonstrated, a disregard for any limitation on their authority and any sort of check to make sure that things are being complied with and disclosure to the public and to Congress. And so, how the war will be conducted, who is running it, and what I think is likely is informing the decision that I think is it's a bad
We
war.
Weirdly enough, the whiplash might be our saving grace. And what I mean by this is Trump himself has attention deficit disorder. I think we can agree on this. And so he doesn't want he doesn't want to talk about Iran forever. He doesn't want to talk about a ground invasion forever. It would be really weird. I understand if the CIA arms like local combatants or arms Kurds in the Northwest. I would understand if that was a part of the thing to try to overthrow the Iranian regime. But the truth is that if the Iranian regime persists and they get a pragmatist who says, yes, I'll still put on a big show, but I'm going to stop attacking Israel. I'm going to stop attacking my Gulf neighbors, and I'll normalize energy trade relations with the United States. It doesn't matter if that's somebody who's overthrowing the government or if that's somebody who is an
Internal
IRGC
threat.
stooge. Whoever says that, they get to keep the job. They're the people who doesn't get killed. And so I'm kind of thinking that you probably could airstrike your way into that guy.
I don't know why we think that. It seems like the
Why?
IRGC is running or at least highly influential on who is going to come to power. The person they've installed as supreme leader is Khamenei's son, and I'm like not. I think the regime is more embedded and has more internal checks and self-sustaining mechanisms than the Chavista regime of Maduro. And for that reason, I think is a lot harder to dislodge. And the fact that they've replaced the supreme leader with his son, whose wife was killed in the attack, whose parents were killed in the attack, I think it shows that the regime is doubling down. Now, maybe it's the case that it could happen that some other person gets in charge. They kill this supreme leader and they keep doing this, right? And then eventually get someone. I just like have no basis to believe that that's particularly likely.
I mean, it could,
And I
but
don't think
at the
that
same time,
I don't think that Trump has. Sorry. Last point. My bad. I
yeah.
know that I interrupted you. I don't think to your point on ADHD. I don't know if Trump has ADHD, but he's certainly whether he does or not, he has like not good patience. He's not a patient person,
Nope.
and you can already the way he's signaling suggests that like he wanted this to be quick and he wants it to end
He wants to
sooner rather
declare
than
victory and
later.
walk away.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So hold on though. He could still do that while keeping a military option in his back door. And by the way, it might be to his advantage. So, for instance, let's say that, and by the way, these are all stats that are coming off of Twitter. I don't really trust anything from anybody, but I know our capacity for warfare, and so I feel like I can align that stuff. So Iran is capable of sending out shitloads of shaheads, sending out plenty of ballistic missiles, all that kind of stuff. But it does seem very haphazard. For instance, they've attacked like 17 random nations around them, including Azerbaijan. And like for me, it's like the 50 Cent, like, well, what the fuck did I do to you? Like that's kind of the way that I feel is like Iran just lashed out against all of its neighbors. And so for me, if we slow down, if we stop the airstrikes, then at that point, business might resume with the IRGC just being like more paranoid. You know, that's basically what they're gonna do.
Yeah, that's why I'm against. That's one of the reasons why I think I'm against this regime is because like that's now
But how
twice.
but how long are
that
they gonna
Trump
keep Khomeini Jr. in an underground bunker?
I don't fucking know. They seem determined not to wait out Trump. So maybe they're willing to wait him out for a couple of years. I don't think that that's totally out of the realm of possibility that they hide him away. And I think that that's like something that we need to contend with. That's like a realistic possibility. But just
But if
like
we
putting that
this is where we get into power though. So there's this excellent essay by CGP Grey that basically talks about why revolutionaries never really complete the revolution that they want to complete, or it seems
the
like
rules
it's
for rulers thing.
maybe it probably is, but effectively he talks about keys, right? You know, the keys to
Yeah, the
the
keys to power.
economy, the keys
Yes,
to
I'm a
military,
big fan
keys
of
to
CGP
whatever.
Grey.
So the
Yep.
point is what we've done, and everybody should go watch that essay. But what we've done is there's a whole bunch of key holders, people who hold the keys to power within Iran. And what we did is we killed the top level of key holders. And so now there's a scramble for power. And so we don't know who's, it seems like the key holders, there's enough like middle level key holders that probably the regime is going to reorient itself and just become itself again. Probably, arguably, even a radicalized and more militarized version of itself. But the truth is that there also might be opportunities for more pragmatic key holders to seize power. And so that's the thing is like, if we have the capacity to continuously kill key holders, we can just kill until we get what we want.
Yeah, I don't know that that's likely to achieve the result
It's
in
not a
this
great
context.
strategy, but it's but it's still a strategy.
Right, but like I just don't. I'm wondering why we think it's a strategy that's likely to work. There's not really a great ton of historical analogs that will see the total regime change. So now we're just talking about the Delcy Rodriguez substitution of a more amenable figure. This is after, whether intentional or not, almost certainly I would say unintentional, the killing of these children after repeated insults to their country, which has some support. I would agree. Like probably the majority of support is in changing the regime in Iran, almost certainly. But we had massive amounts of death of protesters, the people who were really against the regime, for which America was just kind of idle until now. We had the death of the children in the strikes, and you're attacking the cities, which is probably where more of the anti-regime people live, as opposed to the people who are more rural, who are more who remember the Shah, for example. And so I just have no reason to think this won't have the opposite effect. I mean, you could tell just as much of a plausible story that this kind of encroachment reminds people of interventions with Mossadegh. It reminds people of the Shah's overreaches. It reminds people of the Iran-Iraq war, and will have the opposite effect of entrenching the regime or creating like a failed state or something, which I
Well,
can't
right, but
imagine.
then, but if
The
we
situation.
look at these things on a long enough timeline, this is where it is kind of interesting using the Middle East and North Africa. Bear in mind, I probably share a majority of the popular sentiment in reference to the Middle East and North Africa that what we did is we took a bunch of authoritarian pseudo-stable nations, we decapitated their leaders, and then those countries devolved into fractious civil war that killed hundreds of thousands of people. And then now, just now, a decade later, it seems like everybody is so tired that the beginnings of governance are starting to emerge. And what I mean by that is like, so for instance, with Syria, there's still massacres happening in Syria right now, but it does seem like there's a new Western-friendly leader. And then same thing.
Yeah, but bro, like, think about how insane it is. And I heard this from Richard Hanania, where he's like, he didn't use these specific words, but essentially, let's follow the Syria model. Like, Syria is one of the biggest fucking disasters ever.
Disasters
In
for
the Middle
who?
East. It's one of the biggest disasters. And put that aside, the conditions
You're
of Syria
thinking
are
with
totally
you're
different,
thinking
right?
with your
In Sy-
liberal humanitarian brain where you care about every single human
You cut
being.
out. Hello. You cut out. You cut out. So I had just said something about Syria.
Penis.
Restart everything you just said.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. So say what you just said.
Okay, so you said Syria is one of the most disastrous examples that you could possibly use. And I said, disastrous for whom? Because you are thinking with your humanitarian, liberal, every life has value brain. So 500,000 people getting slaughtered over the course of a decade and a half is probably one of the worst things that you can imagine. But from a geopolitical standpoint, who was it most disastrous for in the long term?
Probably Iran and Russia.
Yeah.
In the long term.
Yeah, like Russia
I have a
lost
response to that.
Tardis. It lost one of its strongest allies in the Middle East and North Africa. Iran lost its back door into the Eastern Mediterranean, or one of its back doors into the Eastern Mediterranean. Like, yeah, Syria was fucked up. Nobody's saying Syria wasn't fucked up, but Syria did break our way after a decade and a half and a lot of bloodshed.
And so you think America's better off for what happened in Syria?
I think
Refugee
there's
crisis that everyone complains about.
What's that?
Refugee crisis.
Might be in the long term.
Hundreds of thousands of deaths. You could argue the rise of ISIS.
Maybe this might have been so for instance, like, hold on, let me back up and try to macro out a little bit. So we had the wars. Let me think about how to articulate this concisely.
Yeah.
It was inconceivable in the 1930s and the 1940s for us to be friends with the Germans or Japanese. And yet we had a big blowout war, and now it's inconceivable that we ever would not be friends. Right? And so the Middle East and North Africa, we've had the refugee crises, we've had the jihadist terrorism, we've had all that kind of stuff. But also through a mass influx, and now I'm getting really technocratic and sociopathic about it, but through the mass influx of refugees and Muslims into the Western world, we also are integrating them into our culture and finding the limits of our relationships with Muslims. And so the truth is that we might be better off a century from now having had these wars and having had these conflicts resolved rather than developing parallel and separate from each other.
Okay. I think there's a couple distinctions that I would draw your attention to. The
Sure.
first is that like America didn't create the Syrian civil war. It was a pre-existing civil war to the same extent that Libyan had groups of like, there was a rebellion in Libya. It's not like America
It
created
could
it.
be a
And
secondary or third
unlike
consequence from the destabilization of Iraq, but yes, I agree. We were not the prime movers.
sure, yeah, there's a level of attenuation in what occurred in Syria to start the conflict and in Libya, and it's not traceable directly to American action. The same thing, or sorry, also a difference in Japan, right? Like Japan attacked America, Germany declared war on America. America was defending itself in its involvement there. So I don't really think that you can make those analogies, or at least there's some key differences that I would note about them, and in
Can,
that,
can I can I hit you with
even
something right there though?
yeah, yep,
Let's say that the United States had maintained its isolationist bent, and that fascist Germany had, let's say they never invaded Russia, and fascist Germany took over Western Europe, including England and Spain and all that kind of stuff. And effectively, they became like state capitalist China. Okay. And so they're an economic, military bloc that is stable enough to continue to function. Okay. I want to ask you a real question about this. Arguably, if Germany had just seized power uncontested and they had liquidated 12 million people, let's just say it was 12 million, 6 million Jews, 6 million Roma, gays, whatever. Okay. And then the United States had never gotten involved, and the Soviet Union was never invaded. I think the total death toll for the World War II was around like 20 million. Okay. So I could Google it.
more than that.
Well, I
20
mean,
million dead just in
I'm
World War
talking about
II,
combatants,
I
but
think.
we could take a look at the stats.
Okay, got it.
But the point is that, like, if we had just
Sorry, that's
rolled
what 20
over,
million dead, 20 million dead just in the Soviet Union, I think.
oh, well, we
But that
should
might
Google it.
include like,
We should Google it for the sake of scale.
all
Okay.
right, but okay. Granted that this amount of people died. Why not just let Hitler win? Is the question, right? Like, why not
Well,
just let him
right.
win?
The question is, like, do you tolerate dystopian, authoritarian, but functional and stable societies that are not killing people? Or do you think that freedom is worth blood?
I think freedom is worth blood, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And if I were presented with a military strategy that I felt would be effective and sustainable and likely to achieve the desired results in liberating the Iranian people, um, then I might even be in favor of it. Same thing with like North Korea. Like I'm not in principle against going to war for military reasons, or sorry, for freedom or humanitarian reasons. And I think that America, if I were in the driver's seat, I would have gotten involved in World War II sooner in the context of um, the invasion by Germany of Europe. So, yeah, I'm like I have no problem saying that war is sometimes justified. What I'm saying is, I don't think war is justified here. I don't think that
Sure.
war that we're conducting, run by the people that we're doing, it would be like putting, I don't know, like fucking Mussolini in charge and being like, well, Mussolini's going to Ethiopia to try to like spread democracy there because really they're suffering under the king and of Ethiopia or whatever the leader is, and so that's what we're gonna do. And like when everyone knows that's not the reason he's going into now, obviously very different. I'm just like when you don't trust the leaders involved in an action, when you don't think the action is likely to produce the result that's being cited, these are all factors to consider. Like America was willing in the context of World War II to dislodge the regime, commit the requisite forces to do so, and then rebuild it. Even in the Iraq Afghanistan example, there was at least some desire, a significant desire, a lot of effort, a lot of mental effort, a lot of money, a lot of treasure that was ready to be committed to do the project of nation building. And it
Ooh,
didn't
I
work
got a
there.
I got a super pertinent question for those examples when you're done.
Okay. Yeah. I'll end with this just to say here, there is, I think, not the same desire or the same um, willingness to fully commit to nation building. And you can tell by Trump's like, it's up to you guys now to rise up and do whatever. And I don't trust that that's what he wants or cares about, or that it's likely to happen. And there's going to be a bunch of collateral effects, including massive death and obviously, and this is all just putting aside the legality question, which I think is its own problem.
Sorry. Okay, so hold on. I just had a bunch of history people spurg out in my chat, so I wanna address something real quick. So the United States lost 420,000 Americans to World War II. Okay, that's the first number. The second number that I was citing was that there was approximately 20 to 25 million combatant deaths. So that's what I was referencing when I said 20 million. There was 6 million approximate Jews slaughtered in the Holocaust. But if you include Russian prisoners of war, Roma, gypsies, homosexuals, and political dissidents, it's estimated there's another 5.3 million. So when I said 12 million additional deaths, I was talking about the Holocaust, basically. And the Holocaust plus the mass slaughter of Russians and undesirables. And then the total deaths were 70 to 85 million deaths. So what I'm saying is, let's like cut the total deaths in half. Let's say it was 40 million in the European theater. And then let's say that the 12 million were going to happen if we let Germany take over. And then 21 million total combatant deaths are people who died in resistance. 80 million is the people who died total, and then 420,000 Americans. What I'm trying to get at with this line of questioning is these things cost blood and treasure. And so if they cost blood and treasure, what geopolitical outcomes are we willing to tolerate on the world stage to avoid death? That was the main thrust of what I was getting at. And then I'm sorry.
I think that there's some amount, but and I'm certainly not proposing that freedom isn't worth fighting and dying for, or that we should just let Hitler win or something. I think that that's like also true. People will say that about Al Qaeda too. Like, why don't you just like not anger these Islamists? I'm like, if they're attacking you, I'm going to view that very differently than someone who's not attacking you, or someone who, like, I'm not just going to say comply with all the worst people in the world just because otherwise there'll be war. Sometimes war is inevitable. Like Civil War, for example. Civil War was more bloody in terms of American lives lost than World War II was for Americans. And notwithstanding that, I think it was justified for the Union to engage in that war. I think it was perfectly justified, even though, because it was preserving the Constitution. It really was a fight for the Union to preserve the Constitution. And I'm willing to say that that is worth hundreds of thousands of people dying. So I don't have a problem saying that. I just don't think that this war is justified.
Yeah, and that's actually the main thrust of what I'm getting at is when you so casually, because I know that I'm doing this, when you so casually dismiss 500,000 dead in Syria, people are like, you're a fucking sociopath. You're a monster. Like, how could you diminish, 500,000 dead people so easily? And part of the reason why I'm trying to do this calculation for you is, or not you, but for the chat, is we have sacrificed hundreds of thousands or millions of people on the altar of freedom or mixed economy capitalism.
Right, but
before.
Syria is not a wellspring of democracy. Now, maybe
not yet.
In time it will get there. Maybe in time it will get there for sure. But the different calculations there are obvious. The first is that we didn't start that civil war. The second is there was a pre-existing civil war to which other parties involved themselves in.
Well, let me ask
Syria
you about
as a country,
Afghanistan and Iraq, because this is pertinent. Yeah. So imagine, because a lot of the people who have beefs with the war and terror, myself included, part of the reason why we're pissed is not because we did it, right? That's not why we're mad. The reason why we're mad is because we spent $2 trillion and tens of thousands of American lives. I think it's around 10,000 combatants and it's more civilian contractors. But we spent tens of thousands of lives and $2 trillion and we have nothing to show for it. Like, Iraq is a satellite state of Iran that's dominated by the Shia. It's more stable than it was, but it's still not the friendliest with us. And then Afghanistan, I think it took 11 days for Afghanistan to fall back to the Taliban. And we spent billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in Afghanistan, and we definitely lost thousands of lives. So, if in Afghanistan, if we had killed, let's say we killed the upper echelon of the Taliban who weren't willing to hand over Osama bin Laden, Just special forces drone strikes, we kill those guys. And then let's say that we hunt down Osama bin Laden. We don't have a large nation building force. We don't occupy any territory. We don't have any FOBs. We are exclusively hunting Osama bin Laden in Pakistan and in Afghanistan. We kill Osama bin Laden and we leave. Okay? Now, with the amount, and then same thing with, let's even say Iraq. Let's say we wanted to do Iraq. Let's say we killed Uday, Qusay, and Saddam, and we kill the upper echelons of the Ba'athist Party, and we say, you motherfuckers can't, you motherfuckers better normalize trade relations with your neighbors. You better never, better never fuck with your neighbors again. Better never fuck with Israel again. And we're going to dismantle all your WMDs. We're coming in. We find all the old chemical weapons that we sold to them in the 80s. We dismantle them and then we leave. And then we say, good luck. Figure that shit out. How much more treasure and blood would we have saved that wouldn't proverbially be on our hands if we had done that?
I'm not sure. That's like a counterfactual where we leave
it's a tough calculation
regime in place or whatever, and understanding, of course, that the Ba'athist regime under Saddam Hussein was a lot more one person than the Iranian regime, which is more entrenched, more diffuse in terms of its overall, and Iran is less sectarian driven than Iraq was. Iraq is, majority Shia, run by a Sunni leader, but it's decently split. And then you have the Kurds out there. Iranian sectarianism isn't as much of a issue.
It's like 90 to 95% Shia, so the chances of a sectarian civil war are substantially lower.
Right, and so I guess I don't know how much less. I think that killing Saddam in that way might have unleashed the sectarianism that was the cause of so much death in Iraq in the first place, which is what happened.
No, it totally could have, but we wouldn't have been responsible for cleaning up the mess. We would have just said, good luck. See ya.
Right. The thing is, saying that is putting to a lie the notion that really we care about it being created into a democracy, or that we care about the freedom and well-being. I mean, it's almost fucking like disgustingly ghoulish for these people, including certain Israeli officials, to start to appeal to humanitarian impulses when it comes to Iran. Certainly, like Trump and Rubio, like these people don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And so, in my opinion, since I don't think that they give a fuck, since they were planning on, maintaining the regime, which massacred tens of thousands of people, even recently, just to have it be like a person who's more, not as involved in the region. To me, it indicates that we can't trust them to produce those results for the Iranian people, and it's just geostrategic. And if it's just geostrategic, then they're lying to us.
Yeah. I would say humanitarian concerns and democracy and all that shit is purely secondary. But I also think that we would obviously welcome if, so 30,000 people allegedly were slaughtered by the regime prior to the airstrikes. So if another 50,000 or 100,000 Iranians, in concert with CIA operatives with small arms and Starlink technology, in concert with Kurdish militias in the Northwest, if they started slaughtering Iranian security forces in order to overthrow the Iranian regime in favor of a Western-friendly democratic regime, of course we would welcome that. But at the same time, if we say, hey, now's your time, guys, we're giving you airstrikes, we're blowing up their CNC, any major military Iranian assets that are on the field, we're going to blow them up. But then that revolution or that desire never formalizes. If it never formalizes, then we're just going to shrug our shoulders and walk away.
Those people aren't organized. They're not armed. There's no.
I know. That's why we needed USAID. We needed USAID under the auspices of humanitarian aid to sneak in CIA agents in order to create social media applications so revolutionaries could communicate using Starlink. But the lefties don't like USAID. They don't like the CIA using it as a backdoor, and they don't like regime change, even if it comes through the CIA with a few briefcases of a few $1 million and some small arms.
Okay, so let's take a step back. I think that the geostrategic goals are related to the ability of Iran to project strength with its ballistic missiles, its drones, and its proxies. I think that the democracy impulse or the humanitarian impulse is linked to the Iranian regime's authoritarian tendencies and its slaughter of its own people, and that we're unlikely, based on current actions in the policy, to see changes in those basic calculations. That is, Iran's um, threat geostrategically is inexorably tied to the fact that it's the regime, right? We talk about we obliterated their nuclear capacity last year, and
Let's be real, that was
what
probably
they
bullshit,
say
but okay,
now.
keep going.
Okay, but even assume it's true, the administration will just say tomorrow, well, they're just going to rebuild it because how they conceptualize the geostrategic threat isn't in virtue of the existing capacity, but in terms of what the desires of the regime are, which are to project strength. And the truth is, they can rebuild it, right? They can rebuild aspects of their missile capacity, which they still have, and they can rebuild. They can make more drones, and they can build more, enrichment plants and shit like that. And it doesn't take them to have this overwhelming arsenal for them to be able to project into, their neighbors. Just now, the threat of it is causing people to leave these Gulf states, Bahrain, Qatar, etc., the Emirates. So all I'm trying to say is, like, I don't think that the current
The
policy is going to produce the result desired.
I want you to keep consistency. I want you to keep some intellectual consistency across these things. So for instance, when we attack Iran, or if we attack Al Qaeda or Afghanistan or Iraq, then it obviously solidifies the resolve of the people we're attacking into hating us and attacking us. I think Iran attacking 17 of its neighbors, while there are going to be tourists and rich people who flee the region for fear of stability, there's also going to be resolve among those nation states that Iran is a regional threat. Because realistically, if Iran wanted to prove that Israel and the United States are the threats here, they should have exclusively attacked Israeli and United States military installations, but they didn't do that. I've seen Shahed drones and ballistic missiles striking civilian areas and commercial airports in the
Yeah, I mean,
Emirates, in Saudi.
they're violating international law. They're attacking. They're targeting civilians on some shit. Like,
Right.
no doubt,
So,
Iran
so
is
hold
violating.
the through line though, because if the through line is that us attacking our enemies solidifies their resolve against us, how has Iran not just simply built an anti-Iranian regime coalition out of the entirety of the Gulf states and its neighbors, who up until now might have said, oh, well, this is like, I don't like Iran, but I don't hate them either, and this is the US and Israel's beef, and I'm going to stay out of it.
So I do agree that there was like a kind of de-escalation in terms of the Gulf rivalry with Iran, and so I do think that this might change the disposition towards Iran. I think already the Gulf states never like loved the regime. I don't think that they were supportive of this action from the administration, and I think that they want it to stop. I think that if they could have it their way, they would just bring Iran back to the negotiating table, which I think is also uh, possibly what Trump wants, or some, in a given day, that's what he says he'll want, and then it's a unconditional surrender. I think it can be very like his brain can be very chaotic and um, capricious and changeable. But yeah, I don't know that they're going to be willing to dedicate troops to go into Iran.
They won't.
They're already offering. They were already working hand in glove with the Americans when it comes to mutual defense, sharing intel, military bases, and so what
And that's
additional
probably
thing have we
solidified.
gotten from this? I think it's pretty solid. The relationship between Trump, his administration,
And
and the
Saudi.
Gulf states is it's very very corrupt, but B, they're very like meshed together, and there was already like a good understanding between these groups of people. So I just like don't know like what additional thing we got. Yeah, they already don't like the regime. They probably want this to end as soon as possible.
Well, okay, so hold on. What we got is we got solidified allies against Iran. I don't know. Anyways, we got solidified allies against those people. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is, as an example, nobody liked Saddam Hussein, okay? In the 1990s, nobody liked Saddam Hussein. But the HW, Bush Sr., allegedly he went to the Arab states, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all that kind of stuff, back when we got Kuwait. And he said, hey, like, we should overthrow Saddam because he's a problem. He's a regional problem. He's going to attack you guys. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. He's got WMDs that we sold to him in the 1980s, blah, 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 blah. And it was actually the Arab states who said it's unconscionable to have a kafir, like a non-Muslim military force, come in and depose an Arab Muslim leader. So even though, yes, he's a thorn in our side, he's a pain in the ass, he's going to attack us in the future, et cetera, you cannot send hundreds of thousands of troops into Iraq and depose him immediately because that's going to destabilize the region. So that's why we went for sanctions in the 1990s instead of invasion. Well, it seems like I would expect a similar instinct to exist in the Gulf states in reference to deposing the Iranian regime. And I almost guarantee you at this point, they don't give a fuck. They probably don't give a fuck because ballistic missiles and drones are raining down on their house. So whatever sympathy they had for the Iranian regime being isolated against the American geopolitical strategic interest is probably gone.
I don't think they ever had much sympathy for Iran. I think they view, first of all, the religious authorities there view the Shia Muslims who run Iran as, like, in some sense heretical, just based on the long-standing religious differences there. But even putting that aside, like, I don't think that they were ever aligned with Iran. They were
They weren't, but they might have been more neutral or more forgiving.
Okay, but the only way in which they're relevant is the extent to which they pressure America, pressure Israel, and are the receiving end of Iran trying to make the war painful, costly, and difficult. And so whether, like, their disposition, do we really care whether or not the Gulf states back a regime change in Iran?
Yeah.
Or
it's a long-term goal. This has been a goal for decades, and it'll probably be a goal until it happens.
They're all like autocratic states, Connor. Like, it's a kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Friend,
they're emirates. These are not.
You must learn.
Who gives a fuck? They don't care about democracy or humanitarian shit. These are like fucked up regimes.
My friend, my beloved friend in Pisco. Number one, you can care about multiple things at one time. You can also care about things to different varying degrees. You can be pragmatic and you can be ideological simultaneously. So, for instance, I would see the MSB, the new crown prince of Saudi Arabia. I would view him as a Saturday morning cartoon villain because he got Kamal Khashoggi, or whatever that guy's name was, invited him to an embassy, sent out a hit squad, and then chopped him up and then removed his body, in suitcases because he was critical of the Saudi regime, right? That's some Saturday morning cartoon villain Soprano shit, right? But he's also ruled as a pragmatist, where a lot of, like, the social reforms and tourist reforms and allowing more Western culture in and increasing trade with the Western world, he's been a pragmatist the way that his father wasn't, in ways that will maybe not turn Saudi Arabia into a democracy, but will modernize it as a state to the point that it's Western friendly.
Yeah, potentially, but, like, if that's the assessment, then I think you have to grant that Iran is more democratic than Saudi Arabia.
It probably is. But at the same time, democracy we already know democracy is not the virtue, because there is a difference between, if you're an autocratic regime, but you are our enemy, we are going to kill you. If you're an autocratic regime and you're our friend, we'll support you or we'll kill you, depending on how advantageous it is to us.
That's why I'm suggesting that the humanitarian stuff, like, it's all pretext, and, like, maybe the people who support the war aren't lying about it, but the people who are conducting the war, I think, don't give a fuck, and they're not committed to the benefit for the Iranian people.
I think you think there's a hypocrisy when there isn't one. Okay, so for instance, I'll try to articulate it for myself. I have a community member, and I'm not going to say their name, or I'll say a modification of their name. Their name is Kaz. Okay, they live in Iran. They're a secularist. They're pro-democracy. They're pro-West. They speak English. Okay. They had friends who were a part of the Iranian protests. And right before the protests kicked off, he said, hey guys, it's getting bad. If you don't see me for a month, It's because some crazy shit popped off. And if you don't see me ever again, it's because I'm dead. Okay? That's what he told us like the week that the protest kicked off. His best friends, a friend specific, I should be specific, got killed in the protests. And so we kind of mourned it as a community. We talked about it as a community. We hoped that the regime would change, blah, 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 blah. But, okay, I want democracy for Khazra. I want a civil society for Khazra. I want it for his family. I want it for his friends. I want it for the future of the region. However, if we could get Iran to normalize trade, not go to war with its neighbors, they'll probably still support terrorist organizations, but let's say they reduce their support for terrorist organizations, and then they open up their oil markets to the Western world, and we can't get a democratic revolution, and that's all we can get, that's still a victory. That's still a win.
Okay, but if it could be achieved through a treaty or an agreement or through diplomacy, that's preferable. But if it's the case that this is unlikely to achieve that aim, I think it's by definition a failure with respect to the stated war aim. And
It might be, but
again,
can I remind you of a historical
yeah.
analog? This quote gets used against Abraham Lincoln all the time. But do you remember Abraham Lincoln saying that if he had to permit slavery in the South, but he could preserve the Union, he would do so?
Yes.
And that's used as like a moral indictment against Abraham Lincoln, that the war was never truly about slavery. I think you're doing the same thing in reference to democracy, in reference to the Middle East and North Africa.
No.
I think it is. I think it's the same. I think it's a balance of pragmatics versus ideology.
No, because for Lincoln, it was about preserving the Union. The reason that the Civil War is about slavery is because that's why the Confederates were seceding. That's why it's about slavery. But Lincoln, I think, was honest when he said he wasn't going to touch slavery where it existed when he was inaugurated. And so I think Lincoln was honest about his desire to, and I think they even proposed amendments to that effect.
Yeah.
So like there's no lie there, and it doesn't make people wrong that saying it was about slavery and that's why they were seceding. But for the North, the immediate concern, the most imminent concern, was preserving the Constitution and the Union. So all of that is consistent. I don't see how it's
No,
contrary to what I'm
but
saying
but I think that if you make this analogous to the Middle East and North Africa, our primary concern can be geostrategic advantage, long-term geostrategic stability, preventing Iran from getting a bomb, and getting Iranian leadership that isn't openly hostile and antagonistic to the Gulf states, Israel, and the United States, and is willing to sell us oil. That can be the primary goal. And then the secondary goal can be long-term regime change and democracy within Iran. And just because we betray democracy in the short term for our primary goals doesn't mean that we don't care about democracy at all.
I think that potentially that could happen. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. It's possible it happens. I don't have no reason to think it's likely. I am just as much I'm just as sure that this will, to the extent that we're unable to accomplish the immediate goal, it might just resolve the Iranians that they need to get a bomb, and that they do it as soon as possible. Like, so assume that like Trump is unsuccessful and they aren't able to achieve their aim. Well, maybe what you've done now is you provoked them to stay entrenched. Now, my hope is that that's not the case, and that diplomacy can win the day, and they would wait, and the Iranians would be entertaining negotiations with a new administration or something. But I think that there's a danger here that's not recognized, that it worsens, the situation geostrategically.
Worsens
But
for
maybe we have
who?
just a new reconcile for the American Western perspective.
How?
I don't know how this is in our interest, because I think that we're more likely to achieve a a compliant regime in the long term by um, pushing for negotiations and a softening of the regime through soft power and through internal checks. I mean, there was internal protests and stuff an internal dissent that we've kind of like swept the rug under them by killing the supreme leader, and now there could be a rally around the flag effect that strengthens and emboldens the regime. And I think that, like, think about the South Korean example, right? The South Korean example, the Chile example. These are situations in which there was a dictatorship in Spain, right? That over decades it softened, right? And they gave up power, etc. It's not clear to me that this conduct is going to result in a wellspring of democracy, humanitarian concerns,
You're
and it
right.
might have the opposite effect.
You're right. Let me bring up a counterexample though.
Okay.
So China, during the 70s and the 80s, I think we started normalizing relations with China in 1974. And as a result, we were hoping and praying that what would happen is through economic liberalization and diplomatic liberalization, there would also be cultural and political liberalization. So over time, China would just become increasingly democratic and increasingly normal from our perspective, less and less autocratic over time. Well, what ended up happening though is that China, through industrialization, became one of the major manufacturing hubs of the world. And because they had a centralized economy that liberalized insofar as allowing different areas to generate wealth, but it was still centralized enough that whenever it became a threat to the state, they could nationalize it or punish it or incarcerate leaders of industry or whatever. What we did is we effectively allowed, in my mind, a fascist regime to have an economic powerhouse underneath it. And so as a result, the chances of destabilizing and winning a ideological conflict against China, I don't think is increasing. I think it's decreasing. I think China can
Certainly, if
increasingly.
we're using all of our ordnance and missile whatever defense systems, if we're using all that ammunition here, I think that that's true. But also, if
Well,
you're saying
well,
like
I'm not even
just
just
letting
talking
them
about
be,
conventional
but are you,
warfare. I'm also talking about ideology. Because why would China or the Chinese people, if they can point to incredible amounts of material wealth generated, if they can point to competitive technology with the Western world, if they can point to arguably having better criminal and educational outcomes within their society than the Western world, why would they want to emulate us? They're doing it better.
well, I think you and I would have our preferences for why China's model is not desirable, notwithstanding economic gains or something. You're saying how are you going to convince them if they have good results? I think that there's definitely an argument that um, it may that like our hopes regarding liberalization in China were dashed because it just kind of entrenched them or whatever. But does that mean that we should have gone to war with China?
No,
I don't know that
no.
that's what like
I
you know what
I
I'm talking about.
don't know the calculation. So for instance, I think part of the calculation for the Nixon administration for the normalization of China was to politically isolate Russia so that our pressure campaign against them would be more effective. And I don't know I don't know the effects of that. Like if I had to normalize relations with China, but that also accelerated the collapse of the Soviet Union, do you accept that? And then also, this is the other calculation. Part of the reason why I asked you about how much blood are you willing to trade for freedom is because freedom is very ephemeral, whereas blood is very measurable. And so, for instance, with China, they don't, they arguably have less crime and less violence than the United States. But the Hong Kong protesters were clamped down on, destroyed utterly by the central government. The Falun Gong cult or church, those people are extremely persecuted in China. They're effectively incarcerated on site. The Uyghur Muslims of Western China endured a cultural genocide, and we did nothing about it. And then there's arguments that the Chinese effectively are using their incarcerated population for vital organ harvesting. And this is reported on by the UN. So, like who's to
Yeah, but then you
say
have
if we
then you have the
tolerated the
models in the
Iranian
Gulf, right? Like,
regime and normalized them, they don't become worse because they're more economically
aren't we
stable?
empowering MBS by continuing these economic ties, trying to normalize between them and Israel? Aren't we empowering all these Gulf states, which are incredibly illiberal, that
They're allies. That's the
are
difference.
but the point I'm trying to say is in the context, then what's driving everything, right, isn't a belief or desire in the well-being or like democratic impulse of these people yearning to be free. That's not what's actually motivating it. And who knows whether or not this is the best way to get that. It also could not. I don't think there's a good case, like a good um percentage chance, or that we can ascertain a good percentage chance that it will result in that outcome. Maybe there's a good percentage chance that it'll degrade, and I think that it's already happening, the military capability of Iran, et cetera, whatever. But that just as easily like lead to a hardening of resolve towards the very ends that we think are unacceptable, namely the accumulation of ballistic missiles, funding of proxies, and pursuit of nuclear weapons. And so, to me, when all of those things are up in the air and there's no real strong basis to believe, and even some intelligence reports from internal to the administration that suggest that it's not likely to see this kind of result, and you have people who consistently said that this is a bad idea, JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, within the administration, who are now doing an about face without an explanation, to me suggests that it's not clear. It's a gamble. It's a risk. It's a huge risk and gamble, and I don't have any confidence that it will come up good. And that's compounding all the issues of competency from the Trump administration and illegality. And in the context of an unclear gamble, where there's massive risks domestically, think about like the biggest concerns of the American people: prices, right? This is going to not be good for the stabilization of prices, and regional stability too. This is arguably empowering Russia by increasing the price of energy. So all of this needs to be taken into consideration. Maybe this gives Russia an additional push to keep pushing in Ukraine at the expense of the EU and shit. So
Yeah, yeah.
all I'm trying to say is a massive gamble for people I don't trust, who are corrupt, who suck, and who are doing illegal shit. I'm not going to support that.
Yes, and you shouldn't. So one of the things that was brought up in chat that I want to address, because apparently people are telling me that it's being brought up in your chat as well. And then I have like a mean position, but I 70% believe it. So I'll tell you that in a moment. So what I need to explain is, a lot of people are saying the United States is a net oil exporter, so we have enough for our domestic consumption, and we're also selling it overseas. So why is this in our national interest to try to secure Iranian oil or whatever? And my point to you is that the United States, through our actions as world police, we are the security forces for 70% of global trade. The people who are outside of our commercial empire are Russia, China, Iran, and Venezuela. And so as a result of swapping out the leaders for Venezuela for somebody who's more friendly to us, we effectively did a smaller version of what we're trying to do in Iran. By doing the strikes in Iran, ideally, I almost guarantee you, if we could have done a Venezuela in Iran where we swap out leaders and they're still dictatorial dickheads, but they give us what we want diplomatically, we would have done it. And then Russia and China are harder to play because they're such strong economic and military powers that it's not as easy to just go in there and switch leaders. So we're effectively trying to isolate Russia and China. But I want to make a point to what you said, which you're saying, this is a huge gamble. There's no guarantee of success. The chances of us making things worse are just as high as our chances of success. You don't trust the discipline, the diplomacy, the intelligence, the competence.
And one other key thing that we haven't talked about, elephant in the room.
Illegality.
No. But even putting that aside.
Yeah. I have my meme answer, but I want to hear what you say first.
I think Israel needs to be reined in, and we haven't been talking about that.
Sure.
Like, this is emboldening religious nut jobs in Israel, expansionist nut jobs in Israel, to steal additional land, to exercise unjustified control in the region. And again, they're going to use the cover of this, to continue to assert interest contrary to stability in the region. And I think that we need to start talking about the malign influence that I think Israel has on our internal domestic politics.
I'm so happy you brought this up. It leans up with my meme answer.
Yeah, go for it.
So what I was going to say is, clearly if Iran was taken out and all the Gulf states were silent, about Israel's expansion into Gaza and the West Bank, then I would expect over the next century, Israel to slowly, effectively expand. Like the West Bank will become Israeli and Gaza will become Israeli. And it'll just be like a slow ethnic displacement over the next century. But my meme answer, because you were like, who does this benefit? Like, it doesn't benefit the American people. Prices are going up. You know, the Gulf states are taking a huge hit, blah, 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 blah. My meme joke and answer is that this is a temporary distraction from the Epstein files. Like it actually, it is.
Oh, that's cope.
You can think it's cope, but I swear to God, we've been talking about.
This is some lib shit.
Why?
I think it's cope because this is part of Benjamin Netanyahu's
It goes
desires
into your Israeli thing, by the way, too, but I want to hear what you have to say.
No, I think it's cope because I don't think that we've seen like smoking gun evidence that suggests that there's a nexus with trying to cover up specific things related to Israel. I haven't seen that yet, so we're going off an assumption.
You're jumping ahead of me. I don't even think that might have been implied, by what I said, but I don't think I said that.
Okay. So then, even putting that aside, the notion that Trump would engage in this action to distract from the Epstein files, I think the pusher for this policy has been Netanyahu since the start of the Trump administration, and maybe Trump is acquiescing to it because in his mind it's to distract from the Epstein files or whatever. But I doubt that that's the main driving point, because does he really think that that's going to be the result?
Oh, it's probably
probably
neocon warhawks. It's probably neocon warhawks who wanted to do this anyways.
I have no basis to believe that this was actually motivating the administration, especially because it would be stupid to assume it, right? This is just going to further intensify people's beliefs, sometimes unjustified beliefs, that there is a connection. And so I just don't think that there's a basis to believe that that's what was going on in his mind, especially since he's been lobbied on this very issue since the start, even before the massive blow up of the Epstein file stuff.
Hold on a second. Okay, what makes you sad? ? Okay.
Chat like.
Sorry, I have a routine chatter who is sad that I said that Trump was potentially distracting from the Epstein files. And by the way, I said it was 70% a meme position, but it's still a position that I partially hold. So anyways, let me articulate it the way to which I partially hold it, but I do want to hear K's why this makes her sad, and then I want to articulate the actual steelman of it. So basically, I think that the Epstein files, regardless of foreign involvement, I didn't even mention foreign involvement. Y'all are inferring foreign involvement before I even say it. The Epstein files are effectively a intel-connected guy running a sex trafficking ring of teenage and underage girls for decades, receiving a slap on the wrist from the federal government, and then Trump being closely affiliated with that, and then that coming back to haunt him. That's the closest to the assertion that I can make that's factual. Now, when it comes to the speculative portion of this, though, I think that this is an albatross, along with an anemic economy that's being hurt by tariffs. I think that the Epstein files, the cover-up of the Epstein files, and the shitty economy are anchors around the Trump administration's neck. And so as a result, a geostrategic war that is both moral and economic is a distraction in the zeitgeist from a shitty economy and from the Epstein files. And I think that if you look at...
Really? You think that that's how he calculated it? Because think about it, like right now...
Well, Grenada was exactly this. So hold on, just indulge me another couple of sentences. Yeah. So Reagan was flexing nuts about how the military industrial complex was kicking ass and taking names. But then the Beirut, Lebanon barracks bombing killed 300 troops, and the United States didn't have any desire to double down in Lebanon, so we withdrew. So Reagan knew he looked like a pussy, and he needed a distraction from the fact that he was a pussy in Lebanon. So what happened was, like, the Grenadian military junta took over. And so in order to flex nuts and put positive spin in the news about his administration, he unilaterally, without the consent of Congress, intervened in Grenada so he could get positive press. So yeah, I think a neoconservative airstrike war in the Middle East and North Africa could be used to distract from the economy and from the Epstein scandal.
Okay, I mean, it could be used that way, and perhaps that Trump's domestic woes are on his mind, and they were like the Epstein files are included in that, and I'm sure that's domestic considerations are often at play in Netanyahu's um, I don't know, decision matrix as well. I'm guessing. I just don't think that this is like. uh, I think if you remove the Epstein files, this thing still happens. I don't think it's
Maybe.
like a maybe it's motivated him. I don't think this strike is about that. I think the strike is by and large about um geostrategic and Israeli interest.
Yeah.
That's what
No,
I think is the
I think
motivation.
I think even if I was correct that let's say that Israeli Mossad had videotapes of Donald Trump doing bad stuff and use that as leverage in order to have him do this. Or if they don't, I think the thrust, the primary motivation of this action is geostrategic balance of power shit. So it kind of
Right,
doesn't
but
matter.
I think people who imply, and this includes leftists and liberals, that he's just doing this because he's being blackmailed or something. I'm not saying that you're saying that, but there are people who do that, and I think that's letting Trump off the hook almost.
It
It's
probably
a weird
is.
thing to say, right? But it's like letting
No,
him
it
off the hook
is.
and like removing his agency, where like these people are agents and they've made these decisions, and I think that they would have made them in the absence of the like domestic fervor over the Epstein files.
Yeah. No, no. So I think part of the reason why I brought it up as a meme position is because regardless of whether or not I believe it, it doesn't really impact the scenario at all. What impacts the scenario is whether or not this geostrategic gamble, and I think we both agree that it's a gamble, whether or not it plays out for worse or for better, and then also whether or not we as a republic have the stones to reel in the executive in reference to its war powers. Those are like the two crucial talking points emanating from this conflict. Epstein
Yeah. So
blackmail
why don't
is nothing. It's window dressing.
yeah, like I'm just like not convinced of the maximalist positions of the Epstein files just yet. I'm just gonna be honest with that. Like
You don't have to be.
I'm like convinced that Epstein definitely trafficked minors to himself and with in a conspiracy with Ghislaine Maxwell. But I don't have the evidence that it goes massively beyond that, the criminality that is. Obviously the relationships are very troubling and the nature of the
That's the
connections, I think
part.
there's a lot of
That's the
smoke.
point that I was going to hit you
Um,
with. So there
yeah.
is a video essay. It's only 20 minutes. Strongly recommend you take a look at it, and you with your critical brain try to poke holes in it. But effectively, Chris Cappy, who's a military veteran, I'm saying this in a mean way, but I really don't mean it in a mean way. I don't think he's brilliant. I think he's a brilliant researcher. I think he's really good at finding things and putting stuff together in a narrative. But effectively, he went over the 1980s contacts between the British military industrial complex, Jeffrey Epstein, Saudi Arabia, the Iran Contra affair, and American intel representatives who were friendly with Epstein. And so he doesn't even talk about the child sex trafficking. He actually exclusively talks about Epstein's ties to the intel community in the 1980s and
Intelligence stuff.
1990s. But basically, for me, it if it's true that he had all these connections in reference to the Iran Contra affair and the British military industrial complex and the Saudi kingdom, what it looks like is a very connected person who had worked with intel agencies in the past, got a slap on the wrist because he was a really connected person who knew where a few dead bodies were buried. That's what it looks like.
Well, I'm in the position that they should release all the files. That's been my position. I think that definitely the administration is covering shit up. I think that that's just like trivially, obviously true. They're lying, and so that's all very suspicious. And I just don't focus on this for this conflict because I think the conflict is explained with things other than that and would have occurred. It's kind of like serial and escalating from Trump's first term. The killing of Soleimani, the Abraham Accords, the maximalist, the ripping up of the JCPOA, the like maximum sanctions policy against Iran, all that stuff I think is sufficient to explain that this guy is a war hawk, and he's always been a war hawk. And the people who were bought into the narratives that Trump was a dove are fucking assholes or naive. People like Greenwald pushing this, Dave Smith, um, Tulsi Gabbard, everyone who was claiming that Trump was dovish, just like was a total mark. And that's why, like, when people try to be like, "Oh my god, he betrayed MAGA," I'm like,
Nah.
this dude was clear about where he stood on Iran, and it was so fucking obvious. And you guys bought into like cheap campaign rhetoric that was at odds with how he ran administration and his other statements, where he made it clear that he was going to be hawkish with Iran.
That's actually true. That you don't even need pedophile conspiracy theories and blackmail to just look at the alignment of political factions
Right.
that have worked in Trump administration 1 and Trump administration 2, and it's sufficient to explain it. So for instance, like the Adelsons are large donors to the Trump administration. They're hawkish Zionists. Bibi Netanyahu and Trump have had a close relationship. I'm pretty sure Israel and Bibi Netanyahu were massive critics of the JCPOA and the pseudo normalization of diplomatic relations with Iran, because they viewed it as the United States tying its hands behind its back instead of maintaining a war hawkish position in reference to Iran. So they hated it. So them backing the repeal of the JCPOA and them backing Trump being a hawk in the region, the Trump administration backing the Gazan conflict on Israel's side thoroughly. I think you're just fundamentally correct that anybody who thought that Trump was going to be a dove in reference to the Middle East and North Africa, they were listening to what he was saying, but they weren't paying attention to what he was doing in Trump 1 or Trump 2.
It's so on the Epstein files though, like maybe he's thinking about that, but I just think that anyone who thinks critically about this action, it's going to it's obviously going to intensify the Epstein stuff, not going to diminish
Yeah.
it. And so that's why I'm like, he did this stuff in spite of like I'm sorry, my intuition, I can't prove this, right? My intuition is more that this is done for other reasons. This is done because he
It
has
could
this
be just
relationship with
because he
Bibi, or
likes
he's
Jews.
ideologically,
It
or maybe he
seriously could
wants.
just be he's a tepid Zionist
I
who
don't think
supports
that.
the state of Israel and he likes Jared. Maybe he just really likes his son-in-law. Maybe he just really likes Jared Kushner and he wants Jared Kushner to do well. There are so many things that are explanatory besides sexual blackmail that you don't need sexual blackmail to explain this.
And I want to be clear also, I think that the Democrats should get some sort of IG or special counsel to investigate why they made a charging decision, or lack of further development on the specific claims against Trump, that where they had this woman, it might be Katie Johnson, it might be someone else, specifically accused Trump, and to find out what Trump knew when. I think that's all fair game to look into it. I'm not saying that Trump definitely didn't do anything. I want to be clear about that either. I'm just saying I haven't yet seen corroborating smoking gun proof that would convince me to say, like, I know that he's criminally implicated here. I think that there's plenty of suspicious shit and there's a cover up for sure, but I don't know what the extent of his involvement is in the criminal aspects of what happened.
Yeah,
That's it.
sure. Sorry for dragging you along with me into the
No, you're good.
conspiracy territory, but I enjoy speculating on conspiracy theory bullshit more than most people. Real quick though, I'm going to shill again because it's been a while.
Yeah.
Like the stream,
Yeah.
share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Listen, if you guys reward me financially when I'm having good faith, interesting, highfalutin conversations with intelligent people, then I'm going to keep doing
Do it
that.
more.
Whereas if you give me hundreds or thousands of dollars when we're reviewing the sexual activities of random YouTubers, then I'm going to go where the money is. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, if you actually enjoy geopolitics and legal analysis from people who aren't screaming at each other.
So let's finish with this in terms of next steps. I think next steps have to be, from a Democratic perspective, reading the room and recognizing that their base is very much against this war, and they need to get with the program to the extent that they're not already. And I'm happy that the overwhelming majority, both in the House and the Senate, voted in favor of the War Powers Resolution. But this war, I think, is going to turn out to be unpopular, and I want the Democrats to operate as a bulwark in holding the administration accountable. If the only thing they can do is have hearings and haul people in to testify, then that's what the fuck you need to do. And so that's what I support. I'm against the war, and I would hope that you would be against it for the constitutional principle, but I'll let you marinate with that after our discussion.
Yeah. So, while it sounds like I am arguing from a consequentialist lens that this could have a positive effect, I will concede openly to Pisco and critics of the war that is just as likely, if not more likely, to be a blood-soaked nightmare that destabilizes the region and screws shit up both economically, socially, militarily, etc. And I also do not trust the people who are running this conflict to not devolve into insanity. So that's already conceded. What I would also say is, as much as I might be cheering on neoconservative, pro-democratic, international military interventionist outcomes, the truth is that I'm voting for somebody else's bloodshed. It's very easy to do so from the comforts of America on a podcast than it is to actually fight these conflicts and risk dying in these conflicts. Not just that, but even if we were to get ideal, let's say that we got every single neoconservative concession. Let's say Iran becomes a bastion of democracy. They're exporting their oil to the free world. They turn on, Russia and China, and they help pressure them into a more Western mixed economy, capitalism, liberal, democratic framework. I get everything I want. I still agree with Pisco that it should be a priority for Democrats to, number one, win 26 in a sweeping manner. Number two, win the presidency in number 28 or in 28. Number three, pass sweeping reforms that in reference to pardon power, in FARA violations, and foreign influence campaigns, and bribery and corruption by nuking the filibuster in 28 and then passing this legislation in order to, number one, safeguard our republic, and number two, reel in the broad military authority that presidents have been abusing arguably for decades, arguably since the inception of this country, because effectively we have taken such a big risk. If Iran was everything they said that it was, and they had a nuclear bomb and they deployed it, they could have done a dirty bomb in Tel Aviv. They could have done a dirty bomb in New York. They could have done a dirty bomb or a nuke in Tel Aviv. They could have done a nuke in New York. They could have actually fucked up the world and killed hundreds of thousands of people and launched World War III. That should not be left up to the whims of one man. That should especially not be left up to the whims of one man who is an incompetent piece of shit who I hate, who I cannot wait to be out of office.
You're here on that. And with that, Connor, I think that was a good conversation. Yeah, bro. How you feeling?
I feel great. We should mix it up. We should have BDSM struggle session, fight sessions where we scream at each other and it's all ugly until the very end. Then we should have some calm, nuanced, legalistic, geopolitical, analytical conversations. And then every now and then we should jump on a panel and throw elbows. So yeah, I think variety is the spice of life, and I appreciate the variety.
Awesome. Well, appreciate you. Hope you're well. My best to your fam.
Thanks.
And to grandma points. And yeah, go with
I appreciate it. I'll give you I'll give
You're not
mama points and grandma points and little points as the love.
Are you even a Christian?
I'm not. I don't believe that Christ is the Messiah, but I believe in God.
Wow. Interesting.
So I'm a deist, like many of our founding fathers.
Well, go with the nondescript God.
Yes.
And hope that you have a wonderful
I will. Right? I will go with the ordered and creative force of the universe, who may or may not care about my specific existence. I will do that.
Thanks. All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye, buddy. All right. Well, Chad, I hope you did enjoy that. We actually did get a healthy chunk of financial support today. So we hit one goal, which is cool. Let me start another goal, I suppose. Let me reset the goal. And then I think that Kay said that she was, number one, getting really sad about what I was saying. But number two... Okay, that's not working. Let me thank everybody who supported the chat, though. But I am serious. I am serious. If you guys want, because what happens is, like, the serious people are like, You got to do geopoll. You got to do news analysis. You got to have serious conversations. You can't just do Spurg shit. You can't just do drama. But then if I do drama and I do Spurg stuff, then we make a ton of money. So, you know, you got Numinax back to put their money where their mouth is in reference to oil today. So thank you, Numinax. But if you love geopoll and if you love serious conversations, then you need to back it. So Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. Shadow 2 Bravo says, Pisco, how many Americans have been killed by the IRGC before we can strike back? How many friends of yours have been killed or wounded by the IRGC? Have you spent a day fighting them? Probably not. Let's be real. Thank you for the donation for $10, Shadow 2 Bravo. But I will say that that's part of my geopolitical consideration is the fact that, like, if in the long term Iran did become a part of the normalized Middle Eastern and North African community that didn't actively participate in terrorist attacks all the time, that would be an excellent development. The Tribe with the $2, appreciate you. Corey Peltzman with the 2. Numinax, thank you for the Oil King. 10 gifted memberships, and that was after I bullied you guys in reference to supporting more dry, more sane, more intelligent content. So thank you, Vazraka. Or excuse me, thank you Vazraka for the gifted, but also thank you, Numinax, for the 10 gifted. Fellrunner says, this is strictly for slop content. Do not use this for more geopoll for $5. Thank you, Fellrunner. Fashion 40 with the renewed membership for 5 months. Thank you, King. The Airborne Kite with the 2 says good VOD content over the weekend. We're going to keep heavily editing it. So what I did, or what I am doing, is I'm watching my content at 2 times speed and I'm cutting out all the fluff and the bullshit. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. Ruth with the 5 says, as a DGGer, I have extrajudicial remedies proposed by the community. Oh, excuse me. As a DGGer, I think the extrajudicial remedies proposed by the community are ridiculous. I would focus my time on the pardon reform. As would I, man. I'm trying to encourage y'all. You're in a good position. Do not squander political capital. Win in 26, win in 28. Keep this stuff in your mind because the American people have the memory of a goldfish. Do the reforms necessary in order to safeguard the republic against the corruption that Trump administration has done in the past 10 years. And then also nuke the filibuster in order to do so, and then also pass the legislation that's necessary in order to restrain the executive branch in reference to war making. I think it's totally necessary to safeguard the republic in the long term. Larry Hutchinson with the $5 says, Connor, taking my ideas and giving others credit for it. Sad day for the cog, but I rise nonetheless. Larry Hutchinson, I'm sorry for stealing your ideas and passing them off as loaner boxes. My apologies. And then Solid as Snake for $2 says, I love geopoll, exclamation point. Thank you, kings and queens. Remember to like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Coming back to live chat, I'm going to try to reset the goal again. And then I'm going to check in with Kay. And then honestly, either after that or during that or before that, it's 1:30, so I have an hour left. If Christian Valerius isn't here to call me out, I might have stuff I need to do. We're doing the deep cleaning of this house, and the deep cleaning is like, it's a lot, man. We're literally busting out all the furniture. We're wiping down the walls. We're organizing things that should have been organized for years. It's a lot. It's a lot, man. So I might need to dip out a little early if Kay and Tali aren't ready for it now. Says first 2 knees says, oh, am I banned? Not on purpose. Wicked Radiation says, as an ex-DGGer, nah, you can be members of multiple digital communities. That's not a problem. Connor is an honorary Jew. I do try to be anti-Semitic while being funny enough about it that I'm still invited to the mitzvah. So, you know. East says, and he's crying about moving to Mexico like the Dems were crying about moving to Canada. Who's crying about that? That does sound funny. Why do you think Fuentes is saying he's voting for the Democrats next election? Because he's an accelerationist. He wants America to get so bad under Democratic stewardship that there's a right-wing backlash that enables an actually fascistic regime. So Ryan Getty was in chat earlier today. Can you make him a VIP tag in your YouTube community? Absolutely. Him and North and anyone else. I don't know about the VIP tags. I can Google that and try to figure it out. But yes, I can try to make them VIPs. And then number 2, I can give them I can give Fellrunner the tools necessary to run the Discord so they can tag those people and give them VIP roles in the Discord. So Liz Staples says, I'm desperately hoping we can avoid a land invasion and occupation in Iran for everyone else's sake. I think that would have to go through Congress. I don't think that you could do a land invasion without Congress. First T Nation says, oh, am I banned as an ex-DGGer? Nope. I do not miss DGG. That's sad. Goddamn Pisco's chat. If they're going to be unhinged over that, they're going to be unhinged over everything. There was nothing wrong with that conversation. Fell Runner says, I know that sucks to hear, man, but I haven't been convinced otherwise. Not sure who you're talking to. Bud123 says, I feel pretty good. I'm not taking a rest day. I am ready to go to the gym for a 4th day in a row for a hard leg day. Let's go. Let's go. Bussin'. We always bussin'. Bud123 says, I did 18 sets of curls yesterday, doing 4 different cord exercises to target both my long and short bicep heads and bicep brachialis. Well, that's sexy. Fell Runner says, be sure to set up the VIP tags. You go. Okay, so hold on. If I click the 3 buttons, it says channel activity, go to channel, pin message, report, remove, put user in a timeout, hide user on this channel, and remove as standard moderator. I don't have VIP tags unless I log into YouTube, so I'm not focusing on that today. So we can do that for sure in general, but I'm not going to distract for the next 5 to 10 minutes to figure out VIP tags. So, Beef Supreme says, I just had a dumpster this weekend because I was doing the same. Spring cleaning heals the soul, apparently. Sacred Snow says, great combo, Connor. I hope you enjoy the visit from your mom. My mom also just visited and helped me catch up on spring cleaning stuff. Hope it refreshes you as much as it did for me. We just have so much to do, man. We had a storage room that we emptied out, partially organized, cleaned from ceiling to floor, put in the furniture that's going to stay in that room. I need to do that in my office. I need to do the exact same thing. I need to bring everything out, organize it, trash it, dump it, donate it, clean from ceiling to floor. We need to do that in the common area because we're moving furniture around in the common area. There's just so much to do, man. There's just so much to do. So, yeah. So I see North in here. I can promote North as a moderator, but I don't see the VIP tag. So, yeah, but North and Ryan Getty obviously should get VIP tags. Wicked Radiation says, did you secure your domain name and account on Kick? I have not. Bud123 says, my biceps got much bigger from doing high volumes compared to doing less volume. True. Northfod says, Nick Fuentes and I have the same analysis on changing the Republican Party, that being in order to enact some sort of change, the current movement needs to lose MAGA. The problem is we don't have the same movement. Exactly. North, you and I are in lockstep. East says, we use boots on the ground to get Maduro. I don't think we should have to rely on Congress to do that to give our cards. Yeah, but Maduro was a limited operation. It was literally in and out, 20-minute adventure. If we're going for hundreds of thousands of troops, number one, that requires a buildup. So it's not just going to happen overnight. You have to have hundreds of thousands of troops assemble in Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or wherever, or Iraq, in order to get ready for an invasion of Iran. That's not going to happen overnight. And that's going to require the consent of Congress, I guarantee it. So Rob says, I would like a VIP tag, a very important Robert. True, you're the better Robert. It's in the YouTube community settings. Don't worry about it, buddy. Thanks. Just got gifted a ticket to the Book of Mormon. I'm hyped. Dude, I think I saw it with the original cast years ago, and it was amazing. I love the Book of Mormon. Can I get a VIP tag, though? I don't do political content. I don't know. Maybe. First T News says, I try to say Connor should roll around in sewage for the entertainment of drama frogs like me. Probably. Or what is going on with your camera? Nothing. It's installed on the wall. I got 2 new lights. I might look a little bit more orangey than usual, a little bit more red than usual, but that has to deal with color temperature. It also has gotten hotter in Florida recently, so I might actually just be a little sweaty right now. Limited is not a defined term. Sure. Recently back from errands, did the convo remain fruitful? It did. It did. Hi, Christian Blaris. I was actually hoping that you were going to stay gone so I could dip out early, but I'm also going to check the Discord real quick to see if Kay didn't send me a message. Is Kay live? What's their thing? They were called Morally Neutral. Are they still called Morally Neutral, or are they called something else? Morally Neutral with Kay and Tallybots. YouTube. Let me take a look at this. Morally Neutral with K and Tally Bots. Let me kick on Morally Neutral. I don't. Oh, they're live.
About that. Yeah.
Let me see. Hi. Can I call in to discuss what we wanted to discuss? Question mark.
The Constantine one. The same.
I'm pretty sure I did. I think they're kind of fuzzy to me right now because I most recently listened to his conversation about the Constantine debate. So they're slightly blended, but I do believe that I'm pretty sure I watched the Connor and Destiny conversation after. And Connor was, if I'm remembering correctly, Connor was pushing back pretty significantly, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah. And Destiny, like, at least to me, came across as like more like the positions were a little bit, they weren't different, but they were harder, if you will. They were like more severe. You know?
Oh, like you're saying he doubled down.
Yes.
With Connor. Interesting.
I think, yeah. And hello, Connor, in chat.
Hey, Connor. Well, and I think in Destiny's conversation with Connor about Constantine, I think because we were talking about the debate in our last conversation, but I hadn't finished the Connor Destiny conversation. Yeah, I would love for Connor to come in. But basically,
yes,
I think
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm gonna send maybe do I just send the link from StreamYard?
Yeah, send the StreamYard link. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. We're going in, gang. 20-minute adventure, in and out. So let's do that.
Connor that way, but he sees Connor as on his team too. That might have to do with them being friends, which is good. It's good if like a human connection to someone can make you be more reasonable. That's a positive thing. And I think it's also, as I commented last time, because Connor in the short term is on Team Blue. Until the Republican Party returns to something, he's on Team Blue. So I think those are the reasons that Destiny is more reasonable with him. But I feel like that was just totally spelled out because thankfully, just by Connor, I think accurately regurgitating Constantine's views, Destiny was way more willing to deal with them. But every time he did this sort of like preface of like, I won't even engage with this if it was Constantine, if it was someone else. So I'm very glad that Connor exists I'm glad that Connor exists in general, but as this figure in Destiny's life, because I feel like he just basically said as much, that he would not even entertain this conversation with someone who he basically doesn't see as on his team.
Okay, he's here. I'm going to add him onto the stage now. Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey,
well, that
Connor.
is pretty good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that is sincerely appreciated, and I viewed that as my role in the niche for a really long time. Is taking right-wing conservative ideas and articulating them in a way that isn't stupid as hell, so liberals and progressives offhandedly dismiss them without even considering them. So the fact that, I really started doing that in probably 2019, late 2019. So the fact that I still get to fulfill that role 5 years later is actually really encouraging to hear. But Kay was saying that she was disappointed and sad that I brought up Epstein in reference to a geopolitical conversation about the Iran war, and I wasn't trying to be upsetting at all, so I kind of want to hear what the beef is.
Okay, well, we're like sad, but like we're in chat, so
no, we're gonna be nice.
It's just a bit disappointing, but like if it's a meme position, okay,
it's mostly a meme position, but there's still something there that we should dig into.
Maybe you need to dig into it. Maybe I don't feel the need to dig into it, right? Like we can have a different assessment on that, but we can. It was just more, I think not the only other person, but the main other person who I heard talking about that was like Kyle Kalinske. And that was like a very brain rotted kind of view. So if it's not coming from maybe that,
it probably isn't. Can I
so
articulate?
If it's not coming from that like logic, then
Yeah, can I articulate it, and then you can tell me what your objections are? So my position would be, and I actually I want to differentiate this into two separate statements, and I think people are making logical inferences from one to the other to make it more nefarious than it is. Okay, so watching Chris Cappy's video summarizing Jeffrey Epstein's intelligence ties, it seems like he was a fixer for the Saudi government, for the Turks, for Israel, for Iran, for the United States, and in particular in the 1980s, he got his start by being a fixer for the British military-industrial complex. That seems to be his start. He helped facilitate deals where we sold tornado. Well, I say we, the Western world. We sold Tornado fighter jets and modern missile systems to Saudi Arabia. And that took a lot of the Saudis, like when they get stuff, they like to get money. They like to get whores. They like to get booze. They like to get drugs. And so it seemed like...
Haram.
Right. It seemed like Jeffrey Epstein was a part of the haram party scene to smooth over this military arms trafficking. And so he also became friends with Adnan Khashoggi, who was the arms dealer who facilitated the Iran-Contra affair. And so, at least the way that the video explains it, he was working with Adnan Khashoggi, which he met through the Saudi arms deal. They facilitated American weapons flying into Israel because you couldn't fly straight into Iran. Then those weapons were flown into or driven into Iran. And then the black ops revenue generated from selling these weapons, which were effectively against sanctioning, that money was then turned over to the CIA for the CIA to fund anti-communist military operations in Central and South America. And so the airline that was used for that trafficking was called Southern Air Transport. And Southern Air Transport, when the Iran-Contra affair was exposed, was then sold to Leslie Wexner. Leslie Wexner being the owner of Gap, the owner of Victoria's Secret. I think he might actually be the owner of Bed Bath & Beyond as well. I forget but there's another household name that he owns.
The limited brands.
Yeah, so he owns these brands, and he's also like a gig Zionist. And he and Jeffrey Epstein's are both friends with Ehud Barak. And so the point is that, like, now let's separate that, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is clicked up with Intel.
To be clear, Connor,
yep.
you would acknowledge that, like, everything you just painted is a picture that includes indisputable facts and just inferences of connecting dots, right? In that picture that you just painted is facts and non-facts or non-confirmed facts.
you would have to clarify the non-facts, and I would also have to do research in order to make sure that the facts were facts.
Sure. The money of those sales going to the CIA, and the CIA then using that money for anti-communist. That section is what just immediately sticks out to me. Well, of course, you can't confirm that, right?
That's pretty well documented, though, from the Iran-Contra affair. So during the 1980s, I actually have a picture of me shaking Oliver North's hand, which I think is hilarious. So in the 1980s, late 1980s, the Iran-Contra affair was exposed by Congress because Congress had actually specifically prohibited the Reagan administration from providing money to anti-communist guerrillas in Central and South America because the groups that we were working with were pretty fucking malicious. Like, they killed the fuck out of people, and they were not nice about it. So Congress prohibited the Reagan administration from doing this. And so it was Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North who actually oversaw the Iran-Contra affair. And there were public congressional hearings on this. So the fact that the only thing that's in dispute from my perspective is what facts tell you specifically that he worked with the British military-industrial complex, Adnan Khashoggi, and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. If you asked me, like, hey, do you have a document that shows this? The answer is no. I have a YouTube video. But I'm assuming that the YouTube video is from a reputable source, and this has been speculated on by mainstream media. So my presumption is that they have access to the primary sources that establish these relationships.
I do worry that this YouTube video is basically your only point of reference for kind of all of this. Like, I've heard you now repeat this as your, like, strongest reference point. And I say worry. I haven't watched the video. I'll watch it. I'm not opposed to watching it. I won't speak for Kay, but yeah, I'm more along the lines of what Pisco was saying, which is I don't believe into I actually go further than that, but I definitely don't believe in the maximalist narrative of the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And I think also along the lines of what Pisco is saying, I think this obviously would have happened without Jeffrey Epstein ever existing, like or very well could have, right? Unless that would have spun off a whole.
There are so many things that are more explanatory than a blackmail, a sex trafficking ring.
Especially because we have no evidence of the blackmailing for sexual encounter. That's also the part of the Jeffrey Epstein
that we're missing.
Maximalist position that there is that there's no evidence for, really. I mean, literally.
The only reason why I'm not agreeing with you yet is because I want to leave room, but this is where we can, this is actually the crux of the conversation. So if you're telling and or asking me, is the neoconservative, and I say neoconservative, I literally mean like liberal hawks, people who want to export.
I'm a neocon.
I'm a neocon. Yeah. So liberal hawks who want to export mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy to the world as maximally as possible through soft power and hard power, because we're competing with fascism, communism, and Islamic theocracy. That is sufficiently explanatory to me that you do not need Jeffrey Epstein to explain our intervention in Iran. So we agree, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The only reason why I bring up Jeffrey Epstein, though, and I want to keep going with it because I think this is where you guys would push back. So for me, if it's as simple as this guy was clicked up with intel, and then he used that to get a sweetheart deal from the federal government, and that's the end of the story, then that should be the end of the story. But we could have released that over the past 6 months, over the past year, over the past 5 years. We could have released... Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe that's because we don't have evidence that he was given a quote unquote sweetheart deal because of those things. Like there are people who have looked into the sentencing and all of this stuff in the Florida case, and there really isn't evidence that he committed such a heinous, like it's not like he was supposed to receive.
I don't agree. So I'll tell you why I don't agree, though.
Talk about it? You want to pull some of the stuff up?
Sure.
It's not like he was facing a life sentence and he got 3 years on house arrest. Like
for what he was actually convicted of.
Correct.
Not for what all of the charges and stuff before the plea came.
Okay,
for what he
but let's talk about
what could be
to.
adjudicated. Yeah.
Let's talk about this, though. Okay. So Alex Acosta, part of the deal that Alex Acosta signed included the sworn written affidavits of 40 victims who claimed to have been sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein in this way. So from a law enforcement perspective, a sworn... So basically, let me break this down from... Obviously, I was just a city cop, but I still think these things stand true regardless of my personal experience. In individual witness testimony, as a law enforcement officer, I did not treat an individual witness testimony as anything unless it was corroborated by additional facts. Okay? And the reason being is because oftentimes people are hyperbolic from their perspective in order to make the best case possible for themselves. And so as a result, like, let's talk about domestic violence battery real quick. If there's a female who got into a fist fight with her boyfriend or husband, and then there's a male who's getting into a fight with the boyfriend or husband, they might have contradictory narratives against each other that they both sincerely believe because they're entrenched within their own bias. And therefore, you cannot treat the witness testimony as solid evidence. However, that being said, once you get the same witness statement over and over and over and over again, that raises the threshold of which witness testimony is treated.
Connor, if they're sealed, how do you know that these are all 40 consistent, coherent...
I don't.
...actual victim? You don't, right? And so you would think that if there were 40 women who had these super strong cases that all resembled each other, they would have been part of this trial, right? There were young girls who were brought in to stand witness, who were part of this trial. So it is a bit suspicious, especially when we know
a part of which trial?
In the Florida trial, the one
but
that he was
it never made it to
where
trial.
He supposedly got it.
It never made it to trial because they signed a plea agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me slightly change what I'm saying. These women could have been deposed. These 40 victims could have been deposed to build the case. So why wouldn't that have happened?
That's actually a lot of the critics of the Florida case. That's their exact question. So these women, hold on real quick. These women were deposed. Their sworn written statements are a part of the record. But what's happening is the Trump administration, I think specifically in reference to this case, they said, because they've received the Jeffrey Epstein law, right? Which basically says you need to release everything except for victim information. Okay. And so hold on real quick, because this is important. The South Florida case, the DOJ told the South Florida people, hey, you release it. And then the Florida people didn't release it. And in the statements from the District of Florida, they say, hey, we have all these rules against releasing grand jury testimony because we have all these protection laws, whereas the law is directing the DOJ to release these files. You do not need our authorization to do so. We will not violate the guidance from our district. You have the files, you redact them, you release them. And so far, the DOJ has not complied with that. So back to you, I would say the federal government is in direct violation of a unanimously passed statute. Why is the DOJ refusing to release this information? And why is the information that they're releasing... Hold on real quick. Final statement, I promise. Yeah. Why is the information that they're releasing clearly violating the statute?
So you're saying that they are not releasing information that they should release, and that they are releasing information that is contraindicated by the new Epstein law, basically? Is that what you're saying? Correct.
Leslie Wexner, the person that I mentioned as the person...
Sorry, where is the evidence, hold on, that there is this standoff between between Florida and the DOJ?
Like, you could literally just Google, I mean, I could pull it up, but it's basically like judges rule against releasing Florida Epstein files or something. And the way that Fox News is reporting it is they're saying they're blaming the judges for not releasing it. So give me 1 second. But the judges themselves, okay. If you read their statements, the judges are saying this is a total optics bullshit by the Trump administration. The Trump administration could release these files at any moment. We have local prohibitions against the releasing of this kind of information. The federal government does not.
Okay.
Just 1 second. Okay. So my understanding is that there's 17 affidavits from the Florida case that ended up coming into play. There may have been more like
alleged victims.
There may have been more interviews done, but there were what I'm seeing is that there were 17 affidavits. Like, I mean,
okay, well, how many rape teenagers do we need before we start caring?
No,
hold on, but wait, Connor, we don't know that these are rape teenagers.
Like,
I mean, even that is
just clarifying.
Yeah, sure. I'm being flippant though, because it feels sweepy.
But
I think doesn't the truth matter though, right? Like, this Absolutely. Is one area where everyone like should be on edge and should take this stuff seriously, and it's because we're talking about pedophilia, right? It's because we're talking about the thing that most normal people recoil, right? It's like the most disturbing, deranged thing that most people can think of is harming innocent children. We all agree with that. The truth just does matter, right? So again, even in the women who were or the girls, these were young girls who were on the record, whose affidavits and depositions we've seen, the overwhelming majority of them never claimed penetration. So again, to say how many raped teenagers do you need to like be angry about this? It seems like what was happening was a lot of gross massages. And again, this isn't even that uncommon. So let me make
hand jobs.
No, teenagers. Massages. No, actual physical massages.
No. Virginia Giuffre. No.
Virginia Giuffre is the least credible person of all of these witnesses here. She has had to retract her accusations against several of the key figures in this case.
Are you talking about Alan Dershowitz?
Yes, and Prince King Andrew, whatever the fuck his name is. Yes, and Alan Dershowitz. Yes. So
Hold on.
Let's say,
No. This does feel like sweeping, and I'm really not trying to make this personal.
Why? Because women never lie, right?
No, women lie all the
Especially
fucking
about
time.
powerful
That's
people when
not
they could
what
have
we're doing here. No.
incentives.
Hold on. Okay, let's talk about Dershowitz and let's talk about Prince Andrew. Okay, so Prince Andrew settled out of court, meaning that
which does not mean that he's guilty of any sex crimes at all, to be clear. It obviously doesn't mean that.
He's photographed over a teenager.
He's
posing with his arms over the teenager. He's holding like a 16-year-old Virginia Giuffre like this in photos.
Okay.
And you're saying that it's illogical to presume that they had sex?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm absolutely.
How many 16-year-olds? I'm a 40-year-old man. Do you know how many teenage girls I've had my arm around, or how many teenage girls I've been posing over doing a push-up? Zero teenage girls. Okay? So why is a 40-year-old man holding on to a teenage girl as if they were in a romantic liaison, and also in effectively a push-up position over a teenage girl? Do you have a logical explanation for that? Because I don't know any adult man who I don't know any adult men who have done that.
Okay, so if I can find photos online of adult men with their arm around a teenage girl, we should assume that that means that he raped her.
No, but clearly we have the capacity as human beings to read body language. 90% of communication is nonverbal. And so if the body language is romantic and the person is underage, why am I being asked to deny the evidence of my eyes?
I don't perceive the photos of the two of them standing there as romantic.
No, yeah.
Also, I'm not sure if we have you confirmed the dates of these photos either?
Why as a dickhead YouTuber do I have to verify all of the age? Hold on.
You're just making
Why do I have to verify the dates and ages when the Department of Justice, it's their responsibility to do so, and they're refusing to do so in violation of federal law?
Again, I would need evidence that they're refusing to like date these photos of Virginia Giuffre. You should know that a lot of the this is the link that you sent me is evidence that they are refusing to date the photo of Prince Andrew. And
no, this
Virginia
is your
Giuffre.
Earlier question about the courts not releasing Epstein files and the courts redirecting it back to DOJ because DOJ is legally compelled to comply with the Epstein laws.
Okay, so you're saying that that's also the case in dating the photo of Virginia Giuffre and Prince Andrew.
No, I'm saying that there's a ton of evidence that you guys are ignoring. For instance, Leslie Wexner was listed as an indictable co-conspirator. So the FBI believed that they had sufficient evidence to bring criminal charges against a half dozen people, but did not do so. And they redacted Leslie Wexner's name from the files.
So arguably, Connor, let's say that the Epstein maximalist position is not true. Let's say it's not true, that there was not a pedophilic blackmail ring going on, that Epstein, like Pisco said, that Epstein was guilty of essentially trafficking or procuring young adult women and underage women for sexual contacts and massages and stuff, and Ghislaine was helping procure these women. If that is the truth of, which by the way, that's heinous enough. Like we can all be upset enough about that, right? So if that case is true, then yes, I also believe that there is no reason to expose all the emails and text messages and history of all people who may have been associated with this man, because it is already ruining innocent people's lives.
It does. It actually,
who didn't.
Your opinion in reference to this so doesn't matter. It's almost funny. And the reason why is because the Congress and the Senate have already passed a law stating that anyone who is not a victim is exposed in these files.
And did you know that the victims include like uncles and cousins and brothers of the alleged victims? That the 1,000 victims that the government talks about, that list includes family members of alleged victims? Are you aware of that?
I don't care. Redact their names and release the body of texts. So, for instance, hold on. What's shocking to me is not what you're saying. What's shocking to me.
What's the reason to redact the names of all the people who have already come publicly on the record? All of these people are adults now. Many of them have come on the record themselves. So, what is the purpose in redacting their names in the files at all?
I don't care. Don't redact their names for all I give a shit. I want the information. So for instance, hold on. This is one of the things that bugs me about your position. So there was a grand jury indictment out of New York where this law is saying the only redactions that are acceptable are the names of victims. And instead of doing that, they just blacked out the text. That's not acceptable. That's not in compliance with the law. So whatever the narrative is, it should be blank made a sworn written statement on June 17th, 2008, stating to the effect that Jeffrey Epstein and alleged co-conspirator blah 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 sex trafficked them to New York blah 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 blah. That's the way the documents should be coming out, and they're not. And the fact that that doesn't alarm you more is, I think, a disconnect in this conversation.
No, because I think this is basically a politically motivated moral panic. So I think that essentially I think that no one would have been harmed further if none of these 3 million documents came out. If you're going to release them, release all of them. Don't play these games. Don't feed the conspiracy theorists. So I'm with you that if you're going to release them, transparency is the best way to do that. But I don't think a single person has been helped or saved from harm by releasing literally any of this. I think this is a politically motivated, on both sides of the aisle, weapon that people are using against each other. It's a moral panic now. Now a good portion of the country and our elected officials believe that there was some criminal pedophile ring essentially controlling the world, if not just our government and our closest allies. So no, I think no one has been helped by any of this. I think it's just essentially deranged our population. Can you name who has benefited from any of this?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Like, can you name a victim who has tangibly benefited from any of this?
Yes, I can. Well, number one, Virginia Giuffre was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for her silence in reference to Alan Dershowitz. So yeah, she materially benefited from the situation.
You can say that. You can say for her silence.
Yeah, Alan Dershowitz said, she alleged that Alan Dershowitz,
and that was never adjudicated.
She alleged that Alan Dershowitz, Prince Andrew, and Ehud Barak all had sex with her, and she was paid probably a few $100,000 to a few $1 million to do it.
Just pause.
But that doesn't mean that the documents coming out help her.
Sorry,
but I thought the question was how did the
release of the documents help people? I can answer that question as well.
She's dead, so
that is my question.
Doesn't really help her directly.
Well, right, but I was saying the exposure of the incident obviously materially benefit Virginia Giuffre. So let me make a separate assertion. So I think that, interestingly enough, because you were trying to parse this out earlier, so I'll just do it for you because it might not be something. It's so unpopular to articulate that I think that you can only be like a vociferous critic and articulate this. So I'll be a vociferous critic and articulate it. These teenage girls in the 80s and 90s were getting pimped out and doing so on a semi-voluntary basis. They were minors, which means that they didn't have the legal ability to volunteer.
Some of them were minors, but yes.
Well, so for instance, there was the I would have to look her up. But effectively, there was the gal who did allege forcible sexual assault from Donald Trump. But the way that she stated the relationship began, and I think this is true of a majority of their relationships, is effectively that they were flown out for modeling gigs and teen beauty pageants and teen competitions. Then they stayed later and they partied. And then after they partied, at a certain time at night, things got a little creepy. And effectively, the models were encouraged to sleep with rich and powerful men in order to clout, influence, money, job opportunities, whatever.
Yeah, which young girls could never be internally motivated to do, of course, right? That has to come from external pressure.
Well, no. Like, obviously, if a 17-year-old girl goes, oh, that's a billionaire, and he said he would give me a job, so I'll just give him a blowy in order to try to get that job.
Do we even have evidence? Do we even have evidence of the quid pro quo here of like, I'm going to give you a job?
No, I mean, alleged in sworn written testimony about Jeffrey Epstein, probably dozens of times it's alleged, because Jeffrey Epstein was friends with Les Wexner, and Les Wexner was the owner of Victoria's Secret. So anyways, the thrust of this, rather than getting boiled down in minutia, I think that the point that this doesn't have any positive impact going forward. No, I think that it has a positive impact to articulate the way in which these girls were abused against the legal system of the United States. That way, that
was already articulated, right? Because that was literally what he was put in jail for in the Florida case, was for bringing underage girls to his home. The fact that you think a single charge of soliciting sex from a 17-year-old is appropriate in this case is fucking mind-blowing to me. And lifetime registry on a sex offender list. I mean, that
yeah, and during the year and a half that he served, he was on work release where he was outside of the prison 60 to 70 hours a week. So hold on. Okay, that's appropriate. So hold on. If this guy was like a redneck trailer trash piece of shit, and he was alleged to have sexually abused dozens of teenage girls, but they were only able to convict him of one, he's not getting a year and a half work release. That's unheard of. So to be clear,
and the one girl that he was convicted of said that she consented to it. She said that the difficulties relating to this fiasco were with the legal implications that it brought upon her.
This is the crux of the argument. If it's such a nothing burger, then why is the Trump administration not releasing the grand jury affidavits and sworn written statements of the victims from the Florida case?
Then why didn't the Biden administration do it? This is the problem. This is why this is so
No. Because I'll tell you why, Tally. I'll tell you. Because it embarrassed Peter Thiel. Because it embarrassed Bill Gates. Because it embarrassed rich and powerful men who are donors to both sides. That's why they didn't release
Okay, so then everyone is okay, so that I'm sorry.
But the grand jury the grand jury testimony from Florida is available to read. I read it. It's there.
Okay, so you have sworn written testimony from 17 victims?
Not the 17, but there's there's part of the grand jury testimony, especially with the person that he ended up taking the plea deal over. That one's there and you can read. I don't know about all the other affidavits. I don't think all the affidavits, I don't know if they all went to the grand jury or not. Because you can write an affidavit outside of like a grand jury.
That by itself.
So I'm not saying they didn't. I'm just saying
that by itself is a sweep.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Jinx.
How is that a sweep? Wait.
If you have the sworn written statements of victims to an alleged crime, and then you refuse to charge said crime, and those files are not publicly available, that's crazy.
Wait.
So I'm sorry. Let me say something really quickly.
There can be issue. Hold on. Just wait 1 second. Yeah. There can be issues that they find with certain people. I'm not saying all 17. That seems like a high number to just completely discount. I would agree with that. But there can be a reason where you would take a sworn affidavit and look into it and not be able to find it credible or find that it lined up, or like there's reasons that you could not take that and charge a crime that exists in the world. Yes. Okay.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure on the right page. I agree that 17 is a lot of affidavits to ignore. And that there could be something up with that. I don't know where 17 all of them are.
In and all are totally right. Then that would be reason to wonder. But here, I'm just going to lay out really quickly, and this is where Kay and I slightly differ in disposition. But the reason that essentially I have such a hard time buying so much of this is because I am anti-conspiratorial by nature. Everything that you are positing requires a whole bunch of people to agree to lie and to engage in this nefarious thing, which I would need to understand what is the motivation for these people, for all of these people to implicate themselves in a crime, in a cover-up of horrific sex crimes, because that's what we're talking about.
Because
I have seen no good evidence that all these disparate individual elected officials and judges and all of these people would be willing to sacrifice their lives, essentially, if any of this were to ever come out, for what?
It's only one man. It's Alex Acosta. And so Alex Acosta doing a plea deal before it even
hold on,
gets.
no, sorry, Connor. It's not only one man, because let's say Alex Acosta was the only one who could make the decision, let's say, right? And
Yep.
all of these other people who have read these sworn affidavits and have read all of this stuff, they disagree with him. They know the true horrors of what happened, right? So all of them are staying silent now. 20
They
years
haven't
later,
been silent. They've been bitching for years. They've been bitching for decades. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the head of the Palm Beach County. Hold on. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office has been bitching about this for decades.
Yes, that
decades.
They were displeased about the federal government essentially taking priority in some aspects, and also that they felt that he didn't get a long enough sentence. Okay, they felt like what you're saying.
So they haven't been silent.
They haven't come out with the evidence that you're talking about.
They're not allowed to, because it's a part of the federal indictment.
And none of them, okay, so you're saying, okay, so it's a federal indictment. So Connor, if you were required by law, okay, to not release it's part of your job. You're in the military, whatever, right? You got to follow the chain of command. You are required by law. You're telling me that you're not going to come out as a whistleblower and say, fuck it, I'll go to jail if I have to. There were hundreds of little girls who were raped. You're saying that you would just sit back and say, oh, well, it's my job duty. I'm just gonna be a little pissed about it.
It depends on the person and the context.
We have to weigh out the severity of the claims that people are making and with the actions that are associated.
Do you think in the 80s and 90s, okay, especially
I think
in the 80s and 90s, hold on.
I think there would have been at least one person whose conscience would not have been able to handle if they truly believed that hundreds of little girls were raped by this man. Yes, at least one person would have said, fuck it, I'm going to jail. Here it is. Yes, I firmly believe
what if here's the other thing though. What if it's a legal issue, but because of the cultural context of the time, it's not as big of a moral issue? So for instance, hold on, let me articulate this. In the 1980s, prior to the passage of domestic violence battery was viewed as an in-home deal. Hold on, let me articulate this. I see you trying to talk.
We're talking about 2003 and 2004, though. We're not talking about the 1980s. And
a majority of the victims, I almost guarantee you, are from the 1980s and 1990s.
Okay, but he was tried in the 2000s.
And a majority of the allegations stem from the 1980s and 1990s.
Yes, okay, but the people involved in charging him and all of this stuff they're not stuck in a time machine. They're not frozen in glass in the 1980s. They've lived through now the 90s and the 2000s, okay? So they're coming into this era.
Let me articulate the problem before you even get to it.
Even if the times were different then, it's 2026. Everyone has been brought up to date in what we find socially acceptable now. Why are they still holding their tongue? Why haven't they just come out and released it? There would be a whistleblower
That's
out there.
A great question. And by the way, hold on, Tallybots.
Then what's your answer?
My answer is that they are. The malicious compliance, what's so interesting about the Epstein files is consistently, I think it's partially incompetence, to be honest, but I also think that there are malicious compliers who are part of the FBI who redact in line with Trump administration guidance and instead of in the statute guidance, but then they leave enough information in order to contradict their own sources for the files to be pulled. And so as a result,
again, you're also now, but you're impugning another conspiracy. So now I'm not. Redactors who are,
and this is also verifiable.
You are though. You are. Now it's the redactors who are getting together, not listening to the law, listening more to the Trump administration's.
That's just correct.
Whatever guidelines, and then they're putting out this stuff so that it'll contradict this and will throw people off the scent. That's another conspiracy.
No. You're misunderstanding.
It's a much smaller scale one.
You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. The law says one thing. It says release all 6 million files with victims' information redacted. Okay, that's what they're stating. What the Trump administration has done.
With alleged victims. So that also means that we redact the names of people who may have completely made shit up, who may have been out for money, who may have been deranged and mentally ill.
That has nothing to do with the thrust of my point.
No, it certainly does, right? Because then we're allowing out, okay, so let's hear this story about this the European president who raped this girl and then turned into a werewolf overnight and then ate her, and then her friend watched and gave this sworn testimony. All the information gets to stay, but we never get to criticize the source of the complaint. That's the problem too. This is part of the problem in
that has nothing
releasing
to do.
all of these files in this way.
That's a separate point. Okay. The point is
It's related to redactions, but okay.
Okay. 6 million files are supposed to be released exclusively with alleged victims and victims' information redacted. The Trump administration has not complied with this law that was passed, I think, almost unanimously in both houses with a veto-proof majority. They have not complied with this law.
It shouldn't have been, but yeah.
Okay. The shouldn't have been, I don't care anymore. It's done.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Sure.
So if a law is passed,
they should comply with they should comply with the law.
But it's
even
not
though
just
going
a question of should they comply. The question is, how are they complying? So for instance, the indictable co-conspirators. These are people that the FBI believed that there was sufficient evidence to charge these 6 people with being a part of the sex trafficking ring. The members who were listed as indictable co-conspirators were also redacted from the files. But then, what I would say is the malicious compliance component is that they weren't redacted in other locations sufficiently that people were able to uncover who the indictable co-conspirators were using effectively a checkerboard of information that they shouldn't even have to do. We should not have to be playing Clue to figure out who the indictable co-conspirators are, and yet we have been able to because people at FBI and DOJ are not following Trump guidance.
Arguably, we shouldn't know who these unindicted co-conspirators were because they weren't indicted.
Fuck that. You think a cop?
You can say fuck that.
A cop and a state attorney say we have enough to go after this person, and then somebody else says nah, and then you go,
do you have evidence
nothing to see here.
Hold on. Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence like someone came in and said nah? Because my understanding is often these types of
because if they're indictable so and they're not indicted, somebody said people. No. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so who said no, Connor?
Probably a state attorney.
But probably, so we don't know.
We know the role of the person who would say no is a state attorney.
Okay, so everyone
from indictable to unindictable with new information. So they're
okay, but hold on. You guys are alleging that this is like a crazy pants conspiracy, but it's not. What is that? Lunch? Amazing. Thank you. Sorry, my mom's being extra nice today. She got me lunch.
Cute.
Well, okay. My mom is being extra nice in general, and she wants you to know that she's not just being nice today. She's being nice in general. Okay.
I believe that.
Got it.
So, hold on. Let's talk about this real quick. We were at like laws, indictments, unindictable to indictable. So you're saying that I'm alleging a crazy conspiracy theory, but I'm not. And the reason why is because there's an analog here. Okay. I am the most vociferous Hunter Biden critic in the online politosphere, and my chat fucking hates me for it. Okay? They hate me for it. But what the IRS whistleblowers allege during the Hunter Biden prosecution is that the state attorney's office and the DOJ had a myriad of felonies and misdemeanors that were textbook violations that could have been charged, went to trial, indicted, and turned over. And Hunter Biden, if his name was not Biden, he would have been fucked. But because the prosecutor wanted to play footsie with the defense team, all these indictable crimes were allowed to lapse past the statute of limitations. And these are not low-level IRS employees who got on the job a year and a half ago. They're people who have been prosecuting public corruption and organized crime for decades. So you're asking me, can a state attorney who wants to play footsie with political figures not charge a crime? My answer is absolutely the fuck yes, and we've seen an analog in the Hunter Biden case.
Sure. That wasn't my question though. And even just to expand that out more, I think there are several reasons why they could choose not to prosecute a case, right? It doesn't just require wanting to play footsies with some type of political figure. You would agree with that, right? There could be
maybe there's
myriad
national security
reasons, right?
concerns.
Maybe there's national security concerns. Maybe in this individual case, like there could, you take into consideration the person in front of you, the severity of the crimes, their likelihood, like all of these things could have been weighed in theory in their decision to prosecute these crimes.
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
trust their judgment. I don't trust their judgment, and I want to know what the judgment was at the time, and I also want to have them comply with the law that was passed near unanimously by the Congress. That's what I want. So if you want to tell me there's a myriad reasons why Alex Acosta and this other state attorney who eliminated these charges, there's a myriad reasons why they could have dismissed this case before it went to trial, I want to hear those reasons in compliance with the law that my Congress passed. And if they're good reasons,
Okay.
maybe I'll change my tune. But if they're terrible reasons, I'm not changing my tune at all.
Do you see this case being this obvious exception because it has just like caught the attention and frenzy of so many people? Do you see possible drawbacks, possible issues with this type of transparency, if we want to call it that, of our legal system? Do you see how this, like, if this is how we handled all cases, how this could have like severely negative implications on innocent people?
I live in Florida, and we have the sunshine statutes, which effectively means that every case at the state level is public. And no, I don't care about the second order and third order effects. I prefer transparency to the state invoking some sovereign right to privacy and then fucking clamming shit up. No, if it's alleged that people are bad people, but then the state doesn't have enough to indict them, I would rather the allegations be out there than be sealed for some maintenance of public reputation.
Well, why is it maintenance of public reputation?
What's that?
Why is it necessarily maintenance of public? Sorry,
I mean, there could be another reason. So for instance, like with this is a complaint about the sunshine statutes. The sunshine statutes, whenever you file like an injunction against somebody, you have to list your telephone number, your current telephone number and address. So technically, if the person wanted to harass you, they have your telephone number and they have your address. You just made it easier for them to stalk you. But what happens is if they stalk you, you document it, you go back to the court, and then the court punishes them for stalking. So yeah, there's plenty of deleterious, and there's probably murders that have happened as a result of this. There are probably people who have domestic violence injunctions who see the current listed address and phone number of their victims, and they've traveled to that address and they've murdered the victims. It's probably happened.
So according to my handy dandy AI, the sunshine laws, and they're pulling from the Florida bar here, so that's the only source cited here. Sunshine laws don't apply to unindicted co-conspirators themselves. The laws govern meetings, records, conduct of public boards, commissions, and agencies, not private individuals, even if they are involved in criminal activity. So it sounds like what you're calling for, there are still protections against people who their name may be raised in some way in some type of legal action, but the court has determined for whatever reason, maybe nefarious ones that you're insinuating, maybe good ones, maybe the evidence doesn't flesh this out. But so even according to the laws that you're holding up as the gold standard in Florida, that would not have revealed the names of the unindicted co-conspirators in Jeffrey Epstein's case.
I'll tell you right now that they.
So do you want the laws to go further?
No, I'll respond to exactly what you're saying. Orange County, or I could go to the Orange County Clerk of Court's website right now. If you knew somebody who was in trouble in Orange County, if I knew their name, I could search it. I could click on it. Every single entry in the file, motions to dismiss, witness statements, all that bullshit, it's there. I can click through it. I can scroll through it. Not just that. I can also do a Freedom of Information Act request for any case, any city or county, state.
Existed.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
That has always existed.
I can do a FOIA request for any city or county, and I can pull reports for decades, and I can get unredacted sworn written affidavits with the victims' names. Or alleged, or unindicted alleged co-conspirators.
You can maybe do that. So FOIA is not, it's not an automatic process. Someone still has to determine whether they're going to release that information. So you can maybe get that.
Well,
but again,
neither was
the
Epstein law.
The
Epstein law wasn't an automatic process.
Going through the FOIA process is separate. Yeah, go ahead, Kay.
Sorry, if something's not indicted, then it doesn't make its way to the court system. So like some of these filings are not there, right? Like not
I don't even know if that's true. So for instance, like,
well, according to the Florida bar, that's correct.
I don't trust the way that you ask the AI. I'm telling you what I know. So there is a case number that like, so for instance, like, let's say that we're talking about the Lake County jurisdiction. Lake County jurisdiction, whenever you do a call, you could literally go to somebody's house for a call because their dog was barking. That generates a call number. That call number, if it becomes a case, is oftentimes transposed as the case number. Then all of the sworn written affidavits, all the photos, all of the body camera footage, everything is accessible via that case number within that jurisdiction, particularly at the police department. And then the only place that I'm going to leave room for you, because the state attorneys have access to all of that. State attorneys have access to all of that. So the only way that I would presume that some of the information could be lost is if the state attorney, in order to go to a grand jury indictment, omits unnecessary evidence, because there's like hours of body camera footage that has nothing to do with the case. So you wouldn't include that in the judicial process, right? You would omit that stuff. But the reason why sworn written affidavits not being a part of the judicial process freaks me the fuck out is because that's the evidence I need. You're saying that, like, you need evidence of malfeasance. In order for me to get the evidence of malfeasance, I need the sworn written affidavits from the people in the Florida case from the early thousands that was sworn, that was either sealed or not transposed by Alex Acosta. That's what I need.
But don't you see there's like I don't know the proper word for this. I'm sorry. It's early. I don't have my all words here, but it's a little bit of a, like, you're doing, respectfully, a little bit of the conspiracy minded thing, which is lack of evidence is also evidence for my theory, right? So if we just had these unsealed 17 sworn affidavits, then we would know, right? So let's say, for all we know, these 17 sworn affidavits are like written in Mandarin, and they're just like instructions on how to operate a toaster, right? Okay, so maybe actually the information that would come out wouldn't help your case at all, Connor, right? That's number one.
Sure.
Number two, maybe it does in theory. Maybe the 17 signed affidavits come out, and again, they're just the most horrific thing ever. This person raped me and then ate my friend, okay? The cannibalism, all of it.
Yeah, but it wasn't deemed credible.
But that's still... Exactly. So even just having that information doesn't actually necessarily get us any closer to the truth. It feels like the conspiracists really have the upper hand here, right? Because lack of evidence is evidence for the conspiracy.
What fact have I asserted in reference to Jeffrey Epstein that you think is either like in dispute or even disproved by the facts that we currently have?
Well, I mean, okay. Well, you call Donald Trump a rapist.
A pedophile
you
rapist?
Refer to him. Yeah. So that is certainly in dispute.
I think he's an ephebophilic rapist based off of available information.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that's certainly in dispute.
It's in dispute for sure. It's in dispute.
Okay. Well, your question to me, Connor, was what have I claimed that's in dispute?
Rapist without
that was your specific question to me. Is what is in dispute that I've said so far. So
yeah, but that's not Jeffrey Epstein. That's Donald Trump.
So these things are totally distinct?
No, of course not. But I'm asking you, what fact have I asserted about Jeffrey Epstein that is in dispute?
So my understanding is that it's Jeffrey Epstein's relationship to all of these powerful people that feeds these conspiracies and makes this so interesting to people at all, right?
Yes,
'Cause,
but
I mean, you would
the
agree, right?
reason,
Like,
hold
so,
on, hold
like
on.
the people in
Even
your
if I
chat,
didn't,
for example, Connor, the people in
even
your
if I
chat
didn't,
are way more concerned about like the Jeffrey Epstein, who may have singularly abused a bunch of young women. You would agree that women in your chat, or sorry, not the women, the people in your chat are way more concerned about that than, for example, the rape gangs going on in the UK, right? So it's not just about protecting victims. There
yeah,
is
but
a
I
very
yell at them
clear
about the rape gangs
political
as well.
valence. I know you do. I know you do. I know. I'm making the point about your chat, not you. I'm not impugning any of this on
Yeah,
you.
chat's retarded. Don't
But
listen to
my
them.
point is that people.
I'm kidding. I love you, chat. Give me
Okay.
money.
I don't. Yeah. My point though is that these things, it's not just about like me bringing up Donald Trump is relevant to the claims on the Jeffrey Epstein case, because people are not just upset about the Jeffrey Epstein case because there are potential victims. A lot of people I don't want to say they don't care about victims, because like in theory they do. And if they were ever confronted with one in person, they would care. And if it was their cousin or their sister or whatever, they would care. But these people are not motivated to do all of this because of these precious victims, right? They are very happy to turn away from other victims that don't feed them the same convenient political narrative, or especially if it counters a convenient political narrative for them, right? Like
Sure, but
religion of peace
that's
and
the
open borders and stuff.
You cannot. This is a statement that has brought me a lot of peace in the online politosphere. You cannot hold movements accountable for hypocrisy. It's impossible, especially in the American binary political tribalism. If there's a liberal who makes some statement of principle, another liberal is going to make a contradictory statement. Same thing with libertarians, fascists, communists, whatever. Political tribes are just inherently hypocritical because they're made up of many people who have many different principles and competing principles. Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
You can hold individuals accountable for hypocrisy. So, for instance,
Sure.
if I was unilaterally alarmed about the Jeffrey Epstein pedophilic sex trafficking ring, but I showed no alarm about racist sexual grooming gangs in the United Kingdom, then you can say, hey, Connor, it seems like your care for sex crimes against teenagers is only as serious as your political tribalism. And you would be correct. But that actually has no bearing on whether or not you should be alarmed about Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking or the grooming gangs in the UK. The truth is you should probably be alarmed by both.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yes, I agree with that. Right. However, I can highlight the hypocrisy, because I think the hypocrisy is at the core of why people are getting this whole Epstein thing wrong. Right. Because I do think this is being used as a political weapon, and people are swept up in a moral panic over something that was bad enough, but they've now added layers and layers of like deranged fantasy on top of.
If you're arguing with and unfortunately I know this position is popular, so I might even be able to articulate the position that you're fighting against. So if you're saying that Kyle Kulinski implying that the Iranian regime change war is solely motivated by simultaneously Israel having sexual blackmail on Donald Trump to force him into the war, and then also to distract from the conspiracy theory surrounding the Epstein files, then I think you have more than enough wiggle room in there to call Kyle Kulinski a fucking idiot. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't even need that. I don't even need that to call Kyle Kulinski.
But I don't think that I am participating in the same level of idiocy that Kyle Kulinski is.
You're not.
No, and I
have my own flavor of idiocy.
Correct.
And
Correct.
while I may not agree with you, like it is not
Okay. It
is not
I wanted to
as much of a bummer. Like you are not Kyle Kulinski.
But what's the so is the bummer thing that I'm buying into the moral panic? Is it because it's useful to Kyle Kulinski idiot types that I give them ammunition? What's the bummer part of it?
That you're bringing it up when it's likely not the contributing factor to the war in Iran. Like, it's not even like it was a conversation.
That's why I said it was a
Epstein.
70% meme, but like, there's absolutely a part of me.
Yeah, but you're still choosing to. Yeah, right. So there is a part of you that believes that. And if I had to guess, Kay doesn't believe that.
There's a part of
don't,
me.
and like,
but I don't even think I was insinuating. I actually don't think that the blackmail is most relevant. The insinuation, which I probably should have clarified, is more that a war, a Middle Eastern and North African conflict, substantially distracts from the zeitgeist in reference to the Epstein files. That's like the more the implication. Excuse me, the implication I was trying to make.
Yeah, I think that's like boring. I think that's low hanging fruit, frankly. And people have been, first of all, I don't even know how true that is. People have been saying this with everything that Trump does, right? Actually, frankly, before the Epstein stuff, right? So even in Trump term 1, right? The when I was a super partisan Democrat and progressive radical, essentially, is what I was. Everything that Donald Trump does was seen as something to distract from another. And that could be true in these smaller ways about specific instances, right? But that's how a lot of left-wing people frame essentially anything that Donald Trump does, right? Is he's trying to give you a story over here so you won't look over here, which again can lead you open to conspiratorial thinking. If that's the framework that you plug into every action that Donald Trump takes, well, okay, then what does he not want us to look at, right? That leads people to a conspiratorial framework of approaching things, number one. But yeah, I just don't think people have been saying this about the Epstein stuff in particular, about everything that Donald Trump has done in Trump 2.0, the Venezuela, tariffs, literally everything. People say he's doing this so that you guys will stop talking about Epstein. And to a certain extent, that has failed, right? It is, as we all know, I mean, it is the Trump base, or, people on the right side of the aisle who cared about all this Epstein stuff at all, frankly. The left was not concerned with any of this. And so it's not,
which, by the way, I found alarming, but continue.
Sure, yeah, but so it's not like I guess my point is, I don't think that even starting a war with Iran would enable him to outrun these accusations. That people are so deranged about this, rightfully or not rightfully. They're so passionate. That would be the less charged word, because let's say it's rightfully. People are so passionate about this stuff that it hasn't seemed to go away yet. That's A. And then B,
well, I think it's the Streisand
all the
effect.
things that you laid out. Sure, yeah. Certainly. But all of the geopolitical reasons that you laid out just make so much more sense that it's like, why even throw that in there? But you threw it in there because you believe it, and that's fair enough. You're not.
Well, I mean, I think I also threw it in there because I was also trying to joke a little bit. So for instance, like what happens in this space, right? If you exclusively have conversations about geopolitical reality and tariffs and logistics and all that kind of bullshit, I mean, you're gonna lose 2/3 of your audience because they're just gonna get fucking bored, right? You have to throw in a little bit of sex and blood and violence and drama and interpersonal beef and all that kind of bullshit. So yeah, the Epstein thing.
That's why Kay and I strip at the halfway mark of all of
nice. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We have plenty of gooners in chat, so I'll start
Perfect.
raiding into you guys so the gooners can get theirs. But the
Perfect, yes.
but the thing about it is, I think that you are consistently stating that there is a conspiracy mindset that is leading me down bad paths, or leading other people down bad paths. But I think that my frustration with that is, if I go down a conspiracy path and then I find something that is factually inconvenient to the person I'm accusing of bad behavior, and then their option is just to continue to accuse me of conspiracy thinking, well, that doesn't exactly dismiss my concerns. So, for instance, going back to the Hunter Biden thing, when I have because these are the facts as I understand them. There were 2 gentlemen who worked for the IRS as seasoned investigators of criminal actions of both organized crime and public corruption for decades. Up until now, they were model employees of the IRS. They get involved with the Hunter Biden corruption case. They have basically tax fraud violations that are headshots, like provable crimes for tax evasion, in 2014 and 2015. They also have charges from like 17, 18, and 19. And they go to they whistleblow, and they go to Congress and they say, if Hunter Biden's last name was not Biden, this would have been indicted, charged, prosecuted, convicted, and incarcerated within a matter of months. But because this guy's name is Biden, the prosecution is playing footsie with it. So when people say, oh, well, you're engaged in conspiratorial thinking, that doesn't dismiss any of the facts that I've outlined. And then what's even more alarming is they say, Well, defer to the justice system. Just trust the system to play out. Trust Congress to play out. And you know what ended up happening when I trusted the system to play out? Weirdly enough, it went my way. Merrick Garland, despite trying to be like as objective as possible, he still ended up charging and being accused of sweeping for the Bidens at the same time. He ended up charging felonies and misdemeanors related to this case, resulting in Hunter Biden being basically up for federal indictment and incarceration, and his father had to pardon him. But nobody who was accusing me of conspiracy brain ever updated their tune. They never said, oh shit, he did get charged with felonies and misdemeanors. Oh my God, the FBI whistleblowers were totally correct. Nobody fucking changed their tune.
Let me jump in because I think maybe you'll hear this differently, or like maybe this will be an inroad of where we can, our minds can meet a little bit.
Hold on, I gotta tell somebody to kill themselves. Just Julius, kill yourself, okay? Because Merrick Garland literally was going to charge felonies, and Hunter Biden had to take a fucking a pardon in order to avoid incarceration. So eat a barrel of dicks. Don't tell me to read shit when you fucking haven't read anything. Sorry, anyways, go ahead.
That was beautiful. So everything that you just laid out makes total sense to me, and I want to agree and acknowledge that yes, like, okay, my brain's going in 5 different directions. So let me try to make the clearest point first. That is all very plausible, and I think like let's put our like reasonable adult cap on here, right? So would someone want to avoid charging for these types of crimes, right? When it's the president's son, there might be political pressures, right? All of these things. That to me is more reasonable and understandable than making that same calculation about heinous sex crimes. I think we have to, if we're just like considering where people might feel pressure and where they're willing to draw their own personal moral line, because as you point out, even Merrick Garland, right, was not willing to play that game, basically, even though the level of the crimes that we're talking about are much less heinous and much less significant than child rape and sex trafficking, right? And so the mindset that you're explaining for the people involved in charging Hunter Biden, to me, is more reasonable and less conspiratorial than all the people who would have had to be involved in disregarding heinous sex crimes for a much less explicitly clear political advantage or pressure there.
Okay. The fastest way to get me off of my conspiracy soapbox is to comply with the law. I hate to put it like that because I could argue back and forth with you, and the truth is that I don't have, I think they call it like falsifiable or whatever. I think I have non-falsifiable claims, right? You cannot prove me wrong because I am making assertions. Bad. Yeah, sure. But I'm making assertions that you can't disprove because we have partial evidence and not full evidence. Okay. So what I'm saying is,
disprove it, Connor. Arguably, we couldn't disprove any. You just kind of admitted it. It's unfalsifiable. So even if all of everything came out and we could prove that everything came out entirely unredacted, that still might not be enough to disprove it to you if you see it as unfalsifiable, unless you're saying that it's just temporarily unfalsifiable because you believe that the specific redactions or the specific files that we haven't seen yet contain all of the damning information that would confirm the conspiracy. Is that the assertion?
I think the strongest one in reference to that is going to be the Florida affidavits. However, hold on, let me articulate this for you real quick. There are facts in contention that there's facts that are real, or I believe are real based off of the sources that I have, and then there's the inferences made off of those facts. So the fact that Jeffrey Epstein worked with British military industrial complex people in order to facilitate the Saudi Arabian deal in the 1980s, until proven incorrect, to me that is a truthful fact. The fact that he worked with Adnan Khashoggi, a weapons arms trafficker in the Middle East and North Africa, in order to facilitate the Iran-Contra affair and the Safari Club, that is a fact that has been asserted that has not been disproven. Okay?
Okay.
So you would
But,
have
like,
to
bring
you would
us
have
back to, like, the sex crime pyramid here, because again, like, yes,
well
this
hold
guy
on. I haven't
was
even gotten that far.
just
So,
objectively
so
okay.
the only thing that I'm trying to articulate here is the fact that Jeffrey Epstein had international intelligence and military's armed trafficking ties. That's the first.
That's never been in dispute, really. All of that was
Okay.
known before these files were released.
Okay, so let's say that is a fact. Okay.
Like,
And
he
then
was
let's
a
say-
well-connected,
then-
suspiciously well-connected. Yeah,
Suspiciously
bizarrely
well-connected
well-connected
man.
for any one individual, certainly.
Okay. Then here's a separate fact. Jeffrey Epstein has been accused of sex trafficking teenage girls for decades, and when he was sentenced by the state, it seemed like he got a very, very, very lenient sentence. That's the second fact. Now, what I would say that you guys are accusing me of doing, which is true, is that I'm taking one fact and I'm implying that they're related.
You're drawing lines where we don't
because
have them.
he is getting
Connecting
preferential treatment for a criminal prosecution because he's well connected over here. And I'll agree with you that I cannot prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? I can't. I'm not psychic. I don't know Alex Acosta. I can't read his mind. I don't have the Florida grand jury transcript, or even if we have the Florida grand jury transcript, I don't have the sworn written affidavits of the victims. I can't get that far. But what I'm saying to you is, I think my inferences are reasonable enough and obvious enough that I'm not trafficking in the same level of conspiracy mongering that other people are.
It's
are
my
not
own
as
brand
crazy
as the
stupidity.
craziest people. Yeah, no.
Yes.
Undeniable that you are not as crazy as the craziest among us.
Okay. Then that's really where I wanted to get. I don't want to disappoint Kay, and if I am going to be viewed
me neither.
if I'm going to be viewed as a rabid conspiracy theory idiot freak, then I want to be classified as my own distinct version of that. So I want Kay to hate me for me. Okay? Not for what other people not for what other people are doing with what I'm saying. Hate me for what I say.
Yes, and had I could have made a more succinct, or maybe not succinct, a clearer statement in chat.
You know me, I'm sensitive.
But all to say, yes, and like, so am I. On certain topics, right? So I might just be a little.
No, if somebody, if I have also, a veteran,
like the whole thing came after, I think, I don't know, there was like other talk about Israel right before that. So it's in a melange of issues, and not just you. It was like possibly something like Pisco had said, and so
sure.
All to say, I'm
no,
glad
I jumped into
your logic does not flow from the Kyle Kalinske school of thought, and as long as it's not coming from exactly there.
No, I jumped into a rhetorical political bear trap for the chat's entertainment. That's what I did. I was like, oh, is this a mess? Can I make this messier? Boom, and then I jumped into the bear trap. But I jumped into it hopefully for some people's entertainment. Yeah.
Well, you should know, Connor, that our audience here is made up exclusively of the most based grill hottest in
good
chat. Yes.
Good. We need to not only do we need to grow together, but we need to build that community, because frankly, like the far left wing is obviously driving me crazy because I think they're having way too much influence on the left. The far right wing has been driving me crazy because I think they're doing a bunch of evil, nefarious shit. So actually having like sane center left, center right people who are trying to piece the world apart earnestly because they actually care about things, that's more the people that I want to associate with than political tribalists who just want to make money off of the world's suffering.
Yeah. Or even if it's not about who want to make money off of the world's suffering, there's just a lot of political tribalists.
Yeah,
sure, clout. Even if we like remove all of those self-serving things, there are a lot of people out there who are deranged. I mean, and it goes to the extent of, it's not just the creators, right? Yeah. We see it's the chats too. It's the call-ins. If we talk about this whole sort of destiny arc, right, of like we need to be illiberal in the face of whatever.
I'm
not
so
just the people who stand to benefit. I know you are. No, I know you are. And Kay and I often talk about your chats like on our little stream here. But so it's not just the people who stand to personally financially benefit from this who are in this mindset. It's a lot of like everyday people who have kind of radicalized themselves in this way.
I don't think, I think Steven has done, I'm hoping anyways, I'm hoping he's done enough of a good job to police his community in the past that I hope that most people are just venting or whatever. But if he had not gone to war with his chat in the past about like super heavy moderation in reference to Mr. Girl or Lavloon or whatever, then I actually would be worried that he had held on to so many deranged schizophrenics over time that eventually there would be a DGG like terrorist attack, unironically. Like there would just be somebody who got sick of like talking about it and they would go do it, and then they would check their Discord, and instead of having a trans roommate, they would be a DGGer. So that's where for me that's so alarming, especially with Charlie Kirk getting killed recently, that I want him to slow down.
Well, and that's alarming for me too. But even like short of that, even short of like some terrible, horrific, violent incident,
it's still just not good.
I'm deeply concerned. Yeah, like the negative polarization. Not, I know it's like that's the most common thing to say. It's not an original thought, but like that is the crux of like our issues in America. Like we disagree so vehemently, and we believe our opposition is evil.
Yeah.
It's like, how the fuck do you even get past that? So even if the radicalization never leads to harm against another person in the real world, I'm also concerned about the person sitting in their room stewing constantly, believing that they're neighbors, and the person who's checking them out at the supermarket all secretly hate them, are secret fascists, would kill their gay brother and their trans cousin. Like that is and that's what I've been saying really since the beginning that I've started speaking on the internet, since my ideological turn, is all of this shit is so bad for the individual's mental health and our cultural landscape of like social cohesion and functioning. And it extends to the way our government's able to function, right? They are extraordinarily negatively polarized. So yes, I'm concerned about people going out and acting rashly and all of these things. But I'm really concerned about the American psyche.
No, I couldn't have said it better myself, and I'm probably in complete lockstep on this part of what you articulated. Is the reason why I try to cultivate the community that I do, even though I am sensitive and I do ban people, is because I really want people who wake up every single day, go to work, take care of their family, take care of their communities, care about the world, but also know that they have a limited sphere of influence. And within their limited sphere of influence, they're trying to make it more positive. And I think as a result, we have disproportionately attracted people who, number one, financially support the channel, but also number two, seem to be, even if they're flawed people, they seem to be like really well intended. Like they care about the world and they're trying to take care of stuff. And that's already a cut above. I mean, I swear to God, 70% of Twitch and YouTube politics is just non-playable character piranha who are just trying to rip each other to shreds. So yeah, it's pretty bad out there. But what I would say...
Sorry, can I say something really quickly just to expand on that? Because I completely agree, but I want to challenge that a little bit, only because I completely agree. You really don't have like super crazy people, like these deranged people. That's not your sphere at all, whatever.
Or we keep them as pets.
Even if there's people, sure, yeah, right, that's true.
They don't dominate the chat. We just keep them as pets.
Yeah, but it's I guess my only issue with what you're saying, and I agree, and frankly, I agree that these people are well-intentioned, and this can go for both sides of the aisle, but I think we're mostly talking about people who are like left of center generally right now in this like general internet sphere that we're all in, right? We are in a left of center internet sphere, even if the three of us are right of center, ideologically and whatever. But even amongst the in fact, it's maybe worse in the case of the well-intentioned people, because they are because it's not nefarious, it's not whatever, like well-intentions kill. That's really an extreme and dramatic thing to say, but so much of what I see that went wrong with wokeism, is an overflowing of actual good intentions, an actual desire to make the world a better place, to make the world kinder and safer, and all of these things. And it still can lead to really bad outcomes.
The path,
right?
no, the path to hell.
So,
the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
And
knew
you
I
were
wasn't,
saying, what is it?
wrong with that
The
myself.
most delicious of moral treats or whatever it like.
Aldous
that saying?
Huxley's quote. I stole that
Yes.
from Chud Logic, but I do love it. It's like to be able
Yeah.
to destroy in good conscience, to be able to
Yeah.
like something like that. It's like the most delicious of moral treats. And by the way, part of the reason why I feel that is because that the Marine Corps trained you that way. You are righteous. You are a crusader. You are totally correct. You don't need to care about the other side. Matter of fact, caring about the other side is weakness because it might breed a level of mercy that makes you hesitate in the moment of truth. It's this pure black and white thinking, and it's really attractive. Like, especially when you're like enraptured in it, like you're like, oh, I'm on a crusade, let's do this. But then what happens, especially with a lot of warriors, is when they leave the war or they experience something that's morally gray, or they see somebody on their side do something that's morally messed up, it just shatters them spiritually because they could not believe that their side was capable of wrong or evil. And so you're really like, you're left with two psychological choices. You either cope for it and you make excuses for it, or you decide that the world is actually really complex and messed up, and even really good intended institutions can do horrible shit. But that requires a level of like nuance that not a lot of people are comfortable with.
Right.
And it makes sense to have that, like, when you're at war.
Right. It's like arguably necessary.
Part of a military team. Yeah. Like that's probably a good, a good premise to operate under for group cohesion and for safety and to make sure everybody's on the same page. But it's like taking that out into the real world.
Disastrous. And it will, the more we allow it to seize our zeitgeist, the worse it's going to get. So yeah, like I'm with y'all in lockstep. Yeah. But it is 2:53. So I'm roughly 25 minutes over schedule. I do have a cold lunch that I need to eat. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to encourage, I don't know how to rate on YouTube, but I'm going to encourage all of my remaining girl hottest to come over to you guys. So it's Morally Neutral with Kay and Tallybots. I'll just pull it up on YouTube and I'll spam it in the chat. But yeah, what do you guys, I'm going to go full screen again so you guys can talk, but can you tell whoever I got left, oh shit, I still have 100 people left. Tell them and what you do and what you like and what you're trying to do on the internet.
Well, I'm Kay. You guys probably know me from chat. My channel is Morally Neutral, Morally Loaded. And Tally and I have just been having conversations online for the last, I don't know, it's a couple months now. And just kind of like discussing issues, trying to look at things from various sides. I don't know. But my goal is, I guess, to help people be more curious about how other people come to their political political ideologies and political viewpoints, to encourage curiosity rather than, polarization.
That was beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm Tollybots at Tollybots. I don't post much on my page. We stream on Kay's stream, although I always say I'm going to get some stuff out there eventually. But yeah, you guys probably know me from the chat, maybe from my struggle session with the Live and Learn boys. Yeah, Kay and I are both former leftists, for lack of better terms here. And so we both kind of see ourselves as right of center now. We comment on, these same cultural political things that that all the people in this sphere are talking about. We talk about the Live and Learn episodes, and we talk about the Destiny debates, and we talk about the Connor debates and stuff like that. So you'll fit right in if you come over here. But yeah, we try to. We are, again, we're former leftists. We see ourselves as on the right, but I think I would like to believe that we have an abundance of empathy and understanding for the side that we came from, basically. And so we're not just like out and out left-wing bashers, but we're not hiding the fact that we would consider ourselves to be on the right either.
Cool.
Yeah.
Then what I did is I might have actually linked it in your chat, but I also linked it in my chat. So I took the Morally Neutral or Morally Loaded with Kay and Tallybots. I did link that in my chat as well. So I'm going to be leaving. I'm going to go eat. I'm just going to go yap with my chat with the session, and then I'm going to end, and then hopefully you get a few extra souls to pop in and say hi and hang out.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Let's
Thanks
do it
for
again.
talking,
Let's
Connor.
expand the Girl Hottest Coalition and let's fight the good fight, even though it sucks. And I can say that you're sweeping for a pedophile, and you can call me a conspiracy-brained idiot, and then we can laugh afterwards.
It would be even better if we don't have to talk about Epstein next time, because I think there's like so many more interesting things that the three of us could
then
pick.
But my chat bullies me to try to do more news and more geopolitical topics that are serious. I never take them seriously though, because as soon as I do, I take like a 20% metric hit. But the people who are in there are passionate about it. So yeah, let's talk about something serious next.
Cool.
All right.
Awesome. Bye guys.
Take care.
Connor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go full cam real quick. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to shout out the people who did help out with the channel today. So we had King Solidus, Larry Hutchinson, Ruth. We had the Airborne Kite, Fashion 40, Numinax with the 10 gifted, and then I can't read this one. That's Fellrunner with the 5. We got Shadow 2 Bravo, we got the Tribe, we got Corey Peltzman, we got Vazraka with the gifted, and Shadow 2 Bravo with the tenor. So thank you, Kings and Queens. I know it was kind of a voice call heavy stream, but at least we talked about stuff that was substantive, I suppose. We can, of course, react to Drama Slop tomorrow, so we will. We will find some Brandon Herrerra is a Nazi, Adam Mockler, Luke Beasley content, which will be terrible and mind-numbing, but I'll get to react to it and it'll probably be funny. And then hopefully some other people besides me have some drama and some fights going on so we can react to that as well. So DM me or tag me on Discord if you have a specific thing that we need to cover, because the financier because obviously we need to mix it up a little bit. World-renowned Geohound says, we're just center right, guys. That means we excuse government overthrowing dictators in favor of evil trans people. You know, center right. I mean, that's me. I mean, damn, world-renowned Geohound, you just described me for real. Macadatus says, appreciate you, Connor. Appreciate you. The financier ? That was amazing. Epstein is just tinfoil hat nutter talk. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Sure. Soy Pill was right. Maybe. Can we avoid the Epstein file? It kind of makes us sound evil. Oh, come on. Don't be anti-Epstein sweeper. The pill was prescient. Make this VIP tags, Connors, and then end the stream. I'm not going to do it now. I'm just telling you, I'm going to click a button. I'm going to go eat food. Jesus Connor somehow got redder, lol. I haven't done anything. I literally haven't done anything. I don't know if it's the weather outside or if it's the warmth of the lights. I have no idea what's happening. I literally didn't do anything. Maybe it's just hot. Anyways. All right, world-renowned Geohound. It'll be all right. All right. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m.